I'm going to call the case. We are on the record on case number 22 CV 602, Peter J. Ross versus Matthew Burdick. We had started this hearing June 2nd. Where we last left off, Mr. Ross had rested subject to the admission of his exhibits. And so we are reconvening and we're moving to Mr. Burdick's case. And it looks like a Mr. Ron, is it Heffley? Has joined us.
Ron.
Is he your witness, Mr. Burdick?
Yeah, he's here for me.
Okay, so how would you like to proceed today? Do you want to start by calling your witness or do you want to testify first?
I would like to present my case first and then call Ron. If you could tell him maybe about 2 hours, and it should be maybe less than that if I can get through this really quickly.
Okay, do you have an email address for Ron or text? Is it Heffley? Or Ron? Can you hear me? He may have muted himself or something. I can see him, but he doesn't appear to be responding to me. I don't know if he's muted. Okay, he is left. Okay. He's no longer on my screen, but I'm gonna adjust the screen so that Mr. Roth can see you, Mr. Burdick. Hang on.
I need to get a haircut.
Oh.
So this is some updated. It might come up in the cross.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I just bought some and now I can't find them.
Okay.
Oh, forget it.
I'm sorry, I know that my daughter always has several of those around her wrists at all times. Okay.
If he can't share his screen, I just downloaded the stuff from the Google Drive so I could put it on screen.
Right. Thank you for that. Mr. Ross just said he just downloaded your evidence, so in case you end up not being able to share your evidence, he may be able to pull it up for me when you need it, okay? And it does.
I just want to point out that I have shared names of environmental scientists that I've worked with over the years, and I would appreciate if Mr. Roth had no contact with them. He said they don't exist, but I have presented them, and these are PhDs and various people, and I would like nobody to be contacted.
Okay, well, we'll deal with that issue if it comes up.
As you'll see in my case, it's a very deep concern. I'm kind of tired of everybody in my life being stalked and harassed by this man, and it's really terrifying.
Okay.
My case will show that.
Sir, we're going to move to your case now, so let's just get started, and I'm going to place you under oath, okay? Because you did say you wanted to testify on your behalf, correct? Could you please raise your right hand for me, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you should answer to under God or under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Okay. All right. What would you like to tell me?
Okay. I have a structured presentation here in different parts so it's organized. And so I'm going to start with a little brief history about myself so you can understand my past and my situation with disability and various things like that. And then I'm going to talk about my next, how I encountered, or how Mr. Ross encountered me for the first time 10 years ago and what transpired. I'm then going to talk about my subsequent environmental career, show evidence, scientists, causes, everything, just because so much emphasis has been placed on the fact that I'm not an activist in this case. I think it's important to present that. And then I'd like to show but anyway, I have a structured.
Okay.
I was born in 1976, and I was born with orbital deformities in my feet, and so I was born disabled. Obviously, nobody's able to walk when they're born, but I was not supposed to be able to walk due to these deformities. And I had 4 years of corrective procedures done to fix my legs so that I was able to walk as I can today. So I was basically born disabled, and my first challenge in life was to beat a disability. I was young, and I don't have any memory of any of this, but I have photos of me with Forrest Gump braces on my legs, which is wonderful. And so I'm just pointing out that I often am able to accomplish things and achieve things because I have the spirit of a person who is disabled. If you tell a disabled person that that doesn't have legs, that they can't walk, they will run circles around you with fake legs. And that is who I am. And as a result, I'm an overachiever. And I think it's compensatory for, being disabled.
Okay.
I developed, when I was 19 years old, episode, and it had never happened before, and I was hospitalized.
Mr. Burdick, I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt you. You did cut out 1 second. You said when you were 19 years old, you developed a something episode?
I was 19 years old. I had a psychotic episode.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
I was hospitalized at St. Thomas Hospital, and I was diagnosed with, at the time, bipolar disorder, which is when most people start experiencing things like that. And I was I was heavily medicated as a result. And the problem that I experienced throughout my life was that no matter what medication they would put me on, it wouldn't fix what the problem was, and I would continue to have symptoms. So from age 19 up until about age 27, I experienced repeated involuntary commitments to various mental health hospitals in Akron, Ohio, St. Thomas, Barberton Hospital, City Hospital. These were all related to psychotic episodes or suicide attempts. As a result of around 2003, I started experiencing a physical issue with my right foot. I was diagnosed with a neurological disorder called reflex sympathetic dystrophy, also known as complex regional pain syndrome.
Okay.
They did not know what was wrong with me. And so at the time, they started giving me narcotics to treat the pain. And so over the following so many years, I started developing chronic kidney stones. I developed nerve damage in my hands. I developed, I was diagnosed with fibromyalgia at the Cleveland Clinic in 2006. They figured out that a lot of the pain I was having was fibromyalgia. As a result, they just kept giving me more and more drugs until I was an opiate addict. And so I'm sure that most are aware that the combination of opiates and mental health issues is pretty dangerous. And it caused me to become very erratic. It caused me to be, to have all kinds of problems. It caused me to obviously I went into rehab 6 or 7 times trying to get off of opiates. But my doctors kept giving me OxyContin and then morphine until eventually I was consuming 1,000 milligrams of morphine a day. So what had happened to me essentially was not only was I stricken with mental health issues, I was stricken with physical health issues at the same time, and those two things played off of each other. During that period of my life, I was a dependent, disabled adult. I had caretakers. I had people that grocery shop for me. I was a non-functioning, I had people that cleaned my house. My mother was a woman. She was a social worker who had a child who was disabled. And all throughout this time, I was not who I am today. I was not an activist. I was not anything. I was told repeatedly by my doctors that I could never function in reality. I was told that I should never try. I was told that I couldn't accomplish anything. I was 100% dependent, disabled adult. And I just want to stress that today I am a functioning, today I'm a very successful functioning adult, and it's a miracle that I am that. And obviously everybody's wondering how that happened. So basically, at one point in time, I was on drugs so bad that I essentially sobered up, and I was in a jail cell in West Virginia, laying on a concrete floor. And I went through 3 or 4 days of detox from this situation, and I realized that I was in jail for a year of my life. And hold on a second, my truck needs to be started. Sorry.
You're fine.
So essentially, I woke up in a jail cell in 2009 in West Virginia, almost completely unaware of how I ended up there, what had happened, but I was sober for the first time. And I went through therapy while I was in jail in West Virginia. I attended AA meetings. I have been sober now for 14 entire years. And so basically, obviously I go to jail, it destroys my life. I'm ostracized by my family, I become the black sheep, I end up homeless. I end up living in the street in Portland, Oregon. Around that time, I came out of the closet as bisexual, very specifically. My friends turned on me, I was called a faggot and a queer, I was ostracized, and I basically fled to the West Coast, where I ended up a homeless person living in the street. And I basically hitchhiked around the country for about a year. I just hitchhiked all over the United States, and I was a homeless guy. And but as a result of my hitchhiking, I had started to become interested in becoming a filmmaker because I was having all these grand adventures, and I thought, wow, this might make a good TV show. And so I basically decided, and I know this sounds crazy, but I was homeless. I went and I bought a little camera that was $45. I used my disability money to buy it. And I started filming my travels. And I started posting them on YouTube. Eventually, I found a guy who had a television camera, a prosumer television camera, we decided to officially make a show, which was just something that we were making together. And we were traveling around the country, filming our adventures. We were we were going to events, and we were meeting celebrities, and we were making this show that we had a dream of pitching to a major cable network. And basically, in November, 10 months after I picked up my camera and we made that show, we were discovered by Cartoon Network's Adult Swim. I began communicating with Keith Crawford, the vice president of the Cartoon Network. We had Sergio Aragonés, who is the margin drawing artist for Mad Magazine, was on the show. He discovered us and he liked our idea and wanted it to become a TV show. And so I ended up getting the project to Keith Crawford, who obviously knows Sergio because Sergio does the Simpson comics, and Sergio is the highest award-winning cartoonist of all time. If you've ever read Mad Magazine and seen a drawing in the margins, that's the man.
Okay.
So he was on my show. We basically interviewed him. Next, we went to a Metallica concert, and we tried to get Metallica in an interview. We were gate hopping, and so eventually we made enough noise in the entertainment industry with all these big famous people that Cartoon Network's Adult Swim heard of us, and it began this process of pitching a show to the network. And so at that point, now in my evidence, and I don't know how to share my screen here. In my evidence under Franklin County, MBVR is the next folder, Peter John Ross, and then Adult Swim. So what happens is, at this point in time, and this is really how Peter and I really came into contact with each other in relation to this. So what happens is, we didn't actually make a show for Cartoon Network's Adult Swim. We had several show ideas at the same time. We were working on 3 or 4 separate projects. And we had hopes of getting one of them to a network. One of them was called Freakaholic. It was a comic book and a combination of a television show. The owner of the television show part of it, and the comic book owner was the owner of the comic book part. And so, as my emails show, at the same time, I pitched 2 shows. I basically created a show at the request of the development director of Cartoon Network's Adult Swim, Scott Little. He said, I like your ideas. I think you've got amazing talent. He's like, I want to hear a pitch from you, and I'm soliciting a pilot. He said, you can make anything you want and pitch it to us. And so over the following so many days, I sat down, I completely wrote an entire gate hopping television show. We had been dressing up like a Bigfoot, and we were hopping concert gates to get interviews with celebrities, basically. And the show was a show about Bigfoot, and he would hop the gate, and he would go up to celebrities and talk to them in Bigfoot language, and we wouldn't tell them we were coming, and it was done for comedic purposes. Mm-hmm. So then I basically took that footage, I edited it together into the pilot that he specifically requested from me, that he solicited from me, and you can see in my emails, after so many days of editing, send him an email and say, I have edited together the pilot that we talked about, or whatever it says in my email. And as you can see, over the following 60 days, Scott and I continued to communicate. He had seen the early trailer for what became Blame Reagan, my film about homelessness that Peter says isn't a film. He loved the idea. He thought it was amazing. He sent the idea all over the entertainment industry. It was a really groundbreaking thing. It was a first-person film. No one had ever done that before. You can see in the emails that I also pitched another show with him. Maybe about a month and a half later, I basically sent him a message and said, I have another show idea. Can you get back to me? And then he called me, and it was at that time I talked to Scott. He basically explained to me that my problem with making television shows is that I didn't have any money, which was true. At the time I was broke. And he said, he basically said, we love your fun. He said, you're a brilliant editor. We need you to come back when you have money. And so what happened is that I had, at the time, they were considering buying 2 television shows. They were either going to buy the Eric Andre show or they were going to buy mine. He told me specifically, we know Eric better. We've known him for a couple of years. We know if we give him money, he's not going to run off with it. We know that, he said, plus his show is so weird. He's like, we had to buy it. And he said, you are welcome to pitch anytime. And that relationship went on for several months, as the emails show. Mr. Ross, do you have the evidence in front of you? Can you play your,
It's not downloading fast enough. I have 4 minutes left on one folder and 29 minutes on just another folder, so I don't know why it's taking so long.
That's because I had to upload 2,500 separate harassing blogs that I documented. And so there's a lot of evidence in there. So it took me hours to upload it on my cell phone, trust me.
There is the option, I think, on the bottom of Zoom, there's a button that says share screen. You should be able to click that.
Okay. Share, I see.
Share desktop, correct. There you go.
We can ask.
Can you see my desktop?
Yes.
Can you see my desktop now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, from the moment that I met Mr. Ross, which happened on Indie Film Forum, he claimed that I was a fraud, that I had never made the show, or he had claimed that it was just a YouTube video, that everything that I told you just didn't happen. He had never seen these emails. I've never looked at them until right now, actually. I've held on to them for many years. So for the last 10 years, Mr. Ross has told a story to the public about that television show pitch.
My name is Stuart Ross. I'm a local filmmaker and television producer in Columbus, Ohio.
Hold on a second.
I've been solicited TV pilot for Carter. He doesn't like the opinion, I know that probably upsets him, but that's criticism is something you have to learn to deal with in life. Especially if you put your films out in public. Not everybody's gonna like it, you just have to accept it.
My work sucks.
And the thing he claims, he's claiming he's had a, what he calls the quotes, solicited TV pilot for Cartoon Network. But the real reality of it is he made a video that he put on YouTube, and he did legitimately get some of that Cartoon Network to look at it, but they said they weren't interested in it. Yeah, the Cartoon Network had solicited an animation that he had kind of attached himself to, that he wasn't originally involved with, but wanted to be involved with, and it kind of ruined the deal. But he still had a contact email address and phone number at Cartoon Network that he used to try to pitch his YouTube video. And they watched it, they just had no interest in it. They're like, oh, it's just kind of more like an abstract art thing. It's not really for us. So, but the email that acknowledges the guy from Turner Networks acknowledging that he received it, started publicly posting it. Here's my proof that I had a solicited show. All it said was, we got the link to your YouTube video, we'll watch it soon. And he doesn't include any of the other emails because they were pretty brutal in their review of it. They were not impressed. And that's why he never posted the other emails to his girlfriend. Because they weren't kind. They were honest and it's embarrassing to me. not solicited, that's not what that means. When you say you're a TV pilot for a network, you're implying that you were hired and paid to make something for that company. That is not what happened. That's deceptive. That's all. I mean, I would consider it flat out lying. But, you know, so in 2013,
Now, for
Mr. Burdick, what did I just listen to? So Mr. Ross is speaking, but what is that excerpt from?
that is from a public audio interview that Mr. Ross and his friends have been distributing around the internet for many years to on a group called MBVR, which I'll get to.
Okay.
They basically claim that I'm a fraud and I'm a con man, and that they use these audio interviews to disseminate in communities where I'm fighting activism battles to make me appear to be a fraud or a con man.
Okay.
And so that's part of my case. I'm going to be presenting that. I'm trying to figure out how to get. So basically, if you listen closely, Mr. Ross states something. He says, never released the other emails, but then subsequently he says they weren't kind. They weren't, first of all, how could he have known what was in the emails if I never released them? And so I'm trying to establish how easily this man lies and how he manufactures reality to his own liking in spite of reality. Now, I held on to these emails all these years. No one has ever seen these before. And so, on my screen you can see that I talked to him. I humbly apologize for a brief loss of sense. When I was talking to you, obviously I was really excited that I was getting a TV pitch, and I was flustered, and oh my God, I can't help it, this is crazy. I came one yes from a major cable network from being a television star, and I would have been for the last 10 years, and they would have said yes. That's pretty amazing accomplishment for a homeless guy, I would say. And so I said, I listened to everything you said. I'm in the process of finishing the pilot right now. Mr. Ross states in his interview that I made a YouTube video, which I just sent to them. That's not true. You can see very clearly that on November 29th, this is days after the initial contact, I was in the process of editing. I will have it available online, and I will also ship you a DVD treatment package immediately, which when you pitch a show to a major cable network, they would like to see, not only would they like to see a video of it, like it's called a sizzle reel, they would also like to see a DVD and a treatment package, a physical hard copy to hold on to. Just something real and tangible that they can use. Now, you can see, Mr. Ross stated that I had attached myself to something I wasn't involved in, but here's the initial pitch email. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the wrong exhibit. Oh, this is a later email, sorry. I'm sorry, I did my best to.
No, you're fine.
I have an extraordinary amount of pieces of evidence. No, it's the same one. So basically what happens is that there was two pushes at the same time. Remember, Mr. Ross specifically stated that I had attached myself to a project, that it wasn't mine. It was, in fact, my project. I was making a cartoon. It was called Freakaholic. It was an African-American superhero based on the 1980s electro pop star Egyptian lover who was an 80s rock star. We turned him into a superhero. The comic book artist had the rights to make a comic book, and I had the rights to produce the cartoon television show version of it. And so I did not attach myself to something I wasn't working on. We were working on that as it was a co-project with with multiple people. Hold on a second. So what happens, and I'll show this email. I sent the video over to Scott. You can see the YouTube link. This was along with the DVD treatment package and pitched Bible and everything else. Also, Freakaholic, I've transferred the comic book rights to Egyptian Lover. Egypt himself is amazing. Super nice guy, but a certain person is asserting creative control and ownership. I had basically hired him as a work for hire to create this artwork of the cartoon characters, and then the animators would have used his work to create the animation and used his characters, much like they would do on Family Guy. Like Seth MacFarlane draws the characters, and then the animators are the one that turn them into moving objects. And so, or maybe Seth doesn't do that anymore, I don't know. But, and so, basically what happens is the artist had given me a test piece, and the eyeball was a little crooked, and I had posted it on the fan page, which had several thousand fans on it. And he got angry because he said the eyeball was crooked, and he owned the entire project, and he threatened to shut the project down. And I said, no, I hired you as work for hire. So it's all this legal rights stuff. So I state, I will have 100 other opportunities. I didn't want to get Adult Swim into a legal nightmare. I wanted my television show. I wasn't trying to bring this cluster of litigation to Adult Swim and my introduction to a major cable network. And so I basically, even though that was the show they really wanted, I killed it to sacrifice everybody the drama of a big legal battle over an eyeball. It was really an insane situation. I said, I'm sure you understand these legal issues more than I do, but I'm giving you the head of a certain situation. I'm not trying to walk you into a landmine of litigation. So what happens is after they passed on the show basically because I didn't get any permits. I had filmed in 36 different states. I didn't get any likeness waivers. We didn't have production insurance. If Cartoon Network's Adult Swim would have aired this show, they would have been subject to extraordinary litigation. And so there was an issue basically with, first of all, rights, my ownership, which is called chain of title. And since I didn't have all of the rights to certain things, then they couldn't technically purchase the show from me. And what it did was it got my foot in the door with Cartoon Network's Adult Swim. So a couple of days later, I realized that I have all this amazing footage and that I filmed all over the country, and I had been homeless, and I proposed an idea for a documentary called Homelessness, Sense of Death, whatever. It was called Homelessness something. And what happens is I made a trailer for it out of the footage, which is very similar to the final product with a little bit more elements. I was at the Sundance Film Festival that year after the pitch, and so I said, I just got to Salt Lake City. I'm going to spend the month networking during Sundance. Blah, 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 blah. Right now, I'm in a funding crunch. I make $700 a month on disability. I'm eating ramen noodles and living in motels to make this film. I have a Kickstarter project that's running. Really not positive about this or that. I said, I know that favors are constantly get asked of everyone in Hollywood, even though nobody in my inbox is filled with TV show pitches and requests to meet celebrity friends I know. Please take this at face value. My sincerity is what it is. If you're interested and feel positive about the project, get the word out. I thank you for your time, Scott. I said, if you happen to make Sundance, let me know, because I had not met Scott in person. And then Scott wrote back, right on. Sounds like you know your challenges are working to get the film shot. That's great. Good luck and Godspeed. I'll pass your link to your film along to some friends. So the reason that I'm focusing on this is for 10 entire years of my life, I had this amazing accomplishment that I did. I just want to remind you, I did this while I was homeless. I was a dirty homeless person who managed to create a television show and form a relationship with a major cable network. If they had said yes on that show, I would have went in 10 months from living in a gutter, literally, to television star, and it would have been an amazing story. I've always been kind of mad with Adult Swim because they kind of wrecked a good, rags to riches story. But regardless, for 10 entire years, I have lived with Mr. Ross's lies about that television show. He has told every human being he knows that I'm a fraud, that what he just said, you heard in that interview, is what he tells people about my pitch. I have posted publicly 1,000 times the story I'm telling right now, so he is fully 100% aware of everything I'm telling you right now, and even when he became aware that there was another version of the story and that I had evidence, he never changed the story. So to this day, if I go into a community and I say I'm Matthew, and I created a solicited pilot for Cartoon Network's Adult Swim, people can Google my name and they will find Mr. Ross's interview and they will learn that I'm a fraud for talking about something that actually happened. Now, the important thing to remember is that even though I didn't get that pitch, it opened the doors in the industry for me. I became a member of the professional Hollywood entertainment industry. So I just want to recall the testimony of all 11 people that walked into court that are also aware of all of this.
Okay.
They told you that I'm not a filmmaker. And I feel like I feel like that I am. And I feel like that even in the context of this court case, that the court doesn't have the right to even consider the fact that I'm not a filmmaker, or you would be operating from a viewpoint in which you would be taking away my First Amendment rights. Just even telling me that I'm not allowed to even exist as a filmmaker. Just because Mr. Ross has a fantasy about what occurred, and he has broadcast this fantasy out into reality, doesn't mean that the fantasy, that world that he's living in, is true. And you're going to find, as I present my case, that this is not an isolated event. Literally everything in my entire life is subject to the deranged fantasies of Peter John Ross, who just arbitrarily rewrites my past to his own liking. And of course, as I became more successful, when I generated 10 million readers on my environmental work and my campaigns, hundreds of thousands of people started Googling my name. And they started learning that I was a con man, a fraud, and a scammer from Peter John Ross, that I never made a TV show. Now, as to the reason I never released these emails, Mr. Ross could absolutely know this 100%. It's absolutely unprofessional for a person to dump out a bunch of emails from a major cable network development director. He doesn't want his emails dumped out in the public. It's called right to privacy. When myself and a major cable network are communicating, which I still communicate with major cable networks to this very day, when we are communicating, it is absolutely inappropriate for me to turn around and dump their emails all over the internet and publicly shame them and embarrass them. If you remember the Sony hacks, how embarrassed was Alex Trebek and all these different people that had North Korea hack their emails and dump their private conversations to the world? So I never released these emails because I was being respectful. Thankfully, Scott no longer works for Adult Swim. This will not have an effect on his career. He's not going to be shamed in the industry because of these emails came out. And largely, as you can see, he was professional. He did not. He was not mean to me. He continued to communicate with me. And in fact, to this very day, if I want to pitch a show to Cartoon Network's Adult Swim or any other network because of this situation, I can. I choose not to because I'm an activist now. I've changed career, and I don't have an interest in being a television star. I wanted to do something that was meaningful and was going to help people, and I thought that contributing to the idiot box was something that was me helping people look the other way rather than focusing people on what they need to be looking at, which is helping fix our world, this messed up world we live in. And so I didn't wash out of the industry because I'm a failure. I didn't wash out of the industry because I didn't have talent. If you'd like, I could take you right to the producer from Die Hard's Mansion in the Palisades, Miss Magistrate, if you would like to meet John McTiernan, the director from Die Hard, if you would like to actually meet some real celebrities and not the ones that Peter met through somebody else, if you would like to see what real Hollywood looks like, you could talk to me.
Okay.
I got the evidence if you want to see it. I've got 600,000 pieces of evidence and I didn't upload all of it, but I'm going to move on now. So, what happens is I eventually become an environmental activist. The reason I became an environmental activist is because in 1987, a toxic waste site was discovered in my neighborhood. It was a Superfund site. The Department of Defense was dumping live bombs, tank and mortar shells, white phosphor grenades. It's called the Summit Equipment and Supplies Superfund toxic waste site. It was next to my elementary school, very specifically. And us children played in that site. That site is found by federal records to have cadmium, mercury, lead, arsenic, trichloroethylene, zinc, chromium-6. So when we were children, we didn't know it was a toxic waste site because there were no signs, and so we went in there and we could set the mud puddles on fire, the flaming water. If you ever heard of the Cuyahoga River fire? We could. So what happens is, around 2005, I'm experiencing all these insane health issues, and I'm reading a book about investigative journalism, and I decide I want to be a controversial investigative journalist or an activist. And so I say, I'm going to dig up something controversial. And what I didn't know at that time is that I was sentencing myself to a lifetime of these court cases. I didn't know at the time that I was actually going to become what it is that I wanted to become. And so it's a story of be careful what you wish for. So anyway, turns out I've got all these mystery illnesses. I had to go to 30 doctors. Remember, I was addicted to pain medication. Turns out that everybody in my community is sick. There's something going on. I decide that I'm going to make a film or do something to expose this toxic waste site. And so then, obviously at 2005, I was a dependent adult. I was disabled. I had no education whatsoever. I was maybe not as well read as I am today. And so I spent the next 10 years studying. I read 1,000 books. I studied physics. I studied quantum mechanics. I studied environmental. I studied history. I read thousands of books, and I just prepared for something, and I educated myself. And so then I realized I need to learn how to make films, or I'm not going to be able to ever make this movie I want to make. And so that was why I made this show for Cartoon Network, was to learn how to make films. So once I had gotten to the point where I had pitched this movie and this show and et cetera, I became able to produce the film that I wanted to produce, essentially. And that film was released in 2013. It was featured on ABC News Cleveland. Joe Paget says, Matthew Burdick produced a documentary about the subject matter in the thing. And I'm sorry this is taking time to load.
That's okay.
So this, what happens is this video, I had marketed it to my own community, 1,000 people. And what I didn't know at the time is that I thought everybody knew about it, so I just want to point that out. So what happens is, turns out nobody knew about it. And it goes viral, 23,569 views in a community with 1,000 people. petitions for him. The whole community goes up in arms. I organized an entire community, my community. I had a Facebook fan page with 900 residents, so there were 1,000, and I had 900 of them. The film tells the story of what occurred in my neighborhood. So the film makes it back to Los Angeles. Somebody said, hey, this is a really good film, and you're gonna laugh at this. Somebody from LA called me and said, hey there, I saw your film Poison in the Grape. Did you ever think about trying your hand at filmmaking? And I was like, oh yeah? So I was discovered for a second time. And so at that time I decided, wait a minute, I waste sites like this. I had been discovered by a Google engineer named Alex. He liked the work I was doing. He gave me $500,000 in funding. And so I had the money to be able to do the projects I wanted to do. And so what I did for the following year of my life was I traveled the country to libraries and I started reading toxic waste documents. You'll see in evidence that I have photos of all my visits to the libraries. You can see the remedial studies for the Middlefield Ellis Wisman study area at Google. You can see even an environmental assessment report for the moon, because I thought that was cool, because I was at a NASA location. You can see the books of, in the evidence, you can see the large piles of federal records. You can see that throughout my career, I traveled to Moab, Utah, where I investigated and uncovered a cancer cluster and publicly published it. It had been previously not published by the media. Nobody in the town was aware that there was a federally confirmed cancer cluster there. So when I state specifically that Mr. Ross is harming innocent people, what I'm stating is that because I travel the country investigating and exposing cancer clusters, and these people don't know about these cancer clusters, which is the requirement for me to write about it. When I publish the existence of a cancer cluster, say for example, there's a cluster of lung cancer. A lot of people don't go to the doctors. They get scratchy lungs, they ignore it, they think they just have a flu or a cold. Next thing you know, they go to the doctor and they get diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer and they're dead. When I run a campaign and I say, are you aware there's a cancer cluster here? These people are now, they get scratchy lungs, they go to the doctor and they catch it at stage 2 or stage 1. I have saved their lives by doing this, and I have been thanked for my efforts by many, many people. And because I don't slather my, private emails all over the internet like Mr. Ross does, it's hard to, I don't feel like I'm doing this for public credit. A lot of the stuff I'm showing you, these are little bullet point examples of my career. So we realized that the EPA had excessive amounts of records. Myself and the Google engineer I was working with, he was a Python programmer. And I'm sorry these aren't loading, but they're in the evidence under Exhibit 5109.
Okay, got it.
Alex realized that there were PDF files all over the EPA website publicly, but if you wanted to download all of them, you would have to sit there for 3.5 years, I'm not exaggerating, and singularly download each individual file. And it would take you several years to download all 500 million pages of these records. So I called Alex and I said, Alex, I have an idea. I'm like, can you make a data downloader, a data scraper, that will go to the US EPA's website and access the architecture of their website and allow me to click one button, which will download all 500 million of these records with only one button click. So Alex said, that's a great idea.
Mr. Burdick?
We lost connection for a minute. Can you hear us?
Are you muted?
Hello?
Yes, okay. Now we can hear you. All right, did you?
My computer overheated and, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. Were you?
Computer overheated and crashed. So can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, just fine. Okay, thank you for logging back in. Where you left off, you'd asked the Google engineer to help you create a button, a one link button, so you could download all the records, and then that's when we lost you.
Yeah, I know where, I'm sorry about that.
No, that's okay, because you were saying that he said that's a great idea.
And basically, we basically created this super fun records downloader software. I issued a press release. Journalists, environmental activists came forward, different environmental science firms came forward, because what we had done was we had created a really amazing way to sidestep a lot of time and labor for all of these people who would like to research these toxic waste sites. And so not only were we exposing cancer clusters, we were developing data mining tools for use for other activists. You yourself can download this software and use it. I don't advise that you do that, because I guarantee you the FBI is going to call you on the phone when you start using it.
Okay.
And so if you'd like to know that in evidence, just turn it on and run it, and I promise you, you will get to meet them. And so as I traveled the country, I uncovered that there was 1,300 massive toxic waste sites on the EPA's national priorities list, which is the Super Fund. The Super Fund is the EPA's program to clean up the worst of the worst toxic waste sites. So I learned that not only in my community did it happen, but it happened in 1,200 in other communities. As I was traveling the country, I was asking some 2,800 cities and the tens of thousands of people in my travels, every human being I've ever met, I say, were you aware there's 1,300 Superfund sites on the national priorities list? And they basically say, no, I wasn't. And I say, don't you think you should be aware of the federal government singular largest federal cleanup program? And they would say yes. And so in my evidence, you can see that I uncovered the existence of the Morris operation, which is the nation's only nation's only permanent storage facility for high-level transuranic waste, which is the reactor fuel from various nuclear facilities around the country. And obviously the problem is fuel rods once we use them, which is why nuclear is a good option right now, and it has been relatively safe, but we don't have anywhere to put up the mess that we create. And so the Morris operation is one of the storage facilities for high-level transuranic waste. You can see that I located that, I published about that, nobody knew it existed until I published it. It's another piece of original content. In my evidence, you can see me at Rocky Flats, traveling in real life to Rocky Flats Nuclear Weapons Manufacturing Facility, which is now called Rocky Flats Nature Preserve, Wildlife Preserve. And so when you go there, you don't know that it's a former nuclear weapons manufacturing facility. It's just a bunch of cows standing there in a field. So the point I'm making is that what I do for a living and what I don't really talk about publicly, very specifically, is that I travel from town to town going to libraries. Obviously, that's not very exciting. I ask to see these records, I read the records, and what happens at that point is that usually these cleanups have been going on for 30 to 40 years, and there's been multiple teams of scientists that have worked on them, and sometimes the third scientific team will come in and they won't read the first report. Maybe the first group of scientists said, hey, we need to clean this part of the toxic waste site up, but the third team doesn't read that. By the time the site is removed from the national priorities list, the EPA has confirmed that they are not actually cleaning up toxic waste sites. So a lot of these sites that are even listed as clean are not technically cleaned up. Then real estate developers come along and they say, hey, let's build an apartment complex on top of this toxic waste site. The EPA records say it's clean. So the third thing that we engage in is stopping the redevelopment of still polluted toxic waste sites. So the Aptech Superfund site in Virginia, the Deco Superfund site in Des Moines, Iowa has a $400 million apartment complex. While it's still technically listed as polluted, one of the operable units. And so my job is to stand up and educate the public and say, hey, wait a minute, these elected officials are acting in your best interest. They are building, even though the federal records confirm that part of this site is still polluted, and this could result in a cancer cluster. And so I think that you might be able to imagine what happens to a lone guy when he starts exposing $400 million economic development deals and how much money and power this man may be fighting against. And this is where Mr. Ross comes in, and the group MBBR, which there is a file folder. I also submitted a detailed writing piece about the structure, what MBBR is, and et cetera, to the court previously. So basically, when I exposed this big corrupt scheme, these nefarious characters, these elected officials, these people with guys who want to build these real estate developers that want to make billions of dollars in development money, they don't care if they give people cancer. Don't think that these people have souls. So they go looking for evidence against the mean guy who's trying to take away their $400 million. They are presented, when they Google my name, with a group called MBVR, which is called Matthew Burdick Victim Resources. Matthew Burdick Victim Resources community is this an MBVR's own Twitter accounts, Facebook accounts,
Mr. Burdick,
of people who are.
Mr. Burdick, I'm going to interrupt you. Mr. Burdick, can you hear me? Mr. Burdick, can you repeat what you just said, because you cut out a lot and so I missed some of it?
Oh, I'm sorry. So, as you can see, it's MBVR, Matthew Burdick Victim Resources, a community dedicated to the many victims of online harassment by Matthew Burdick. We support victims that we document as much as possible without harassing them. And you will see, when you go to that Twitter account, you are presented with the most reputable and credible man on the earth, as we've all seen by testimony. We get to meet City Councilman Brian Myers from St. Joseph, Missouri. And so basically with MBVR, if you look at my evidence, you will see, because I'm not able to load everything up. What you will see when you is a list of cities. You see Burbank, Flint, Des Moines, Iowa, Warren County, Asheville, North Carolina, Moab, Utah. You'll see these are just bullet point cities where Peter says that I have scammed and grifted. He says that I have gone into these towns, I have lied, I have schemed, I have made up stories, that I have scammed them. And he says, here, listen to my interview, at which point they learn I'm a fraud about my Cartoon Network's Adult Swim pitch. Essentially what's happening is that I have a group of people who have just made a web of lies. And busy people don't have time to sit in 8 hours of testimony to learn what's really happening. And so in this way, Mr. Ross is able to manipulate others. He is able to overwhelm people with evidence. He is able to spread lies and rumors and innuendo. And obviously this makes people angry when they think some fraud has come to their town. And so they start attacking me. And so when I say that Mr. Ross is triggering harassment towards me, I'm talking about the online campaigns, the smear campaigns, are inciting excessive and extraordinary harassment towards me. of times in my career by people that have read his content. Those are the Michael Jackson allegations. I got death threats. Well, so have I. And it's Diane's content and Peter's content and all this stuff that's triggering those death threats. But this is where it all comes together. Basically, I need to do these in order now so that you can understand the timeline here.
Okay.
So, Warren County, Virginia. I want to point out that Barstow comes before Warren County, Virginia, but we're going to talk about Barstow later. But I basically end up in Warren County, Virginia. The reason I ended up in Warren County, Virginia is because Mr. Ross had filed a civil stalking protection order against me in 2016. I was living in Oregon at the time when he filed it. And I had hired Scott, what's his name, Brian Jocelyn, paid him $3,000. He showed up, didn't do the job. I wasn't happy with how he handled the case, fired him. And I decided I'm going to drive across the country and I'll just appear in person myself. So over the next several months, I traveled across the country and I was going to come up here in court. And eventually I got to town, and I believe I talked to Mary Ann on the phone. I don't remember if that's who I was talking to back then. She informed me that Mr. Ross had not showed up in court and the case was dismissed. I was so fed up that I had a lot of money, and so I just said, you know what? I'm going to rent a cabin in Virginia. And so I rented a cabin in Virginia. And so I lived in Warren County specifically because of the civil stalking protection order that was filed against me in 2016. That's in the next section of my case. So basically, Peter did this civil stalking protection order, dragged me out of my house, dragged me across the country. I was tired of traveling, so I just said, you know what? I'm just going to move into this cabin. I lived in the cabin peacefully for 8 or 9 months. No one bothered me. Nothing happened until one day a city councilwoman came forward to me and said she had evidence of an economic development scheme going on over the redevelopment of the Avtex Superfund site. So they were building a $40 million building on top of a toxic waste dump, which had still polluted operable units. And basically, the local officials had bullied the EPA into lifting the deed restrictions and had granted the building. Jennifer McDonald was the economic development leader. She was lying about the deal. It didn't exist. I investigated it. I found out she was lying. And now this is 1 year approximately after the civil stalking protection order was dismissed. It might have been 6 months or a year. And so then I ran a big campaign in Virginia and I exposed the scandal. On the day that I ran that campaign, Mr. Ross didn't live in the town. He didn't know anybody in the town. He didn't have anything to do with the scandal. He had never seen the evidence. He didn't know anything about what was going on whatsoever. He just read my article. And he sent an email to the elected officials in the town. Now remember, these people are all in on this massive economic development scheme. These people are committing felonies. These people are issuing false bridge loans. These people are lying to the public. These people, of course, later were all arrested for doing what I'm saying right now. So this is the email. I'm going to read it to the court. Ladies and gentlemen, this change.org petition Matthew Burdick is running. Arrest Peter John Ross for stalking and harassment because I got tired of Peter interfering with my causes and that he was stalking and harassing me and doing some really terrible things and hurting all the people I was trying to help. So I had run a change.org petition. It says, I have never met Matthew Burdick and had no contact with anyone in his family at any time. Of course, he submitted in my evidence is that his friends were in fact harassing my mother for several years. He acknowledges, and I'll present those in a moment. Attached are the scans of my filings for a civil stalking protection order against Mr. Burdick. The CSPO was obtained legally without any false statements. made at any time nor any proprieties occurring during the process. He then goes on to say, I am not a mental health expert. I cannot speak to a diagnosis of schizophrenia for Mr. Burdick. It is evident that something is very wrong. Mr. Burdick has a history of criminal activity. Remember the entirely false criminal record that they share publicly, which he refers people to, that he submitted in his own evidence, which I want to point out that brilliant investigative journalist and police officer that appeared didn't pick up on the fact that it wasn't real, or they knew it wasn't real. He has a criminal activity and mental health issues. Mr. Ross establishes that he is aware that I have mental health issues. In his movie that he has out now, he says, we can't tell if he's mental health or he's just faking. So his narrative changes whenever necessary. He says, I strongly believe that Mr. Burdick is a danger to himself and others. Now, I was working with a local elected official on this. Obviously, the scandal broke many years later. Everyone in the town was arrested. I was telling the truth. Mr. Ross was wrong. But this is an example of him showing up in one of the communities where I'm fighting a battle and scanning the community using Franklin County court records, which is a use of process. Franklin County court records were not created to be sent to elected officials to be used to discredit environmental or anti-corruption campaigning stuff. That's a fact. If I sued Mr. Ross for abuse of process, I would win. So he goes on to state, scaring communities with false claims about toxic waste and cancer, as Matthew Burdick, posing as an expert on the environmental science has done, is illegal based on the case law of Schneck-Burdies versus United States. The Supreme Court ruled that the First Amendment, though it protects freedom of expression, does not protect dangerous speech. And so all of these officials who were later arrested, and every person in the county that was arrested were sent this email, and they were given instructions on how to charge me with a crime for engaging in activism. He says, I do not want any contact from Matthew Burdick or any alleged associates. I believe this man is in dire need of a mental health examination. In my opinion, his actions are criminal and based on past behavior. He poses a serious threat to himself and the public. So, during the subsequent scandal that broke, Mr. Ross, then of course the local media was included in this message. This resulted in, you'll see in the evidence of numerous articles published on Royal Examiner accusing me of being a fraud. Again, if you look in the evidence under Warren County, Virginia, you'll see Jennifer McDonald's arrest photo. And then you'll see, and this is one of my huge problems, so, and I want to point this out, this is historically accurate information. When I exposed this scandal, Jennifer McDonald was in business for herself. She stole $21 million, she was taking it to the local casino, she was laundering the money through the casino. She was then engaging in buying real estate. After I exposed the scandal and Peter helped turn the entire community against me, I was discredited and I lived as a fraud for 2 entire years of my life in that community. They believed I had scammed them because Peter convinced them I was a fraud. Because of that fake Cartoon Network Adult Swim pitch. And so what happened is that Ms. McDonald was emboldened by this. She decided she could get away with anything she wanted. So she called Sheriff McEachran and said, hey, Sheriff, you want to go into business with me? So her and the sheriff then subsequently, after Mr. Ross sent this email, went into business together and subsequently embezzled $21 million from the taxpayers. Now, when Ms. McDonald was arrested, the FBI, at my urging, the FBI and the Virginia State Police, I'm the one that kept working on it and triggered the investigation into them. What happened is that it was discovered that Sheriff McEachran was involved. Remember, he didn't go into business until Peter John Ross acted in concert with them. And And when the FBI showed up to visit the sheriff, he shot himself. Now, if Peter had let me expose that scandal and take Jennifer McDonald down when I initially tried to, the sheriff never would have been in business with her. I can't say what would have happened, but I can tell you right now, he wouldn't have been indicted and he would most likely still be alive. And when you present this to Mr. Ross, this history, this evidence of his own actions, he has no emotional response and he says he's just a fraud. We have a dead sheriff. I want to point out that when the sheriff shot himself, I quit activism. My father was a police officer. I did not become an activist to have people commit suicide. I did not. I was floored by what happened. Whether or not he embezzled money is not justification for him to. I had a person who experienced repeated suicide attempts that he felt that way. And then he took his own life was something that really moved me powerfully as family of police. I felt horrible. Obviously I didn't pull the trigger on the sheriff. He made his own choices, but I have felt extraordinary amount of guilt, and it made me rethink what I do for a living. And so what in Exhibit 5092 in the Warren County, Virginia, you'll see a video. It's not fully rendered yet, but you can watch it. It's an interview with Jennifer McDonald during the police investigation. And in that group, she says, there's this group that screenshots Mr. Burdick. And they sent me evidence. And so that police interview actually reveals that Mr. Ross and his friends were working with Jennifer McDonald and aided her in pulling off the $21 million embezzlement scam. And so you can watch the evidence for yourself. You can make your own decision. I've submitted all of it.
Okay.
And so then the next city that so basically what happens is the community of Front Row turned against me. They threatened to kill me. They threw trash all over my front yard. Somebody allegedly stole my BMW. All this stuff happened. They took my house. Photos of my house were taken by somebody and posted on anonymous blogs on the internet. And so this is when photos of my cabin started appearing, just to menace me and threaten me, showing me that we were standing on. Now, I want to point something out. This is really important to remember. The cabin that I lived in was on private property. It was a private community. My neighbor was General Norman Smith from the Pentagon, 3 stars, retired. And part of the photo that was taken of my house is actually of the general's property. And so not only did they threaten my safety by coming onto my property and taking those photos, they actually published photos of a 3-star general's home on the internet. And it was just to show you how lawless and completely without any form, whatever we want. We don't care if this man is a war hero. Now, if you're curious about whether or not General Norman Smith lived next to me, you can Google his name. You can see he lived in Linden on Mount Oriole Lane. You can see that he was my neighbor. There's no confusion, but myself and the general's privacy were both, our safety was threatened, et cetera, et cetera. And so, so then what happens is, as I'm doing that cause, this big article comes out in Ebony magazine, which is a magazine for African Americans. And it was an interview with Flint Mayor Sharon Weaver. And she stated that in that interview, because she was facing a recall effort, that a rich white man, who was me, had offered to fund Arthur Woodson's recall effort. She basically was public. You're going to laugh at this. I know we're all going laugh when I say this, but she was trying to portray Arthur Woodson as an Uncle Tom for taking money from me.
Okay.
I knew Arthur was getting himself in trouble. I knew that he needed money, so I offered Arthur money for legal fees because Karen was doing bad things to him. So at that time, I went to Flint, Michigan to stand up for Arthur Woodson. And so at that time also, Flint was also preparing to pass the city charter, which was a set of laws that would prevent another Flint water crisis from happening. And what happens is I ran campaigns. As you can see, I made a video and I ran it all over the city, identifying that Karen Weaver has made the claim that a rich white man attempted to fund Arthur Woodson. At the end of the video, it said Arthur did not take the money. He didn't. Arthur, to his credit, said, I only need Jesus. And he didn't want the money. And I said, I can't argue with that. You know, now you'll see this is the Facebook page of the video. And if you look look down there, there's a woman named Michelle Paulson that says, seek help. And she is publishing a copy of the Civil Stalking Protection Order from 2016 from the Franklin County Courts. She's spreading it around Flint, Michigan. Now, how would a woman in Flint, Michigan get a hold of a copy of a Civil Stalking Protection Order? Now, she explains on Facebook how she got a hold of those court records. I just called Production Partners Media in Columbus, Ohio. That's Scott Spears' production company, by the way, that Mr. Ross works for. Left a message for them to call me back so we know what or who they contacted about this Matthew. Hopefully they call back about the extent of what he's done. After calling the phone number, Scott Spears and Peter John Ross, I just received a call back from this media production company. The gentleman I spoke with said that many people have reported Matthew to numerous law enforcement agencies, but up to now, nothing could be done. He did say this one guy has one assault and battery charge in Ohio. If you look at my criminal record, I have no assault or battery charges. I've never been charged with any crime of violence. He said, we were saying block Matthew on Facebook. He said, don't engage with him, but keep an eye on what he's doing. And what he's telling them to do is screenshot everything, which is where these screenshots came from. I got these shots off of an anonymous blog on the internet, which is posted attacking me. They actually posted evidence of what they were doing. Mr. Ross is the type of stalker that likes to post evidence of his own guilt. He likes to leave little cues in his campaigns so that you know that you're being stalked. And his posting that was his version. But you can see that after contacting Mr. Ross, Ms. Paulson was sent a web of all kinds of crazy content, which she'd been flooding the Facebook pages in Flint, Michigan. Matthew Burdick on the EPA, claiming that I'm making fake allegations about the EPA. Matthew Burdick emails and stalking. She then proceeds to inundate and fill the internet all over Flint, John Ross's content, launching an online SOS invades these communities. Key protection order against Matthew Burdick, even though it's dismissed. And so now we're going to move to
Mr. Burdick, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm here.
You left. Okay. I didn't know if you were saying anything. Okay.
So here we go. So in 2016, or I'm sorry, 2001 of these years, 2015, after I was fighting in Barstow and Mr. Ross had damaged my cause to help the babies, which I'll get to shortly. Mr. Heckley's going to testify about that. He was nominated for an Emmy. I had the opinion that a man who would harm an entire community full of children didn't deserve an Emmy. And so what I did was I protested the Emmys. I basically told them I stood in protest of his Emmy nomination. I sent them evidence. I don't know if you know this, but award shows get protested continually. I get protested myself. When you are a person who is put yourself out in public, as Mr. Ross said in his interviews, you said, as we heard him say, you have to expect people are not going to like you. So what happens when you put yourself out there? And he basically had destroyed this cause to help these babies. And so I wrote to the Emmy committee and I said, I don't think that a man who would hurt an entire community full of children deserves an Emmy. And I'll tell you right now, I believe that the Emmy committee would agree with that if they knew all of this that I'm presenting in court right now, which they don't. And so Mr. Ross then retaliates against me. Even though I had no contact with him whatsoever, he walked into your courtroom and filed a civil stalking protection order against me. He did this in August of 2015. The court, Magistrate Erdy, then held 6 entire months of hearings as Mr. Ross came into the court and told her over and over again, he can't be served, we can't find him. Yet if you notice something about me, I publish where I'm at all the time. How can nobody find me? There's a photo of my house on the internet. They can't find me? Mr. Ross wanted ex parte service in that case, and so he had to convince the court that I was on the run, that I was wanted, and that I was a nefarious, mean guy, that I had scammed everybody about my pilot for Cartoon Network's Adult Swim, so I deserved this and that. Well, what happens is in the middle of this, I again head across the country. I decide I want to appear. Magistrate Erdy just lets this case stay on the books for 6 or 7 months. There were 4 or 5 hearings that were held when it should have been dismissed. Brian Gosselin, when I finally hired him, said, this is really strange, but I don't know why this case keeps staying on the books. It should have been dismissed already. And so basically what happens is Brian doesn't handle the case correctly. I get angry. I decide to drive to Ohio. It was the year that we had the big snowstorms in DC and all the highways were shutting down all over the country. And I was driving a rear-wheel drive BMW. And so every state that I went to in the West Coast to the East Coast, I got stuck in snowstorms and couldn't drive. I got stuck in hotels, and it made the trip take several months. I didn't submit all the weather reports if you want to.
That's okay.
I can show photos. So then what happened is, basically, finally, I get angry because I'm tired of this, because this has been going on for 7 months, and obviously I'm driving across the country and I'm dealing with being accused of all these things because Mr. Ross likes to post these things all over the internet to show he's a victim. And I just decided to run a social media campaign exposing that this case was happening. And then it was gone on for 7 months. And it went viral in Columbus, Ohio. Magistrate Erdy got the message that, I was going to fight back and the case was dismissed. As it should have been initially. And then, so then Mr. Ross, not to be outdone, walked right back into the courtroom and he filed it again. So now we have a second case. I don't know this happened yet. I'm driving across the country now. I'm gonna appear. I'm tired of this guy at this point. I'm so tired of the allegations. I'm tired of accused of being a fraud. I'm tired of this guy bullying me. I'm tired of him talking about my children all the time, which is terrifying. I'm tired of him saying all these things about me. I'm going to show up in court and I'm going to stand there in Franklin County and I'm going to state my case in front of the judge, and that'll be my service. That was my mission. I get to Tennessee finally. Well, right in the middle of this case, my mother gets an email. This is the second case that Peter filed. My mother receives an email from an anonymous email account called Lester Claypool. As I've stated numerous times, I'm being harassed by anonymous emails, and So this is an email that was received by my mother. And just want to point out that Mr. Ross is Are you there?
Yes.
Hello, are you there?
Yes, we're here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Sorry, the laptop cut out again. I got it now. So a harassing email was sent to my mother. It was basically a threat telling her to make me accept service for a civil stalking protection order, which I was already driving across the country to appear anyway. So for the last 10 years, Mr. Ross likes to portray me as running from court. And he uses the civil stalking protection order court records to show that I'm a person that needs to be found. And so what this does is this encourages people publicly to hunt me down, and they see me in public, they report me to Mr. Ross. This is the email my mother received. Mrs. Kane, my mother's a social worker, the wife of a police officer.
What is the exhibit number for that?
Social worker.
Mr. Burdick, which exhibit number is this?
What's that?
Which exhibit is this? Which folder was this in?
This is in the 2016 CSPO folder. And it is exhibit, it's exhibit, I'm really bad at this.
Do you have a 2016 C?
I'll be able to get it. Please continue.
So the email states, this is just to prove that my mother's been harassed for many years at this point. Mrs. Kane, I'm sorry to always be the bearer of bad news, but as Matthew has said to us more than once, you have helped him out with his legal concerns. I thought you might want to know about the legal issues he's currently dealing with. Enclosed is a civil stalking protection order that has been granted, which it wasn't, to Peter John Ross in regards to Matthew's unwanted attention, harassment, and threats. Matthew responded to this order by sending a lawyer to court to represent him and then fired that lawyer when he chose not to heed the lawyer's advice and accept service. That's not what happened. If Matthew continues to refuse service of the civil stalking protection order, the next logical step would be to escalate this to the criminal courts. Mrs. Kane, we're going to throw your son in jail if he doesn't accept this. It is in Matthew's best interest to accept service of the CSPO as I'm driving across the country to appear in court. Mr. Ross is happy to speak with you or any legal representation that you may secure for Matthew. You can email him at ross@sonnyboo.com.
I want to object to this as hearsay.
This is not hearsay.
Okay, he said it was an anonymous email his mother received. I'm going to overrule for now.
Okay.
See where it goes. Go ahead, sir.
It's admissible under the fact that it occurred. Or I can provide you with this phone number at your request. I'm sorry to always have to inform you of unpleasant things. And so my mother, now I just want to say something here. My father's police career made us victims of threats and harassment, and our lives were in danger several times. We had to move. We have been contacted ever since the day my dad became a police officer with people my dad arrested. They were going to kill me. My mother was threatened. Like we are people that grew up with a house full of guns. These guns were on the kitchen table and on the television and on the refrigerator. We were all trained how to use them in case one of these people showed up to kill us. And so Mr. Ross and his friends decided that it would be appropriate to harass the wife of a police officer for many, many, many years, and then have the nerve to file a civil stalking protection order against me because he's a victim. Now, my mother, thankfully, is a pretty tough woman, as you might, she's got me for a son, so you have to understand She's got the strongest heart in the world. And my mother's amazing. I love my mother. My mother is there for me. My mother, I wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for my mother. And so I care very much about my mother. And I have had to sit here with these people harassing. Now, in Mr. Ross's evidence, which I didn't resubmit, or maybe in my evidence somewhere, he states in his public speech at the film premiere, my friend contacted his mother. He says it, Lester Claypool. Now, I just want to point out that the identity of the person sending this email was part of a group of people. Ayla Ryan, Lester Claypool, Leanne Martell are their names. So Ayla Ryan, when she came in and testified, and she didn't talk about how her and Peter and her friends were harassing my mother for many years. And so anyway, what happens is Peter sends an email and says, which I don't have a copy of, it's the prosecutor's office is in possession of it. He said that's third-party contact. He doesn't show up in court at the next hearing. Then I get to Tennessee, and I believe it was Mary Ann on the phone. I don't know if it was her or not, but I believe I got Mary Ann on the phone, and I said, I'm here. I'll be in town, and like the next day, I want to appear in court. When is this? And she said, it's been dismissed. Mr. Ross didn't show up. So I drove all the way across the country, and it took me 2 months. And so how much did that cost me? $130 a night for hotels, hundreds of dollars a guest. Eventually, this particular court case cost me over $40,000 in expenses. At the time, I had $50,000 in funding from ToxicWasteSites.org. This case drained all the funding I needed to expose cancer clusters, to do my job. I was hit with a war of attrition by this court case. So then, of course, as the court records, your own court records state, it was dismissed. And I want to stress this right now when we're sitting in court. With prejudice. It was dismissed without prejudice the first time. It was dismissed with prejudice. As Mr. Ross is now once again presenting the same exact case, even though it was previously dismissed with prejudice and not eligible to be refiled in the first place. Mr. Ross does not care about reality, and so even if it's dismissed with prejudice, it just doesn't matter. It's just like when he was dismissed the first time, he walked back and filed it again. So then the next thing that happens is Des Moines, Iowa. I basically moved to Des Moines, Iowa. At the time, I had a manager for my film career. His name was Frank. Frank managed Joe Barisi, who is Slipknot's producer. Frank managed Mike Klink, who is Guns N' Roses producer. And I was talking to Frank, and I said, I've got this big pile of money. What should I do with it? And he said, move to Des Moines, and you'll be rich there with all this money. And he was right. And so, because I had a connection to members of Slipknot and et cetera, I have more. I didn't put the evidence in there, but because of Frank and the whole Slipknot thing, I thought, oh, maybe I could go to Des Moines, and I thought maybe I could get to hang out with Slipknot or something because we had connections, which ultimately didn't happen because I wasn't there very long. But I did end up buying a guitar from Stone Sour guitarist, one of his guitars, and et cetera, so some things did happen with that, but Frank later refused to continue to represent me because of all the public controversy that was created by all this stuff. He basically said that Mike Klink and Guns N' Roses producer, Slipknot's producer, Greg Fiddleman, Metallica's producer, all of these people had a problem with me being attached to them and being afraid that I would bring controversy and scandal into their lives. And so then he later said, I can't represent you anymore. I have clients protesting you because of all the public drama. So I lost my manager as a result. So what happened is I'm in Des Moines. And there's a bar down the road called the District Bar. And I go in there one night and I'm having a drink, like I do sometimes. I'll have one shot. My addiction was actually opiates, and I never had a drinking problem per se. I was never a drinker, and so I'll have a shot of whiskey, especially because losing my manager and part of my career because Peter John Ross making all these claims like I didn't make a show for Cartoon Network's Adult Swim was really stressful, and so I had a drink that night. And this man walks into the bar. There's a woman, pretty girl, sitting next to me, named Emily. And the man walks up to her and punches her right in the face, unprovoked. And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, oh no. And I look around the bar, and I realize I'm in my 40s, and everybody else is in their 20s. I realize I'm the only adult in the bar, and I'm the only person that's not drunk. Security's nowhere to be found. I realize... And in my head, I'm thinking, please don't hit her again because this is going to turn into a scandal, and I don't need a scandal. I'm going to have to, quote unquote, beat this guy up. That's not the words I use. And so this man then pulls his fist back, and he goes to lob a punch at her. I jumped over the bar. I grabbed him. I slammed his face on the bar. I swung him around, unfortunately, into a table of people that were eating food. The table exploded, and then a giant bar fight erupted in the bar, and 30 feet, it turned into like a movie-level, full-on bar fight, and I was just standing there like, holy smokes. But I saved the woman, and so then I walked outside after the incident, and the police were standing there. And I said I would like you to investigate and arrest that man for punching that woman. And they wouldn't file charges. They wouldn't even take a statement. They wouldn't investigate. They just looked at me. So whatever. And I told them, I said, if you don't investigate and arrest this woman, I'm going to write about it, and it's going to become viral, and you are going to start having problems in your career. And they just laughed at me, and I said, okay. And that's frequently what happens is that many people say they're going to write about something. I'll give you a negative Yelp review, and nothing happens except for I happen to be able to run media campaigns which take over entire cities. And so what I did was I went home and I wrote an article about how you can see that on Monday, I think this is the campaign, 46,000 people in Des Moines read that article. It caused a big scandal. It triggered an investigation. I was hailed as a local hero, which is not why I did it. I was just trying to help the girl. I would help a man or a woman, or if I see some big guy beating on somebody little, I'm not a fighter. My dad did, however, as a police officer, teach me how to fight so I could defend myself. And so if there's a situation that arises where there's a vulnerable individual being harmed, I will intervene, and I did very well. And so basically this turns into this big viral situation. The whole town is up in arms. The police are now investigating. The scandal is going on. Guess who shows up again in town? Completely unprovoked. He has nothing to do. Here's that criminal record Peter submitted to the court, the one that's not real. There's my arrest photo from when I was addicted, from 15 years ago. This will shed some light. So that's a woman who has, and how did she get all those records? Well, Larry Smithson was the owner of the district bar. This is where the incident occurred. Larry was a nuisance bar owner. Him and his son had been sued after they beat a woman half to death and they left her on the sidewalk. There was a history with this bar owner of injuries towards women. And so what had happened in the bar that night was very similar to what had happened in the past. So, here's Larry Smithson states, well, here it is. There was an altercation between a man and a woman Friday night at the district. I was close, but did not see the very beginning, confirming my story that nobody was watching. I jump out of my chair to pull these guys apart, blah, blah, blah. Matt says he's a famous journalist from all over the country. I said, I do not give a shit who you are, which is what he said. I wasn't actually trying to tell him that from, because I was bragging about myself. I was letting him know that, like I tell everybody, that if you mess with me, you're gonna get a scandal, because that's what I do. And I basically wipe people out that push me around. And there's an entire movie called Social Media Monster about my.
Can you repeat that? You wipe, Mr. Burdick, can you repeat what you said? You wipe people out who what?
I basically run campaigns to expose bad people, and it causes extraordinary public controversy, and it wipes out corruption or bad people. That's what I do for a living. I create scandals.
Okay.
That's my job. I use public controversy and scandal as an act of coercion to cause change for whatever subject. If it's a cancer cluster or say for example, the Columbus prosecutor who has falsely discharged me with crime, or any other person, I have the power to end that person's career. And I'm sorry that I'm that good at what I do, but maybe don't pick a fight with me. And so, basically, he says in this that he's contacted, he said, he didn't even ask for this, someone just contacted me and sent me all this. So what happens is whenever I expose something, like, remember, I'm trying to get a man arrested who beat up a woman here. And this is Peter and his friends showing up in the town and defending the man who beat up the woman. I was also working on a cause to shut down the redevelopment of the DECO Superfund site, a $400 million development. So not only did I help a woman in the town become a local hero, I was also trying to stop a cancer cluster. And Mr. Ross and Diane Diamond and Ernest Halkin and all the witnesses that showed up, they presented the case, they presented to you, to all these people, and they said, we gotta get this mean, nasty fellow, Matthew Burdick. We gotta ruin him. And of course, this was circulated all over the city, and they tried to turn people against me, and I got death threats, and I have copies of those as well, and people tried to kill me, and this was a repeat of the last 3 cities, and so what we're showing is that every time I stand up to fight for a cause, there's this person who shows up. They're only contact directly for the media, and they're sending all kinds of information. Now, at the time, I was producing a documentary, which has never been released because the part of the funding that I had to make the documentary was the money that was destroyed because of the civil stalking protection.
That looks like he's locked up.
Mr. Burdick, can you hear me? If you can hear me, you're frozen.
Order. So one of the things that I had done this is not fully rendered. So one of the things I had done, if you look at the Burbank, California, that'll upload at some point. I had traveled to Burbank, California, and I had gone to the library, and I had interviewed people all over the community to learn about the 7-mile white plume of trichloroethylene in the groundwater. I then produced a film about it, and I publicly released that film to citizens of Los Angeles. It got 50,000 viewers in one day in Burbank to educate them about the vapor intrusion and et cetera. So it's just another example of just more activism. And so eventually, I learned, and this is where we get to some of the stuff that's in the case. Eventually, I learned that when they're redeveloping this Eco Superfund site, there was a real estate development company that was redeveloping it. Well, guess what? They were my landlord, and I realized that my rent was being paid to redevelop a toxic waste site. Now, at the time, I had rented what was the most expensive condo in the city. It was frequently featured in the Des Moines Register as the most lavish and luxurious condo in the city. I had purchased $26,000 in custom furniture. It was, exposed brick, brushed cement, open exposed ceilings, former Mack truck. I bought Chesterfield couches and Pacific Coast lighting, and I custom decorated this. And so, even though I was living my dreams and had the very, very beautiful, beautiful home, I realized that my rent was paying to redevelop the toxic waste site, and so I contacted my company, told them who I was, and I said, as this activist, I can't pay this money to you because it's against what I believe in. And my real estate company, who didn't want any trouble from me and were redeveloping a building on top of the toxic waste site, decided it was in their best interest because they had seen the massive campaign. This was Fred Hubble's company. Hubble ran for governor in Iowa, by the way, a couple years ago. It's the Hubble family in Iowa, the leaders. They're developing this toxic. I decided, well, I'm going to move to another city, and so I unfortunately had to find a condo that matched my furniture, which is the stupidest thing that ever happened to me in my life. I was sad to lose my home. And so I found a condo in St. Joseph, Missouri. And so then I moved to St. Joseph, and now I'm going to refer to evidence, Mr. Myers' testimony and his confirmation of the following facts. I moved to St. Joseph, Missouri. I lived there for approximately 4 to 6 weeks with no drama. I walked up to an IHOP one night. This is 2 months after Des Moines. And there was a man beating up a woman in the parking lot. The second time this happened to me. And I stood there and I just thought in my head, I cannot fucking, pardon my language, I thought in my head, I cannot believe that this is happening again. And then I thought in my head, I'm gonna end up in a strange situation where I lose my home if I stand up for this. I know it. And then in my head, I was also like, I have to help this woman. So according to Mr. Myers' testimony, I went into the IHOP. I attempted to get 3 men to help me because the guy was huge. He would have killed me dead with one punch. And I was also physically, not that I'm afraid of a married guy, but I had to do construction all day long and I wasn't physically okay enough to really fight a guy. And not, I'm saying I would, but, and so basically the 3 men come outside, they start bullying me, he calls me a queer. Now I have been basically publicly with my career in the closet up until this point. And I had mentioned it to certain people in my life, but it was never a public fact that I was a member of the LGBT community. And this man started saying, "Are you a fag?" And I guess in that moment I got sick of being dishonest with everybody, and I just said, you know what, I am. And I finally spoke with my own sexuality, and then so obviously what happened is a repeat of Des Moines. The police didn't investigate the woman being assaulted by the man. And this time I was assaulted, and so then I ran a big campaign, and I did what I did to Des Moines managers. I exposed the police, and that's when Brian Myers stays in Peter's film. That's what I call Peter John Ross. Peter shows up, as every other community, turns a community against me, and we're going to go by St. Joseph evidence. which is, it's under MBVR is the file folder, and then Brian Myers. And what you will see is that much like in Virginia where they had taken photos of my home, Mr. Myers confirms that a man who worked for his political campaign company, by the way, went and took photos of my BMW while I was out of town. They created a fake Facebook account, and they sent me copies of these, and these are sent to me to menace me and threaten me. And at this point, I realized that I could become a victim of violence or robbery. I had a lot of money. The police wouldn't investigate or help me. Obviously, the elected officials are trespassing at my home, and this is now the fifth city where I have been run out of a town for engaging in activism. This is the fifth city where Mr. Ross has shown up and caused madness. Remember, I'm a fraud for saying that I picked the show to Cartoon Network's Adult Swim. That's the foundation of the entire statements. And so I eventually moved away from St. Joseph, Missouri. And so at that point, I had a problem. I wanted to publish this, what happened to me. I had to drive back to Ohio, and I had to go talk to my son, who is 26 years old. My son did not know that I was bisexual. And I had to have a talk with my grown son and explain from out of the closet to him, and very emotional situation. He was initially angry, which is fair. And then he said he didn't care, and he pointed out that he knew people, and he didn't, and then that was it, and he accepted me. My son said, "I love you, Dad," but that's what that incident caused me. And now, in Mr. Ross's movie, it claims that I'm faking being a member of the LGBT community. Mr. Garner on the stand stated that he says I'm faking. So this movie that Peter has put out to the public is essentially doxing my sexuality to the entire world. And I'm very, as a public figure, I'm a really private person, and that's a very personal thing. And a very traumatic thing that I went through that is being published all over all the film festivals and all these people. And now, obviously, even trying to date, that's something that you wouldn't share with someone on the first date. You wouldn't, you would slowly introduce something like that to somebody after they get to know you and care about you. And but I have to have it introduced to them the minute they meet me. And so I am ostracized in dating situations. And I'm judged by people who don't believe that LGBT community, I'm an abomination towards the Lord to half of the country. And obviously, as I travel the country, I go into the South, and I become, there's a lot of bigotry in the South. It causes me to be at risk of being a further victim of more hate crimes. I want to say that I have expressed all this publicly, and Mr. Ross has submitted evidence that he's listening to my public statements, and he's heard all of this. He's heard me say all this before. And there's nothing. And so I'm going to move on now, because that's not something that I wanted to be placed into this court case, and then, of course, later be placed in a movie, because all of this can be used in a movie against me. So not only am I getting dragged into this courtroom for a case that shouldn't be running right now, I am also having a story which is very valuable, which I'm trying to sell as part of a book proposal right now with an entertainment attorney, is being sucked out of me and placed into a court case, and so damaging me, the value of my story, giving Mr. Ross the ability to use all of this and cut and edit it as he sees fit. Mr. Ross has continually used things from this case. So now I want to address the anonymous blogs. So what we've determined is that people Google Matt's name, and that's when they learn the truth. The truth about Matthew Burdick. Now, in this case, the word truth refers to truth as in truther. There is a group of people that say that the Sandy Hook shooting didn't happen. There are a group of people that say that there's vapor trails in the sky. These are truthers. There are people that say that Pizzagate was a big conspiracy and that there's underground Satan sex churches and whatever. And so truthers are people who by nature do not tell the truth. And so what MBVR is a Matthew Burdick truther group. I have gotten to a point in my career where I have my own truther group. You can see when you look at the MBVR folder. Now, what I'm about to share is an email from MBVR. I want to remind you that I have a criminal charges against me are in possession of this email and have been. MBVR has been operating in the United States as an overt cyber group and has been selecting targets all across the country, people perceived to be mentally ill. It makes it easier to discredit them when they find out what we do. We respond to their emails, we write back to them when they contact us. We are relentless and cruel in our response times, and we divide the duties based on whichever shift matches the coast the member lives on. Just when we get them to the brink of what we refer the tipping point, we then contact law enforcement. Just after they have been pushed and pushed and pushed to hit reply, they voluntarily break the law and make threats. It's the perfect crime. They break the law, we report the crime, no one suspects any of us because we are all reputable, important people. We have done this with over 100 victims so far.
I'm sorry,
Innocent victims who break the law are then forced to pay for their crimes as we walk free. No one has any idea how deep this really goes. Investigators not only fail to investigate past the initial investigations, they also help by confirming our version of events. Look how I can tell you all this, and no one will do anything. Now, I want to remind the court that in the state of Ohio,
Mr. Burdick, hold that thought.
Resides.
Mr. Burdick, hang on. Mr. Ross, were you objecting?
no, I needed to know where that was. Where is that? What folder is that under, please?
It's under, I think, the MBVR folder.
Okay.
Gmail forward total confession. It doesn't have a number.
Okay.
Did you find it? Okay.
Found it.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Burdick.
Now, I want to remind the court that, which courts I'm sure fully aware of, we have Mr. Ross, who is engaged with an elected official. Mr. Myers confirmed on the stand that he witnessed this very anonymous email, these anonymous emails. I confirm that. The act of contacting a person with the intent of triggering a violent response is a crime called disorderly conduct in the state of Ohio. Two or more parties engaged in the commission of this crime adds a felony conspiracy component. When a member of the government is involved, it creates an entrapment situation where the government is attempting to implant something in the state of mind of the target. So when Mr. Myers and Mr. Ross and all these people, when I receive these emails and they contact me with the intent of triggering my post-traumatic stress disorder, for which I received numerous hospitalizations for, they are in fact attempting to trigger a violent visceral response from me. And since everybody in this case, all 11 people walked in and they've been dishonest, I will be straight up with the court. This is driving me crazy. these contacts, these 400,000 emails, this relentless destruction of my life and career with lies. For the first time, starting last year, I started experiencing mental health issues again. And I started really struggling with wanting to commit suicide, and so basically being contacted over and over again by these parties. Remember, when Mr. Ross was presenting his case, I said that he had not submitted an entire video, and I asked for the rest of it to be submitted. When I asked you to do that, I was asking for a video of Mr. Ross contacting me close to 700 or 800 times, and me repeatedly saying, "Stop contacting me." That was a piece of evidence which could have proven the allegations I'm making right now. That was why. I wasn't trying to actually discount the evidence. I was trying to include other evidence under rule of evidence.
Right, but
at that moment.
and you can testify to that if you.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying that was.
Okay.
I just want to let you know I wasn't.
Right. Okay.
Now I will say this: I'm not going to confirm or deny any messages that are currently a part of any court case in any state of any place going on right now. That I have gotten angry and told Mr. Ross that if you don't leave me alone, I'm going to kick your ass or something like that. Like that, I've said that I want to point something out that even with all my money, I mean, we all know that people with money can do whatever they want for the most part until they get real serious with the crimes. There were years where I could have just walked into the city and I could have kicked his butt and I could have just paid an attorney to get rid of the charge, and I never went near this guy. That I have a tendency to get angry and have psychotic episodes is a component of my mental health issues. As Mr. Ross states in his email to Warren County officials, he believes I suffer from mental illness. So when he's contacting me, he's aware I suffer from mental health issues. He knows he's bullying a person who has mental health issues, and he doesn't stop. And of course, I tell him, and I also want to point out that once criminal charges were granted against me, he never stopped contacting me. And at one point I said, I just made a joke. I said, I was making fun of Peter. Every time I contact him, he threatens me. And I said, well, don't contact him. Like, that's the great. And then, so that's where I bring you to the fact that why does he have videos of these things? So he started recording on a video, started harassing me, filmed it, got the response that he wanted, edited off everything that he did, and then came into the court with a manipulative piece of evidence, when in reality that piece of evidence shows that he was engaged in the crime of disorderly conduct when he was doing that. And he's aware of this because I have served him with legal notices about his actions. So in a certain way, and I'm sorry for this, I am, believe me, this is something that bothers me a lot. I am a very powerful guy that stands up for what I believe in. At the same time, because of my mental health issues, I'm a very vulnerable person. And so I can be the strongest person in the world when it comes to helping others and standing up to government corruption. And I'm not scared of the FBI and the police. I don't care what anybody does to me. But when it's me and my children and my personal life, I can be unstable. And that's my little personal battle, is trying to stay stable and realizing that, part of my struggle in life is realizing that I do have boundaries, and I mean mental health boundaries, meaning that my own boundaries, meaning that if I allow myself to go too far in an aggressive situation, I am going to become dangerous, and I know that, and I've been hospitalized for that, dangerous myself. So when Mr. Ross contacts me incessantly over and over and over and over again, and it's making me want to commit suicide, and I tell him I have a history of suicide attempts, and he doesn't stop. He is endangering my life. He is if I snap in one of those moments when he's doing this to me, and I take my own life, which I have a very large 10-inch scar on my arm from when somebody did this to me once 15 years ago. And I kill myself as a result of his actions. Mr. Ross knows that this is potential outcome, and he doesn't stop. And having all my money taken away from me, and having my life destroyed, and having this, every accomplishment that I've ever accomplished discredited and wrecked by a group of people who are angry, so this is what happened as a result of experiencing all this intense emotional harm, everything I was going through. I had a therapist named David Brown, who I saw at Portage Path Mental Health, and I saw him for 7 or 8 years when I was in my 20s. Another person that saved my life. And of course, I start having suicidal thoughts. I start wanting to put a gun in my head. I start, because of all this harassment that I'm enduring from Mr. Ross and his movie, and having my sexuality exposed all over the world. And also, part of the film says that I'm a mass murderer and that I'm going to commit a mass shooting. And so what he acknowledges is that he believes that I'm going to snap and I'm going to kill people with an assault rifle. And then acknowledges that I'm mentally ill, but then also acknowledges that he's bullying me, and also knows that I have the risk of snapping, although just hurting myself and not others. I want to point that out. I've never made a threat to harm anybody in it with a machine gun. In fact, I travel the country trying to save lives. So if you pay attention, everything that Peter says is the opposite of reality. So what happens is I contact David Brown. I haven't talked to David in 13, 14 years at this point. David Brown has left Portage Path Behavioral Health. He is now a pastor. He is a Christian pastor in Akron, Ohio. He is working for a church. And under the law, Mr. Brown is allowed to provide pastoral counseling to me as a member of his church, which I became. And so in that way, he knows the history of my mental health issues. He knows I'm a risk. He knows he's trying to help me get over this and find a way for me to cope with the fact that I'm a stalking victim. And you can see the David Brown section. It says David B. Sell. He says, former patient, I met you at the Barber office of Portage Path. He describes the first day we ever met. You can see that over time, he says, I have time for a call the next half hour or so. I can't talk long for today. So he was providing me with consistent pastoral counseling, and which is, again, legal under the law. Again, he's also a trained psychologist, master's degree, etc. He was my therapist. He's really knows more about me than anybody, and he was actually my trauma therapist. And so whenever I would have a suicide attempt, he was the member of my team that would come in and help me recover from the suicide attempt. So Mr. Brown's job as a psychologist was to help me deal with my continued attempts to take my own life in my 20s. And so then Peter is very unhappy with the fact that I'm getting mental health care. Why? Because if I'm stable and I'm not losing my mind all the time and I'm not freaking out 24 hours a day, then he doesn't get any ammo to use against me. He gets a sane, stable guy that looks at me and says, did you know that trichloroethylene has vapor which rises up through the soil and gathers in houses and has the potential to cause various types of cancer? So as an activist, I'm very effective, and I'm pretty good at what I do, by the way. Well, so I posted the text because I wanted Peter to see that I'm seeing a therapist because of what you're doing to me. And this is Peter's page, Nowhere Man. He submitted evidence from this page. He makes a public threat. If someone sends or texts any emails posing as a mental health care professional, those are serious violations of law, even if they are not practicing medicine. Faking being a doctor is a serious violation. Any real doctor has nothing to worry about. If someone posing as their own doctor, they are committing a felony by sending texts or emails, even screenshots of them. So I contacted David because I wanted him to see these posts. And what happens? Well, every time in the past that I've attempted to get a therapist, these posts threatening my therapist license go up on the internet. And it freaks the therapist out because they don't want to become the target of movies, and they don't want to be dragged into films, and they don't want to have MBVR interviews, and they don't want to have their Google results filled with insanity. And so what do? They abandon me. So I have repeatedly attempted to get therapy over and over again to deal with how to deal with Peter's incessant harassment. And whenever I do, Peter just threatens the therapist, and then I lose my therapist. And I want to point out historically what happened here is that I went to their therapy, and then one month later, Peter played his movie and sang just. I had gone to therapy and threatened my therapist publicly. But you can see the emotional response from David.
Mr. Burdick, you're cutting out.
That he's gonna be in trouble.
Mr. Burdick, can you hear me?
David's in his 60s now, and he's a pastor of a church. It doesn't need a public scandal, which takes his job. Evidence. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you were starting to cut out.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. This is David's email to me in response to Peter's threats. I am not a doctor of medicine or psychology. I've never represented myself as such. He's concerned right now that he's going to be thrown in jail for giving me pastoral counseling. I am not currently employed as a therapist or counselor. I left that position in 2010. I'm a pastor at a church, and that role offered limited pastoring. In a previous career, I was a mental health counselor for 20 years. I earned a master's degree in counseling and psychology, worked under the supervision of my psychologist who died from a brain tumor, from brain cancer. And we have had a number of conversations last month. I've tried to be supportive and encourage you to use effective coping skills. And I refer to David as my therapist. I was referring to that used to be my therapist. He says it's not an accurate title anymore. My role, he was limited in listening to offering suggestions. And so up until this moment, David was really helping me, and then he stopped. And again, 1 month later, then Peter put out a movie stating that I will never get help. And so moving on, I'm almost done, by the way. So what has happened to me, and what has happened to me with my Google results, is that there is all these anonymous blogs. And they are, as we heard, people Google my name and they learn all these things about Matthew. You see that criminal record, the one that's not legitimate? They learn that I paid the shows for Trend Network's Adult Swim. They learn he's a fraud, he's not an activist, he's not a filmmaker. They learn all these things about me, and it is harassment towards me, and obviously that harassment is also triggering. I want to point out it's intensely corrosive to me psychologically to be continually bullied for stating facts. And so we're going to go to MBVR anonymous blogs. In my Google results are a series of anonymous blogs. truth. So you can see in the evidence exhibit 508, Inspector General investigation in Los Angeles 3 months ago in the Los Angeles Inspector General's office for falsifying investigation during the Black Lives Matter protest. This photo says, I'm not an activist. This photo right here, exhibit 5086, is me with former Hustler magazine editor Juan Friend. He's the guy on all the behind the musics with the round glasses. Yeah, I was hanging out with Metallica. So Lon and I were friends for many years. He discovered me and we were close, and he's the one that connected me with the Slipknot folks and et cetera, et cetera. And so Lon worked for Larry Flint and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so, but it says faking his life, and then there's a photo of me and Lon. I don't know what that means, but whenever people Google my name, they find these crazy blogs. This one says, man-child admits he's not responsible with money. Now, exhibit 5082, when they Google my name, they're led to this, when they click on the images button, they're led to all this imagery that is posted on the internet about me. And so there is a concept called search engine optimization, and that's when you can use search results oftentimes are not organic, and you can use special programming and tactics to change Google results to your own means. And so what has happened is this MBV group has altered by the use of search engine optimization. And what occurs when people my name is they find all this content, all these blogs, all this diagram of all the regional EPA offices that they instead took it and wrote states where Matt is live. And so then I want to point out that when this court case started, service, I wanted to appear in court. I was excited to appear in court. I'm not happy that I've had 4 months of my life taken over. In the previous court case, I wanted to be here to tell my story. And so I created an email address for it. Gmail.com. I sent an email to Mr. Ross and Miss Robo, and only several hours later, remember Miss Royal and Mr. Ross are the only people that have the email address. You can see in this exhibit that BertPRoss@gmail.com appeared on the blog. See that email address is also listed on there. So I created that email address with the express intent of capturing Mr. Ross as being directly with all the online blog content, and he took the bait, and now that email address is now posted. to play a game. Mr. Ross has made a board game about me, by the way. It described PTSD, images of me homeless. In fact, he walked into your courtroom at the first case and stated he was a victim in fear for his life, and then happily went home and started promoting his board game about me. But so because I keep trying to tell my story over and over again, it never changes the story because since I specifically don't believe what's happening, this is about the creation of an online game spread by MBBR, Matthew Burdick Bingo. So whenever I'm talking, you can use this bingo board and you can place a bingo piece on here. And every time I say something, you get bingo, and I guess you win, I don't know, a free copy of Social Media Monster, I don't know what, but something. So it says, I saved millions of people. I have. I'm sorry if nobody likes that, but I have. Alex and I ran out of money. That's a reference to when we were finally drained financially because of the civil stalking protection order. Don't let your daddy stay homeless. That was when I ended up homeless for 2 years after I lost my home and my son rescued me from the street. I've been in over 2,700 cities. Well, it's 2,800 now. I'm a homeless millionaire. I did have $1 million and did not have a home. That's a fact. Hate crimes for everyone. That's because I keep getting hate crimes getting against me. You violently chased me out of my houses. Well, I have stated that I have been threatened with violence repeatedly and have lost my home. Now I want to point something out about that. Up until 3 months after I lost my home in St. Joseph, I was disabled. It is a federal hate crime called right to housing to take the home of a disabled person. And so under federal law, if you take a disabled person's home for any reason, you have committed a federally regulated hate crime. So I have lost 5 houses, so that's 5 hate crimes committed by a group of people. So then the next one says, Brian Myers hates homos. This is, MBBR, that works. Peter John Ross is a nobody, that is true, and if it wasn't for me, he wouldn't even have an audience. I'll sue you until you yell my name. Yes, I would like to file a lawsuit over this as a litigator. The magistrate might be aware that I have one. James Hetfield knows my struggles. I've talked a lot about how having 2 lives where I have a public figure person and a private person, and that the Matthew Burdick, the public figure, is a different person than the person in my private life. And so I portray this brash activist who is powerful and I'm really strong and I'm going to take down the corruption. And that's not really, it doesn't really show who I am privately, which I'm pretty quiet and solitary, and I read a lot, and I read a lot of government records, and I'm not really this super animated, guy. Like, So then the next one is, my kid is better than yours. My kids are better than yours. I would expect any parent to say that. Mr. Ross doesn't have any kids, and so the fact that I have kids is better. This one right here is very interesting. I want my cat back. So after Mr. Ross was bullying me for many years, I became isolated, and I wouldn't leave my house, and I was alone, and I was experiencing stress. So when I lived in Barstow, and I was experiencing a lot of stress, and I was smoking a lot because and I needed help dealing with PTSD. And so I went and got a kitty, because kitties are great for PTSD. Her name was Bunny. Bunny and I then, over the following several years, traveled to 1,000 cities. Bunny was like my Chewbacca. Bunny at times was my only friend. I know that sounds sad, but when you are a solitary lone person, friends, not that I don't have friends around the country, but sometimes you spend a lot of time alone when you are me, and when you're out here doing what I do. It's a sacrifice. And I had my kitty. So what happens is, after I lose my home in St. Joseph, Missouri, I am I lose all my money. I'm about to be thrown into the street, and I give my kitty to a person to watch her. And I had the intent of rebuilding my life and coming back for my kitty. And if you look at Mr. Ross's evidence, Christine Waltz, the restraining order that she filed, he tried to enter evidence, and Keith Cohen, that restraining order. Christine is the woman that had my cat, and Keith is the man who ended up with my cat. Keith agreed to give my cat back until he met Peter John Ross, and I have never got my kitty back. And so basically, one of Peter's friends has my post-traumatic stress disorder comfort animal right now in their house. And so this little box here says I want my cat back. It's meant to remind me that Peter has essentially my kitty. The next one, Dr. Phil, no, the story is true. The last one is what are these court papers for? What are these court papers for is obviously me being served with frivolous court cases over and over again, frivolous restraining orders, and the abuse towards me. So, moving on from that, now that we've played some bingo, I need 1 second to look at my case. There was the So, Diane Diamond testified in court. Diane Diamond. She showed up in court and we talked about an article that she published about me. So I want to stress something here. Nothing I just presented in this case was presented in Mr. Ross's case. If I had not shown up,
Mr. Burdick, can you hear me? I think we lost the connection again.
Story and all these witnesses
Mr. Burdick.
showed up and I wouldn't have been here.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you. I think we lost you for a second. You were saying that if you had not shown up and been here.
Yeah, if I had not been here, there would be a restraining order against me right now, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because obviously nobody wanted to talk about what was really. So what we learned was that each one of these people came into court and they stated, I'm a victim. He's a mean man that did this to me. And I want to point out that every claim that they made against me happened in 2013. So what they're mad about was 9 years ago. I want to remind the court that 9 years ago I was just a homeless guy and I hadn't had success yet. And so they are, now this is an article that Diane Diamond confirmed in her testimony that is about me. It was released on creators.com and it was sold in a book on the Dr. Oz show, no less, the most reputable guy that lives. And she says, I'm going to read some excerpts from it. And I just want to establish, Miss Diamond states to be a veteran investigative journalist, that she is well-respected in her community. I had worked for Court TV, NBC. I want to scroll down. years ago, the stalker picked an online chat room fight with Emmy-nominated television producer. This is Mr. Ross she's referring to. She says he's also a film professor at Ohio University, which is, again, we're getting to Diane's fact-checking abilities. He's still waging a campaign to discredit the producer and demanding that he be fired for bullying the mentally disabled. I would say, since I'm mentally disabled, that if I did ask for him to be fired, I would be asking, for him to be fired for something he's actually doing. Though I did not ask him to be fired, I just tried to get his Emmy taken away for helping poison a community of babies. So what the point I'm making about Diane's article that has been published all over the world and is used to manipulate everybody is that it's not true. He branded the spew such violent threats. Extra security was hired with heat. The producer got a civil stalking protection order, but it has done very little to slow the madness. There's that 2016 CSPO again. And it says further down, oh, here we go. It says, I could relate the horror stories from this cyber stalking victims across the country into Canada. More on that in a minute. But you get my drift. This is a dangerous man who has left a trail of police reports. In Ohio, West Virginia, California, Indiana, Oregon. This is because Peter, and this is the location of all of these people that testified, are the ones filing the police reports. His alleged crimes include aggravated assaults, public drunkenness, violent domestic abuse, communications harassment, menacing, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Yet he is allowed to remain free. Now, I want to go back through that list. I have never been convicted of any violent or charged with any violent crime. The real only fights I've been in as an adult was the guy that I tried to help save the woman. I also, actually 3 occasions I've been in fights because I was trying to save women. And Your Honor, I know maybe that's not acceptable to get in fights like that, but if there's a woman that's, a guy's doing something to her, I'm gonna fight him. And if the court doesn't like that, I'm sorry, that's who I am. And so, basically, I have not been convicted or charged. I've never been charged with or arrested or accused of public drunkenness. I have no charges of violent domestic disputes, violent domestic excuse. The one telecommunications harassment charge that I have was dismissed when it turned out that the woman demanded drugs for me, my drugs. We were using drugs, and she said, give me drugs, and if you don't, I'm going to turn you into the police, and I wouldn't give her the drugs, so she turned me into the police, and they arrested me with no evidence, and then the charge was dismissed. When it turned out that I didn't have a telephone, she was just retaliating against me because I wouldn't give her drugs. And so that's dismissed, and now it says menacing and possession of drug paraphernalia. So menacing. I was charged with menacing in 2006. A police officer misidentified me, downtown Akron. He beat me half to death, fractured my spine. I have permanent nerve damage in my hands from what he did to me. He beat me with an axe. Two other officers had to pull him off of me. It triggered most of the dormant illnesses that I have right now, and also it caused all kinds of physical, I still have physical issues. After the police rescued me from the police beating me, he took me down into a basement, and he realized he was in trouble. And so he sat there for an hour going through the Ohio Revised Code book, searching for something to charge me with. And he chose aggravated menacing. And the 2 officers that saved he testified on my behalf and stated that didn't happen. So I was falsely charged with a crime after being beaten half to death and having my spine fractured by a police officer. I told that story. Diane knows that story, but so then the next charge is the next charge is possession of drug paraphernalia. In 1996, I was pulled over and they caught me with a pack of rolling papers. I was charged, I was taken to jail, and then when I got to court, the prosecutor said, "Why did you arrest him for this? We repealed this law 6 months ago," and it was dismissed. So the first time that I ever went to jail was a false arrest on a charge that had never been granted. I was charged with telecommunications harassment when I didn't have a phone, and it was dismissed. I was charged with disorderly conduct on 2 occasions because of psychological issues, and they didn't have the mental health courts. And so if you take the dismissed charges out, the time in between the date of my last charge and the one that was issued against me in Columbus, because I'm harassing Peter, remember that, question mark. If you take there's a 22-year period of time where I committed no crimes whatsoever. And yet, here I am, Diane Diamond, famous journalist, circulating this all over the country to other journalists, to anybody who will listen. Peter John Ross, Diane Diamond said this. And so I want to point out that everything in this article is false that she published. And then what she did, you're the magistrate's an attorney. You'll see that my name is not in here anywhere. And so what she did was she intentionally didn't publish my name so it would make it hard for me to file a defamation suit, as we saw in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, how hard it was to prove that her article, which didn't have a name in it. And you'll notice in the MBVR interviews, my name is not in there. That's because they know that they're engaging in defamation and they wanted to avoid a lawsuit, so they didn't write my name. Apparently no one ever told them that defamation laws, even if you refer to somebody, you can still be sued. At the same time, as a litigator herself, the magistrate might understand the scope of the case that I'm presenting right now. If I were to go into a court of law and hire an attorney to prosecute these people and sue, I've had estimates of $100,000 to $300,000 to file this case. Obviously, attorneys generally don't work for free. Sadly, there aren't a lot of idealistic attorneys out there. I think the legal profession wipes attorneys' I know a lot of attorneys, and they say that the practice of law tends to take away the desire to stand up and fight for anything. It shows how injustice is in this world. And so there's just not a lot of attorneys that are willing to get into a fight with Diane Diamond, the woman that exposed the Michael Jackson allegations. Which I would like to add that when you see how much she lies about me, now we wonder, was Michael Jackson really ever guilty? Considering that Diane was the sole source of almost all of those allegations, I feel Mr. Bradford, Mr. Jackson, and his family. Diane Diamond was fired from Court TV, by the way, after the Jackson trial. She essentially pretty much never worked again other than appearing on random television shows. She is known as one of the most disreputable journalists that's ever walked this. And if somebody wanted to research her, they'd be able to do that. And so my position in all of this is that an average citizen in a community who wants to know if they have a toxic waste, and I'm saying here, here's the evidence, and then Peter, Jane, and Diane, and Ernest, and all these people show up and go, oh, hey, here's 78 million pieces of evidence against him, and there's not anybody really that has the time to sit here and see all of this. And so then I'm left basically just living in this world of disinformation, and I'm left living in my car, going from town to town, hoping that yet another person will Google my name, trying to kill me or stalk me, or And then again, we now go to the results of having this stuff in my Google. So in 2020, March 9th, I am walking down a street in Gilroy, California, and I'm going to a Safeway, and I'm going to cash a Western Union. I'm homeless. I'm destitute. I'm homeless. I have lung infections. I am sick. I have been awake for 20 solid hours walking. I have blisters all over my feet. My mother wanted to help me get off the street, and she said, "What can I do to help you not be homeless anymore?" And I said, "If you can send me $300, I can get a hospital room with that, and I can try to get a job." And I said, "I can try to get a job." And so I go to a Safeway, and I try to cash the Western Union, and the girl starts giving me a hard time because I'm homeless, which is what people do to homeless people. You know, homeless people aren't allowed in the grocery store, and they're not allowed to be treated like human beings. And if you have a backpack, you're not allowed in this business, and you become a discrimination victim. And so I basically, as a disabled person in the state of California, there is a law called the Unruh Civil Rights Act, and I started that, and I said, in the state of California, it is violation of civil rights to judge somebody based on appearance, and you're discriminating against me, and I don't appreciate it. Now, there was no yelling, there was no argument, there was no all this, and I said, I just said, "Please film my Western Union so that I can just get a place to not have to sleep on a sidewalk tonight." And so she refuses, and I asked for a manager because I knew the manager could reopen the Western Union. He came out, and I said I would like to leave a letter for the head manager about this discrimination incident. And so remember, under the I was just denied service based against California law, and I wanted to report that to the Safeway, and because I don't like discrimination, I don't like being told I can't be a customer somewhere. I mean, considering my activism career and every little contribution I've made to society, I should be able to cash a Western Union. I know that sounds outlandish, but that's what I wanted. So I wrote a note to the manager, and I walked away. And I walked about 3 blocks when the police pulled up to me. "Matthew Burdick." And he said, "Is your name Matthew Burdick?" And I said,
Sorry,
"Yes."
where's...
"Give a warrant."
I need to...
Let's get in the back of the police station.
Mr. Burdick, where did you pull that exhibit from?
Oh, this is, I just uploaded it. It's from the main. It's on the main. No, it's on the main, like if you go to MBVR, it's the newest piece.
What's the title of that?
This is the police call I obtained this public records. This is the document that the police sent me about how they ended up arresting me. He's been in the store since 8 o'clock.
Did you find it, Mr. Ross?
They're trying to help him.
We're good, go ahead. Please proceed.
You wrote an ask.
Sorry.
Okay.
So basically what he states is he Googled my name and found all kinds of weird arrests. And the police came, and what happened is they took me to jail. They didn't check my ID. And they took me to the Santa Clara County Jail, where I sat there for 12 hours wondering why I had a warrant. And until they finally realized that when the police basically had Googled my name as well. They fell for the internet scam. They arrested me. They believed that I had a warrant because of the time in the internet it was printed that I had a warrant. I didn't. And so what happens is they got into the system. They fingerprinted me. I've never been charged with a crime in California, never been arrested. They didn't find my fingerprints in the system. They didn't find any charges for me, but they just found a guy who was 10 years older than me that had a similar name and gave me his warrant and then took me to jail for 12 hours with someone else. So I spent 12 hours in jail because the Safeway employees and the police Googled my name and found all these anonymous blogs and decided I had a warrant, and they fell for it. And I spent 12 entire hours in a jail cell until the intake people, the medical people at the Santa Clara County Jail, realized that I wasn't the right guy, and then I was released. And then both of the officers were subsequently investigated, and the one was fired and another was demoted. So the reason I'm telling this story is I want to point out that Mr. Ross has made a movie where he purports to be defending police, and he talks about good cops and how he's sticking up for these good police officers, and Mr. Hopkins, a police officer. But as a result of this smear campaign, these two police officers, one of them lost their job over this. So the question is, like, I'm being subject to false arrests. Like, this is, we have one dead sheriff in Virginia, and we have police fired. But Mr. Ross, I thought he was protecting the police. Seems like in reality, he's causing these massive incidents in these communities, and then, as I can show, he then later shows up as an unbiased documentary filmmaker and says, I'm here to tell the story of Matthew Burdick. What did he do to you? And he doesn't reveal that it's him and his friends that are the ones that caused all of the madness to begin with. And so I want to, at this time, I want to point something out really important. This is conspiracy against rights. I have a First Amendment protected right to engage in activism. That would subsequently explain why every person came into court in a coached manner and said, I'm not a filmmaker, activist, and journalist. Or they believe that if they think that I'm not an activist, journalist, and filmmaker, then they're not violating my civil rights. I think they believe that for some reason, that they can just arbitrarily determine reality for the rest of the world and due to the overabundance of all this evidence, people frequently fall for it. And I think that in reality, I'm actually fighting very real causes with very real people. And I can show you, like, for example, Exhibit 5108, which is on the main page. And again, I'm requesting that Mr. Ross make no contact, and the judge order no contact to any of these people that I'm presenting. Sometime last year, I uncovered evidence that there is, that the Canadian government, the Nuclear Regulatory Agency, is lying to the Canadian citizens about the harmful states that uranium mill tailings cause kidney disease and all these things. And so I was confused why the U.S. government states that the uranium is bad for people, but the Canadian government was telling people they were just fine and they were healthy. And so when I uncovered this evidence, I approached numerous activists in Canada. And this is Kathleen Cooper. She is an attorney. She runs a law firm which sues polluters, and in Canada specifically. And I just asked her, I said, hey, look at this evidence I found in the United States that the Canadian Regulatory Agency is lying to the public. Is this a scandal? And Ms. Cooper took my information, and she forwarded it to activists all over Canada. There's 23,000 cleanups in Canada, and there's groups all over Canada, environmental activists such as myself, that are fighting over this uranium mill tailings contamination. In Canada, what happened is they, instead of burying the toxic waste, they just distributed the uranium mill tailings into people's front yards. And so they just threw the uranium all over the country. And so the entire, like your front yard in Canada has uranium, enriched uranium, U-235 in your front yard. The Canadian government is saying it's not harmful. Yet they're also doing $4 billion in cleanups at the same time, acknowledging that it's harmful. So they're lying. Ms. Cooper takes my information, sends it to activists all over Canada. She says the executive director of the organization, he's not wrong, including the health effects, et cetera, et cetera. She referred me to other activists. She connected me to a woman named Faye Moore, who is the key, like she's like a Canadian Aaron Brockovich. And Faye and I became friends over the years and over the Port Hope contamination. And so I have this cause going on right now where I'm working with citizens in Canada to expose that the Canadian government is lying to them about the uranium. And so that's one of my causes I have going on right now currently, which of course is stonewalled. What happened is that when they sent my information out to all the activists all over Canada, a lot of them said, oh wow, an activist, let's Google him. And as a result, only a few people wrote back, and my ability to help the citizens in Canada, including mothers and children, which are consuming and eating uranium out of their gardens. They were deterred from wanting to work with me. In fact, almost everybody on the planet is afraid to work with me because they're afraid they're going to become a target of this insane thing that I'm experiencing. And so I am left out here alone. And thankfully, I have been skillful and resourceful enough to change the way I conduct activism so that I can still do it. And so, for example, when I went to Burbank and I made the film, I needed to know about trichloroethylene. Now, I'm the kind of person that contacts scientists, experts. Bill Shu, PhD, is a trichloroethylene expert who I met and worked with for, I call him Lily and Philly. We use code names for scientists I work with. Bill Shu was a guy that I worked with. What's that?
Nobody said anything. Go ahead.
Okay, so basically, Bill Shu states in his email, okay, you're an activist, and so a PhD level scientist says, well, in a position of shy away. Most people in my position would shy away from talking to you. He says, I want people to be able to understand and interpret science appropriately. And so Mr. Shu gave me a PhD level education in trichloroethylene and subslab vapor intrusion, subsurface vapor intrusion, plume depth, the chemistry, the way that the vapor intrusion mitigation, deep restrictions. And so consistently across my career, I've worked with hundreds of scientists like this, and they have all taken the time to educate me. And I do this behind the scenes because it's really none of anybody's business rolling. I don't want to roll a bunch of scientists under the bus. See, the reason Bill Shu at the time didn't want to be involved publicly with me is because I'm speaking out against the EPA corruption. Bill Shu works for an EPA contractor. And so the next time that Bill's firm goes to apply for federal funding for a government contract, if they find out that he worked with me, it could limit his ability to obtain a federal contract. And so essentially these are scientists that are coming to me with information. He states, I'll do this as long as you can keep it off the record. Says, however, given that you're an activist and journalist, I would like one ground rule. Our discussion is all off the record. So more often than not, when I deal with scientists, they don't want me to publish or say anything about what they say. And I've respected that for years. And because I've not published these things at their request, it's given Mr. Ross the leeway to accuse me of being a fraud. It's saying I never worked with scientists. If we refer back to his email that he sent saying that he has no experience with scientists in Warren County, this of course shows that he was not being honest when he stated that. He's talking about the cause in Moab where I exposed a cancer cluster because he was going to help me with that. So what happened over the years is the reason that people so crazily fell for all this stuff is because there was an overwhelming abundance of evidence out there. And so for a period of time, these anonymous blogs ran, and there were 36 separate WordPress blogs. And they had a total of 8,000 harassing posts that were ran 24 hours a day, 365 days or 7 days a week, these blogs ran. And in the troll screen grabs file here, I have included 2,370 of the harassing blog posts that they put up. Now there were 90,000 total. What happened is that each post is filled with triggering and alarming content. There's images of Mr. Ross assaulting me. There's commentary about my children. Every one of these blogs, I'm going to randomly click one. Every one of these blogs contains a triggering and alarming post, something that if I viewed it, it would trigger me. And what happened is I was forced to view the content because I was documenting it for a lawsuit. I was going to sue them. And so because I was documenting it for a lawsuit, it caused a situation where I was forced to continually view this triggering and alarming content. And so it caused me to be triggered 24 hours a day. So every day I would have to sit down for an hour and document the harassing blogs. That means I would have to look at them. Well, they knew this. And so they were publishing triggering and harassing content. And this was triggering me. So I became so frustrated as I called Alex, my business partner. And I said, Alex, could you do me a favor? Could you develop some software that could download all these blogs without having me to look at the abusive content? And that way we can use technology to mitigate this psychological attack that's being used on me. Alex said, yeah, that's a great idea. And he developed software which went to the blogs and downloaded all the posts and content. And this file, Troll Screen Grabs, is the data output for these blogs. So we use technology to beat this abusive campaign. And you can just go through these and stuff about my mom posted here. Anyway, you can see that in my inbox, exhibit 2114, this is what my inbox looked like. I was being contacted because I was subscribed to the blogs and they were running 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. That meant that my inbox was being inundated with notifications because they were publishing new blogs. And so it had the effect of making my phone and my laptop ding. So in my living room, you could stare at my laptop and it would go ding, 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 ding. And because I was trying to document it, and I was trying to keep track of it, I was forced to look at it. So that's important very specifically because what they were doing is a concept that's used on the internet. And it's when you pick a target and you target them and you post, you intentionally post content which inflicts emotional harm. This is not just me that's been targeted like this. Many people have been targeted like this. It's when somebody knows that something hurts your feelings and they post it just to make you hurt. So, Mr. Ross posted this on his own fan page, and I'm sharing it. In 2020, Facebook employees filed a lawsuit because they were forced to view triggering and alarming content, and they won $45 million, and the lawsuit confirmed that viewing triggering and alarming content can trigger PTSD. Now let's remember, I already have PTSD. So the intent of these blogs being posted was essentially to psychologically torture me and keep me unstable. As we saw, MBVR is an overt group that targets people and tries to get them to respond. And so what I've been trying to talk about for many years is the fact that they are targeting people like this, and that this is a concept, and it's something relatively new in society, has never enjoyed investigation by investigative journalists. However, multiple people in the last 2 years have gone to federal prison for doing it to other people. And so federal courts are now realizing this type of stalking and harassment is a federal felony, and these people are doing, getting 5 and 6 years in prison for running campaigns like this. In my case, it's an elected official, and it's a journalist and a former police officer. So when I tried to go to police, first of all, and my dad is, again, a police officer, when I go to police, they just look at me like I'm crazy because they don't know anything about it. Second of all, this Blue Lives Matter stuff, they see Ernest Halkin and go, I'm not charging that cop with a crime. He's a cop. He's a good cop. I listen to these interviews and look, you don't lie about making a show for Adult Swim. So basically what's happening to me is I'm the victim of a massive felony scheme to trigger and incite harassment. And I have been trying to go to the police about this for many years, and I have been trying to get someone to listen to me for many years, but nobody's ever looked at the evidence. In fact, this is the first time ever that I have ever pulled all of this evidence out and showed it to anybody. No police agency has ever been willing to look at it before. The Columbus prosecutor's office has a lot of this evidence because I sent it to them. They know. And they knew all the way back to 2016 that this is what was happening. So just for some perspective on these criminal charges, Dave Fox moved in emails in 2016. He witnessed a lot of this, and he has copies of a lot of this in his inbox, and he knew I was being targeted like this. And the prosecutor's office knew I was being targeted like this before they filed the charges against me. They knew that Myers was involved. They knew there was an elected official. They knew there was an entrapment scheme going on. Obviously, I've only presented a tip of the iceberg of evidence here. I have 700,000 pieces of evidence, which it took me a long time. And I have basically almost lost my mind trying to document this over the years because it really is happening. And so my concern, I guess, with this civil stalking protection order is that I'm the victim. And even if I had, Ayla Ryan stated on the stand, I tried to apologize to her, and she said, mental health is no excuse, right? And I agree, and that's why I went to get mental health help. Because I didn't think that me getting angry and snapping and having all those issues was even appropriate for me. That's not acceptable in my life. It's embarrassing to me that I have responded in that way, and but there is a moment with any person who experiences mental health issues that they are no longer in control. And then the question I have, Mr. Roth keeps telling everybody I'm a mass murderer, and what scares me about this is that he keeps trying to tell everybody I'm going to snap and commit a mass shooting, and I keep telling everybody I'm snapping, and I'm curious. I mean, this is a hypothetical question, and I've asked it before. If you found a person who you believed was going to snap and commit a mass murder, would you do all of this to them? So what if, for example, I hadn't gotten treatment for PTSD and I was targeted like this, and I just snapped one day and say I had a tendency to harm others instead of myself? And of course, they have targeted 100 people like this, as they state. What if one of these people just snaps and takes an assault rifle and kills 37 people at a school? And Peter John Ross in his movie says, well, not him, but one of the characters in the movie says, yet when he steps up and finally commits that mass shooting, we're going to step up and say, we warned everybody. But my argument is, if that were true, wouldn't it have been them that caused the shooting? And so what seems like to me, and I'm not trying to get into some crazy, I already know this is all crazy, but it seems like to me that there's, like, what are they trying to do here? Like, what is the mission? So I'm supposed to be bullied 365 days a year. It doesn't matter if I get help. They threaten my therapist, and when I finally do snap and either I get hurt, they have got the bad guy who was trying to educate the public about toxic waste. Like, the attacks on my environmental work are blatantly obvious. That's all it is. Yeah, when you watch the movie Social Media Monster, there is no mention that I'm an environmental activist in that film. There's nothing about, no piece of any evidence of my environmental career is in that film. It says I'm an internet troll. And so, I think the biggest thing, and I just want to establish this for the court, what has scared me the most about this is the sociopathy of this, is that I have acknowledged on numerous occasions that I have, that I deal with these mental health issues and I need to be left alone. And so the reason that I have been able to travel to 2,800 cities, and you'll find no police reports really in 2,800 cities, you'll see that I was able to travel the country peacefully. You'll see that if you look at my website, you'll see all the steak dinners that I had and all the fine dining I did. In reality, my travels across the country have been very peaceful, and most of my experiences with most Americans around the country have been positive. And I enjoy I'm sitting at the top of a mountain right now looking at, I'm in a very beautiful place right now. Even if I'm living in my car, I'm, as the magistrate said, in a prettier place than everybody else. I have a very charmed, good life without, even with this guy doing all this stuff to me, I live a very interesting and very comfortable, I have crafted my life in a way where I can enjoy myself and things of that nature. And so, but what happens is that from time to time I run into a bad person and they'll try to pick a fight with me, and what do? I walk away. I learned that. So I don't get arrested anymore. I don't have incidents anymore because I became a mature person. I learned how to accept my limitations. I learned that if I push too far, I become a guy nobody wants to meet. People see examples of that. I can become a really nasty guy if people push me too far. And it's a self-defense mechanism. I'm an animal that's been beaten mercilessly and responds to torture with absolute vicious responses because I'm trying to protect myself, because the person that's targeting me is threatening to kill me, essentially by triggering me and almost risking my life by doing so. But I can't escape Peter John Ross. Everywhere I go, if I say my name, Matthew Burdick, they Google it. Next thing you know, oh, you lied about that show for Cartoon Network's Adult Swim, and I'm just like, and then I just leave town and I go to the next town and try to start over. And I can stay somewhere for a certain period of time. I can't talk about myself. I can't say my name to anybody. I have to live in a way where I'm isolated. I can't really have friends. Most people don't understand my life or career. It's very different. And, and then eventually someone gets my name and they think they've uncovered some scandal. They write to Peter, like that lady in Flint did. Peter instructs them to don't tell him, just watch him. And so Peter places citizen informants in my life. And then I never know who to trust because obviously I know all of this is happening, but I've also developed pretty thick skin. And so part of me is just like, What are you gonna do, make a blog? Like, what are you gonna make a movie? You're gonna throw me in a jail cell? Like, you know, Franklin County wants to place me in a jail cell for harassing Mr. Ross, that's what they say. And I think that's an interesting punishment because I think that that would be a lot more square footage than I would normally have. I would get to get a shower every day, and I would have 3 free meals. I would get to eat 3 times a day, and I would have friends. And I don't understand how that's a punishment for me. Because where I live now, I haven't had a shower in 2 weeks. Showers are $15 a piece at truck stops. And obviously Mr. Ross published all this stuff about my business and wrecked it, so I'm struggling financially right now. So I haven't been clean for 2 weeks, and so you're gonna put me in jail. And I get to take a shower every day, that's a punishment? And you're gonna put me in jail and I get to eat 3 times, not just once every day? And then when I wake up, I don't hit my head on the ceiling? And that's my punishment because I'm harassing Peter?
Okay, Mr. Burdick.
I have a grandson.
Yeah, I understand Mr. Burdick is getting let's just take a minute. Okay. We've been going for 3 hours now. Okay, so are you almost done with your direct testimony? Sir?
I have one more thing to present.
Okay.
Mr. Ross took 4 hours, so we're 1 hour shorter than him.
Well,
right
but
now.
you've got to remember that was including your cross-examination.
Well, I didn't bring 11 witnesses.
Right. What I'm saying is that, yeah, you've gotten equal time to present direct. Go ahead.
So I won't, again, if I'm allowed to continue, I had about 5 more minutes.
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
Please, go ahead, sir.
so in closing, basically what occurred here is Mr. Spears came into court and he demanded proof. I talked about the burning babies of Marso. Mr. Ross stated that he didn't make that video, and Garner said he did, so we caught him lying about that. And basically, Scott said, I'd like to see some proof. And I realized, well, wait a minute, I do have proof. I can just ask the people. So at that time, you'll see in the Barstow, California, I put up a post and I said, can I maybe send me pictures of blisters and rashes you're getting from the water? And a couple people sent me photos. Women came forward with their stories. You can see them in here. I started a group called Barstow Water Blisters and Rashes. And 70 people have come forward so far with the same issues. And I contacted the Lohain Regional Water Board and the U.S. Geological Survey because they do the water and stuff. I contacted the Cal EPA and the San Marino Public Health. All of them have written back and they're working to, after 7 years, open an investigation into what is now being called the next big water scandal in Barstow. And so I just want to point out that all these years that Peter said that I was a fraud and that I was contacting the Emmy committee and I was lying, this entire community is here. And Mr. Heffley is here to testify. And Mr. Heffley is from Barstow. Mr. Heffley, I want to point out, I initially called him as a hostile witness. We have been at each other's throats for many years because he runs a competing activism.
Mr. Burdick, I can't, are you still testifying? Because if you're trying to present Mr. Heffley's testimony now, Mr. Ross first gets to cross-examine you.
Oh, I was trying to present a witness, but you have to be listening to me talking.
What I was saying is it sounded to me like you were about ready to present him as a witness. My point is that we have to go in order here. Right now, you're the witness testifying. Mr. Ross will get to cross-examine you, then you can call witnesses.
Oh, okay, go ahead, dear. Ask away.
Okay, so you're done. All right, cross-examination.
You want to take a break first?
I'd like to.
Okay.
Want to take a 10-minute break?
We'll take 10 minutes and then we'll proceed with cross-examination. The call's going to remain connected because I don't want to lose you, okay? Just so everybody's clear. Okay.
I apologize for the length of the case.
Oh, no, that's okay. I had a morning
Well, I
docket.
mean, it's been going on 10 years, 365 days a year, and so I just compressed 10 years into 3 hours. You didn't
Yeah,
even
good
see
point.
like 1/1000th of what's been done to me.
I know you said you had over 700,000 documents. I heard your testimony. Okay, is everybody?
Can you bring up my laptop by chance so they can be seen by him? I'll refer to some.
You know what? I think we had this problem last time. Do you remember how you fixed it?
Might
because
have to
He just went, right, because I remember it was an easy
That's what I
fix.
did before.
Your Honor, I haven't seen any evidence that he wants to present.
I think it was the evidence he previously, hang on, it's the same evidence he previously submitted.
That, and there's a couple of things from the past 2 days.
Shoot. Okay,
Well, it would have been easier if he would have deleted all of it and we could have just left it posted, but I don't have anything to hide though, so.
I'm trying to, give me 1 second. I think the IT guy said he's still here till 5, so let me.
Which also, I can't actually see that screen.
We're working on that now.
I don't care what you ask me at this point, ask whatever you want. But are you gonna ask questions or what?
Yeah, I'm going to start now. I believe you already stated this, but just for clarification, do you believe that you're the victim as we stand here today?
Say that again slowly.
Do you believe that you're the victim as we stand here today? Yes or no, please?
Yes, absolutely.
Have you ever created an account, sent emails, or made social media posts using a name other than Matthew Burdick?
Well, yes, of course, I worked under multiple names and
What are the names you've used, sir?
sorry, this is acting crazy now. It's connecting and unconnecting and
Okay, we can hear you just fine.
my whole, the answer to the question was yes, I've worked under multiple names in the entertainment industry. I have used different names, yes, correct.
The question I asked was, have you ever created an account, sent emails, or made social media posts using a name other than Matthew Burdick? Yes or no, please?
Well, yeah, so sure.
What are those names you've used, sir?
I couldn't, I used, well, I worked as Matthew Kane, Matthew Allen, Matthew Burdick, I don't know.
All right. Do you consider yourself a journalist, yes or no?
Yes,
And do you write articles on your current websites, matthewburdick.biz, toxicwastesites.org, and dailyindependentjournal.com?
occasionally, yes.
One of the things that you've claimed has caused damage to your causes and prevented you from saving lives is being called a con man, a scammer, and a fraud. Is that correct?
Yes, that has caused damage to me, yes.
Do you believe that someone stating allegations about being a con man, a scammer, and a fraud is done with the intent to cause emotional distress?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe that's the sole intent.
Sole intent? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, I believe that the intent is specifically to trigger me and to cause emotional distress. Absolutely.
Objection, move to strike anything that wasn't affirmative or denial. Do you currently have a section on your website, matthewburdick.biz, labeled Peter John Ross, con man, scammer, fraud?
Yes.
So by your own admission, you did that with malicious intent to cause me to feel emotional distress. Would that be fair to say?
That was a compound question, Your Honor.
All right. He asked, by your own admission, the use of those words was intent to cause emotional distress? Were you intending?
To inflict emotional harm when I stated facts about you? No.
But you just said it was the sole intent when someone would state those things about someone, correct?
I said your sole intent, not everybody's sole intent, yours.
Do you consider that section of your site to be journalism or activism?
I would say it's more activism than journalism.
Have you ever filed a police report against me for murder or stalking or harassment?
I have to repeat that, you're breaking up, I'm sorry.
Have you ever filed a police report against me for murder, stalking, or harassment? Yes or no, please.
That is the compound question. Please itemize the question, not ask.
Okay, he wants you to separate.
Answer yes to things that are.
Have you ever filed a police report against me for murder?
No.
Have you ever filed a police report against me for stalking?
Yes.
In what city and state did you file that police report?
Very specifically San Luis Obispo with the San Luis Obispo Sheriff, Ian Parkinson. And then subsequently hold on, I have a list, with Portland, Oregon Police. I filed another report in Urbandale, Iowa several years earlier. I filed a report in Beaverton, Oregon in 2012. So yes, I have filed multiple reports in multiple cities.
And have any criminal charges resulted from those?
No, there's been no investigation.
Have you ever filed a restraining order, CSPO, or any kind of protective order against me?
I attempted to, but it was unsuccessful.
In what city or state did you file that or attempt to file it?
Akron, Ohio.
Did you appear before a magistrate or a judge in that?
No, I was charged with a crime in Columbus and that blocked me from finalizing the filing.
Objection, move to strike anything that wasn't yes or no.
Overruled.
You stated that you filed a police report in San Luis Obispo, California. Do you know approximately when that was? Do you know approximately when that was?
It was 5 days after the bulldozer article, so that would have been, was that February? I don't remember when, or January, but I approached the officer about it in December initially.
Yeah, I'm going to bring up Exhibit 45. These are texts that I received on about January 23rd from your phone number, I believe. It says here that on January 23rd, it says you spoke with the grand jury today. Do you see that there?
I can't know. It's not on my screen.
His screen looks like, if you look at the, I think that's what he's seeing. Does he have to?
But I did, in fact,
Wait, that's his-
You're correct.
You did speak with the grand jury in San Luis Obispo, California.
Yes, I have the emails.
You were speaking to them as a witness?
Actually, it was Dan Dow that contacted them, and he was circulating your film to explain why he wasn't guilty of committing a crime.
And you met with the
Prosecutor.
and you met with the San Luis Obispo grand jury as a witness?
I need you to say that again.
Did you meet with the grand jury as a witness?
I can't, I'm sorry, Peter, I can't, if you're breaking up, I apologize.
Did you meet with the San Luis Obispo County grand jury as a witness to a case?
I reported a crime committed by Dan Dow, the prosecutor, that involved your film.
To the grand jury, yes or no?
Yes, to the grand jury, very specifically.
Okay, I'm going to bring up Exhibit 48. These are emails that I received from Terry O'Farrell on Friday, January 21st. It says here,
Your Honor,
Yes.
Your Honor, I haven't seen this evidence, and I have my emails, and if I had known that he was going to present this, I would have the copies of the emails in evidence right now to show.
Well, you just forwarded emails, I mean, your evidence today, correct?
yeah.
Well, I can forward the emails to the grand jury to the magistrate if you'd like to see them from Dan Dow.
Okay, I can keep the record open so you can forward the responsive emails, but go ahead, Mr. Ross.
In this first email from on Friday, January 21st, the first email says, I am trying to reach Peter John Ross. I am looking for information about Matthew Burdick. Would you please call me at the number listed below? This is from Chief Terry O'Farrell of the Bureau of Investigations in San Luis Obispo, California, District Attorney Office. After we spoke on the phone, he sent this follow-up email that said, thank you, Peter. To be clear, our office is not investigating you or any other persons related to Matthew Burdick complaints. I am not aware of any other agency, including the grand jury, conducting an investigation. So, Mr. Burdick, I'll ask again, did you meet with the grand jury in San Luis Obispo?
Okay, and so since the evidence is open, yes, absolutely, I did speak with the grand jury in San Luis Obispo. Mr. O'Farrell is one of the people that's under investigation.
Do you know approximately what date you met with the grand jury? Was it January 22nd or 23rd?
I communicated them with them via email. I will send a copy of the email to the magistrate. I'm not lying.
So,
Mr. O'Farrell, however, is subject to litigation over this right now currently, and you're doing a great job, so keep asking questions.
so you're now stating you didn't meet with the grand jury in person, you only sent them emails, is that correct?
Myself and Dan Dow both communicated with the grand jury, correct, by email.
But you never met with them in person?
I don't recall, I don't, not as far as I'm aware, but that doesn't mean, however, that I'm not going to meet with them because there are investigations going on right now into Dan Dow, O'Farrell, various things, and so I'm not going to say that I'm not going to meet with them, especially now with this brilliant evidence you're putting into the court record to use against them.
I'm going to play Exhibit 47. It's a snippets of Twitter videos by Mr. Burdick. Sorry, I'll have to keep going back and forth.
I say a lot of things on Twitter.
Restraining orders. This is from January 23rd.
I spoke with the SLO County Grand Jury today, and I have a court appearance for restraining orders and other things on Monday.
Did you?
Against the member of the.
Did you file for a restraining order on that Monday, January 24th?
I was unable to, and also other people got involved in the situation and it became unnecessary.
Okay.
It's Peter John Ross's 50th birthday. Happy birthday, Peter. I got you a gift. The police report number that I filed is in the title of this video. So I'm going to tell the story of this police report, and this is my gift for Peter John Ross. So what happens is
Was that still Exhibit 47?
This is from another Twitter video on January 24th of 2022.
Your Honor, he's not asking me questions.
I'm about to ask you a question.
Okay, he is about to now.
So did you have a police report with the number Q2010037?
Do I have the copy of the police report?
Yes.
No, I have emails confirming it, but they never sent me a copy. I requested it.
Okay, because I submit to you that in the emails, I mean, how do you explain the discrepancy that no one in the county has a copy of a police report with that number? No police agency.
I could, since we are open for evidence sufficient continually, I would say that they're lying to you, and I can show that.
So you do have a police report with that number?
Yes, that's why Peter filed this case to retaliate against me for going to the police. I absolutely do have a police report number.
Okay.
They won't give it to me.
Have you ever accused the police of trying to frame you for a crime?
Have I ever tried to frame you for a crime?
No, sir. Have you ever accused the police of trying to frame you for a crime?
I have never tried to frame you for a crime.
No, he's-
I only reported the crimes you've committed.
That wasn't his question. He asked, have you ever accused the police of trying to frame you, sir, Mr. Burdick, for a crime?
Oh, yeah. My evidence shows that as well in the Jennifer McDonald interview. Absolutely. Yes, 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 yes.
Okay, I'm going to play for you another video.
Over and over again. From city to city. Yes, 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 yes.
Okay, we got it. Thank you.
Okay. You've stated that you suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you received that diagnosis, were you being treated for mental illness?
Yes.
Were you seeing this doctor, I believe it was in Baltimore, regularly, or was it from a single session that she came up with the diagnosis of PTSD?
It was after I was a victim of the James Holmes massacre, and it was in Virginia.
Okay. And how long were you in treatment with that doctor? How many sessions did you have?
I had multiple sessions with her over several days. I was a resident at a homeless shelter in Virginia. She was a psychologist, and she worked with me for several days while I was in the shelter and diagnosed me with post-traumatic stress disorder. Yes, in Virginia that occurred, not in Baltimore.
Okay. Did this doctor make you aware that psychotic breaks from reality are a symptom of PTSD?
Can you say that again, please? I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
Okay. Did this doctor make you aware that psychotic breaks from reality are a symptom of PTSD?
Yeah, but I admitted that I've had some suicide attempts and had breaks with reality, correct, as a result of your harassment.
Did the doctor explain to you that extreme paranoia is a symptom of PTSD?
I don't think that attributing mental health to my actual situations in my activism career is relevant.
Objection. Did this doctor explain to you that extreme paranoia...
You're trying to portray me as crazy for telling my story. I understand.
I don't think that's what he's doing, but sir, you have interjected your mental health struggles and issues as part of your case. So this line of questioning is relevant. Go ahead, sir.
Yes or no? Did the doctor explain to you that extreme paranoia is a symptom of PTSD?
No, and I don't experience that. She did not explain that.
Are you currently collecting Social Security disability for a mental illness?
No, I lost my disability 3 years ago.
Are you currently in regular treatment or taking any medications for your mental health?
There is no, as far as I'm aware, PTSD is treated with dialectical behavioral therapy and not medication traditionally. So no, I'm not taking any medication.
Are you in regular treatment for your mental health?
Well, I attempted to, but if you stop threatening my therapist, I probably would be.
Do you believe that mental illness is an excuse for legal consequences for your actions?
If somebody triggers me and I lose control, no, I do not believe at that point that I am capable of deciding what is right or wrong. I believe that's the problem with me, is that I have a risk of losing control, and I've established that like about 50,000 times over the last 10 years, and you tell me I'm faking.
You stated that you've been engaged in activism in Barstow and Hinckley, California recently, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're not trolling anyone?
Yes.
And you would say that you're not trolling anyone?
No, absolutely not.
I'm going to bring up Exhibit 96. These are tweets just from the last
Monitoring
10 days.
me in Barstow. Being monitored.
Hi, my name is Ron Heffley. I'm a member of the Hinckley Uranium Contamination Scam Club and Truck Wash. And what I'd like to tell you about is the sacred underground nuclear test that occurred underneath of Ridgecrest up there, by that military base.
Another video.
Hi there, Ron Heffley from Ron Heffley's Hinckley Uranium Contamination Scam Club and Truck Wash here, 1895, only today. And I want to tell you about a con man, fraud, scammer named Matthew Burdick. Now, this man has a history of frauds, cons, scams, and bamboozles that he's done put out on the internet.
So Ron Heffley is demanding to be called as a witness in Columbus, Ohio. He wants to come to court and he wants to tell the magistrate of MBVR. The film was about the people of Hinckley. I just want to clarify that because Ron Heffley has stated I was attempting to impersonate people in Hinckley when I wasn't. And it never occurred to me that some brainless idiot would come along and accuse me of impersonating people in a town, to the point that he went and created a site called The Real People of Hinckley because he's just out of his mind and makes things up in his head and doesn't allow people to think anything they want to think and believes that he's in control of the universe. Him and Peter John Ross are very similar people. Kind of odd, wouldn't you think, that a man named
Ron Heffley
would refer the entire community of Barstow to a group of people that he never met in his life, has no familiarity with them, as he claims, yet somehow that group of people he's referring them to are the same people that all testified in this case.
Do you consider those videos to be activism?
No, that's called comedy writing, Peter. I made stuff for Adult Swim. Those are called comedy. But satire and parody.
But you can understand how someone like Ron Heffley or the general public might consider that trolling, though, correct?
No, not really, because it's just parody. I talked to Ron about it. I don't know how he feels about it. He didn't say anything.
You think that it's just parody to call him a brainless idiot and mocking the way people in areas speak?
Say that again.
Would you consider it trolling to mock the way people like him speak in that area?
They don't speak like that in that area. That's the joke. There is no accent in Barstow, Peter. It's California, not Alabama.
Do you consider yourself a violent person?
Not really, no. I mean, I have, again, I've stood up for ladies.
Have you ever made violent threats towards other people?
Say that again?
Have you ever made violent threats towards other people?
I said that I've gotten angry and threatened people before, yes.
I'm going to play Exhibit 34.
Well, the question is why is this guy talking about how my structure of my daughter, like basically someone doing this talking about my daughter, they should probably have their ass beat. That's what I think. Like if he was in real life right now and he was saying this stuff to me, I would have already dropped it. I just want to be clear. I'm not the kind of person to where you're going to run your mouth at me. You're not going to get a fist in your mouth if you're being inappropriate. Like I'm an older person. I grew up in a time where you run your mouth and, and you get punched if you fucking run your mouth too much, right? So he did too, and he knows that, but he's on the internet. And so he's saying all these really inappropriate things, but if he was standing in front of me, honestly, I just want to be straight up, I would have knocked him out already, flat, cold. That's it. So...
Mr.
a nice little
what year was that?
ring right here, man. Leave a skeleton in his fucking forehead permanently.
It's dated 2019.
That was 2019. Speaking to Adam Rorda.
So 3 years ago after I lost my home, correct?
It was from 2019.
So I lost, so it was 3 years, it was after I lost my home, correct?
I have no idea if you had lost your home or if you voluntarily left it, Mr. Burdick. The final thing
I mean, if I have
Okay, well,
my school,
Mr. Burdick, unfortunately, he's the one getting to ask questions right now. Go ahead, Mr. Burdick.
final thing you stated at the hearing on June 2nd was you requested for the court to ask me not to post about the hearing. Is that correct?
I'm so sorry that I'm sorry, I have the best connection. Can you say that again?
One of the final things you said at the June 2nd hearing was you had requested the court not to ask me not to post about the proceedings. Is that correct?
I can't hear you again.
Okay, I'll ask again. Yeah, that connection is pretty bad. Well, wait a second and see if you can hear me.
Go ahead. It says, I'm getting notices. It says that my internet connection is unstable. That's the sign I'm getting on my thing. Go ahead, try. Just go ahead.
One of the last things we spoke about at the June 2nd hearing was you'd asked this court to order me not to speak about the hearing. Is that correct?
Yeah, and there was no determination made about that.
Well, you did ask, correct?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. It was to avoid taking witnesses specifically.
I'm gonna play Exhibit 99.
Your Honor, what is the relevance of
This court case.
I don't know. I'll see where he's going with it.
Some of these videos are from yesterday.
This court case is kind of fun. With Peter John Ross continually posting evidence of his own guilt, I mean, simply this entire affair is going to be dismissed based on Peter's own actions. And if he would have stopped these actions during the case, he can't cry that he's a victim when he loses as a result. There's a concept called dirty hands, and this man has the dirtiest hands imaginable. I mean, in a certain way, I'm sitting out here with these videos and creating with no other intent than manipulating the outcomes of what Peter John Ross does, because he is a predictable idiot and he has never changed. You know, I only recorded all these videos during this court case just to get him to act in a way that I needed him to act so that I could turn around and present my case effectively. And so largely I'm entirely in control of this situation. The magistrate needs to know that this case in of itself can't possibly take away my rights to conduct activism, journalism, or filmmaking. And if I want to stand up and fight to get Scott Spears fired, and I want to stand up to make sure Peter John Ross stops interfering with causes, and if I want to stand up to fight to make sure all these people are publicly exposed, I have a First Amendment protected right to do so. And, you know, it's not my fault my audience is bigger than Peter's. This civil stalking protection order is just a temper tantrum on his part. And it doesn't matter. One of the first things I'm going to open up with is that the outcome of this case doesn't matter. And until somebody stops him, until a loud, powerful public campaign to expose him in Columbus, Ohio is run, and the world fights back against him, he's not going to stop. He's not going to stop until he experiences some kind of consequences, maybe never working again, or being publicly shamed, or any number of things, because we know that no matter what is said, no matter what evidence is presented, no matter what, you know, what argument is presented to him, science, facts, and it doesn't matter. And so that's the biggest part of my presentation, is pointing out that the case, ultimately what happens doesn't matter, because Mr. Ross will rewrite the series of events. He'll find a way to make himself a victim again. He will not stop. I've said that a million times. Peter John Ross will not stop. He is obsessed. He is obviously got something deeply wrong with the way that he processes reality. He's the biggest monster that I've ever met, and it's going to end one way or another. It's going to end. You know, and what happens to Peter, I've said it before, I just don't care. I just literally do not care.
A little bit of that was in reference to the videos played previously on June 2nd, where you spoke that your campaigns have the power to cause people to potentially kill me. Is that correct?
After you help kill the sheriff, you know. Now, that being said, I have the right to publish anything I want, and I can't be held liable for any consequences. And if you have made yourself my vocal opponent, you have placed yourself in public, and that's that. So if you experience consequences as a result of your own actions, then you are responsible for what happens as a result, not me. And stop pumping all this crap out into society. And if you weren't doing that, I wouldn't have anything to publish. The court can't take away my first
Objection. I asked a yes or no question.
You want created civil rights, federal civil rights matter that goes to the Supreme Court. Go right ahead.
Okay, that's his response. I understand what you're saying, but,
Civil rights, period.
That's fine.
okay.
You stated in that video that the singular reason you created these videos was to manipulate me. Is that what you said in the video?
I can't. I mean, you just played back a lot of my closing arguments, but I don't know exactly what you just said because you're breaking up.
I'll ask again. You stated in the one video that you singularly created those videos to manipulate me. Is that correct?
Yes, to get you to dump out certain pieces of evidence that I need. You're very predictable, and so I said that because you can't stop doing that, and so whenever I talk about something that hurts me, you keep posting it. That can hurt me, and I can also at the same time use that against you. You are if I say that putting up a picture of a banana hurts my feelings, you will post 5,000 pictures of a banana. And that way I can cause you to engage in the abusive behavior I'm accusing you of. That's you doing that. All you have to do is just stop. That's it. You don't have to be, no one's controlling you, no one's making you post photos of bananas. Like, that's you doing that. So if I say, Peter, a banana triggers me, you post 5,000 pictures of bananas and it triggers me. And you know you're doing that. And you hear me say that and you don't stop.
Did you post?
Okay, Mr. Burdick, you answered his question. Next question, please.
Making me crazy.
Did you post my witness list publicly on Twitter?
Yes.
On May 4th? I'm going to bring it up as Exhibit 80. So you posted this witness list, correct?
I don't recall any magistrate's order saying I couldn't.
And in this tweet, you tagged Diane Diamond so that she would get a notification of this post. Is that correct?
No, I just tagged it so people could see who I was talking about.
But if someone's tagged, they do get a notice. Is that correct?
If their notifications are on, but she doesn't seem to have her notifications on.
How would you know that, sir?
Because she never responded. She used to in the past.
You stated on the hearing on June 2nd that you had trouble finding and having consistent internet connectivity. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, that's true.
And we started about 15 minutes late on that date because you had trouble finding internet. Is that correct?
I don't know how late it was. I did everything I could to make that happen.
Did you record a Twitter live broadcast at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, less than 2 hours before the start of the hearing, talking about the hearing?
Yeah, on my cellular connection, but not on the Wi-Fi that I was not able to use.
You also stated you didn't really have time to prepare in the few weeks between the April 14th pre-hearing and the June 2nd hearing. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I only uploaded a couple of things today, though.
Okay. About
Days it was then.
how many Twitter live videos do you make in an average week, would you estimate?
I don't know. I just record it whenever I feel like talking.
Okay. Would it surprise you to learn that you made over 90 live Twitter broadcasts between the April 14th after the hearing until the morning of June 2nd?
No, and I don't. I don't know. I mean, I just record things. I didn't know that there was a rule that's saying how many I was allowed to make or not, or.
The total runtime of these videos is 20 hours, 23 minutes, and 33 seconds. Does that sound about right to you?
I do record quite a bit of public narratives about various things. Yes, that sounds right.
Could you have spent those same hours preparing your case or working to get an attorney?
Actually, I can talk and do things at the same time. And what you may not realize is that I would get off of work and I would just record something real quick, or I'd go to lunch and I would record something real quick. So we're talking little intervals of time here. I'm very busy trying to work a hard labor job because my business was shut down. And so I record videos maybe like when I'm going to bed, and so no, not in particular, I couldn't really contact an attorney at 2 o'clock in the morning. So, I mean, preparing my case was ready to go. I said that, you're not playing that video right now where I said my case was ready to go, and it was. I just had internet issues, and it's common knowledge that sometimes people experience internet issues when traveling.
Okay. Do you visit my personal social media pages?
Occasionally to document things for future court cases, yes.
About how many times a week would you estimate you visit my personal pages?
I make a habit to try to ignore it because of all the abusive content, but maybe once a day so I can document things.
Okay. In Mr. Spears' testimony, he stated he had no interest in your alleged activism during his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes, I'm not shocked.
Are you aware that Mr. Spears is employed by The Ohio State University?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You recall during Mr. Spears' testimony him referencing a tweet you made with a recording of my Facebook post?
Yeah, I believe so.
I'm going to bring it up. It's this video right here. Your tweet states, OSU Scott Spears continues to make disturbing comments about killing and eating babies on Facebook. Is that what you wrote? And you tagged WOSU and WOSU News?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. And that was in reference to...
He asked if you were going to eat babies on your pizza.
I was about to bring that up. So that was in response to, I believe, this Facebook post of mine about a pizza with burnt cheese. I'll give you that. Right here is Scott Spears' reply. It says, but how many babies did you put on the pizza? Could you please tell me where it says anything about killing and eating babies, sir?
I would assume if you would eat them, they would die.
Can you show me where it says anything about eating the babies?
Well, they're on pizza. We eat pizza.
So you contacted Ohio State to claim that he was talking about killing and eating babies, but he never actually said anything about killing and eating babies. Is that correct?
That's not correct. He made a joke about babies, which was something he's been doing for the last 10 years about the burning babies apart, so that's what I contacted him about.
I'll rephrase the question. You stated that he talked about killing and eating babies, but he never used the words killing or eating babies. Is that correct?
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could put them on pizza for fun, so they could play, put pepperonis on themselves, you know, kids are babies.
Okay. On what website did we first...
Hot cheese is great for babies, right? Putting babies on molten hot cheese is always great fun.
On what website did we first encounter each other on, Mr. Burdick?
I'm sorry you broke up.
It's okay. On what website did we first encounter each other on? You referenced in your testimony it was an indie film site. Was it indietalk.com?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Do you know what... Can you recall anything about the topic that was posted where I first replied to you?
I'm sorry, there's a motorcycle passing. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, I
Was it the site indietalk.com?
oh, yes, yes.
And I believe the topic title was, I never thought this would happen to me. Was that the name of the post you had made?
Yes, correct.
What name were you going by at that time?
I was going under Matthew Allen, I believe, which was my first name and middle name. That's what I used for that show.
Okay. The post actually is done by a Taylor Hanasick. Was that your actual username at the time?
My aunt wrote a book about my great grandfather who was a notorious drifter, and in that book, my name was Taylor Hanachek. She had to change the name for legal reasons.
Okay. So, but these posts were made by Taylor Hanasick, correct?
It's Hanachek.
Hanachek. I apologize. So that's another name you went by. I'm going to add that to the list. Taylor Hanachek.
That was a joke. Thank you, Mr. Police Officer. It's a reference to a book that was written about my family.
That's okay.
And I did not go by that name. I needed a name and I thought it was funny and I just referenced it. Not everything is a conspiracy. Believe it or not.
Mr. Ross, what exhibit did you have pulled up, please?
That was 78.
Thank you.
And did you leave me a voicemail shortly after that?
Did I what?
Did you leave me a voicemail shortly after that?
Yes, and you posted it on YouTube to harass me like you had done many others. It was a thing called When Filmmakers Attack. It was a series that you were running and it admitted into your evidence in particular.
Play that. It's Exhibit 82.
First saved voice message. Sent Wednesday, May 30th at 9:14 a.m. from phone number 50333611176.
Peter John Ross, Matt Allen here, Matt Allen Kane, Wayward Traveler. It's interesting. I was looking at your site here. I'm from Akron. 50 miles, what is that, 50, 60 miles from you? I'm not sure. It's been a while since I drove to Columbus to get some Cincinnati chili, down 70. But, you've chosen to question my credibility in public, and I'd like you to have the balls to call me back and question my credibility, man to man. Because at this point, what I'm going to do, your comments constitute libel. That's when you say something bad about someone in writing that's not true. Pretty much you can give me a call back, or I'm going to sue your fucking balls off today. All right? Have a good one. Bye.
And this was 2012, right?
Correct.
So 10 years ago this occurred.
Yep. And you emailed me shortly after that as Matthew Kane. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
But you did have an email account and sent emails as the name Matthew Kane in general?
When I changed my name to Matthew Kane after that.
Okay.
For public purposes, and I had an email address that was that trouble remembering. I mean, after everything that I've been through, I'm lucky that I could remember my own case, or that I'm even alive to be able to present it in particular.
All right. Are you aware that I have cats?
Yes, you started posting them on your page after my cat was stolen.
And you were aware that this past fall that one of my cats, Lorenzo, had become sick with liver failure? Is that correct?
Was I aware your cat was sick?
Yes.
Yes, I became aware of that when my friend told me.
And did you know that I had to run an emergency GoFundMe campaign to raise money to save my kitty's life?
Yes, I was aware. My friend told me about it. Dan, who you speak to, my friend, that my best friend that you contact constantly, he told me about it.
I'm going to play Exhibit 53, which is a Twitter video from November 21st.
Blows all of his money, then puts up a campaign saying he doesn't have any money left. And wants someone to help his cat. Which he didn't spend all of that money on the cat, by the way. GoFundMe has contacted me and said they're opening an investigation and they're going to demand that he prove that he spent every penny of that money on the cat, or he's going to be forced to return the money and everybody's going to get their donations back. There is a provision in the contract with GoFundMe that says that you are required to spend every penny that you receive on the stated cause, and if a party can prove that even one penny wasn't spent on what they stated, then the rest of that money needs to be returned to the parties that donated it. So I got a contact from GoFundMe yesterday because I reported his campaign. I sent them all kinds of evidence of him flying all over the country and plane tickets and him bragging about buying drones. And I demonstrated to GoFundMe that he is not broke, that he's got a film studio. I sent them pictures of his cameras. I sent them pictures of his film studio. He couldn't even sell a piece of equipment to save his cat. What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit couldn't sell one piece of gear to save his fucking cat. What a piece of fucking shit. And you know, his cats are dying too, and I have a feeling that he's doing something to these cats to make them sick. Because he wants sympathy. Like Munchausen by proxy, you know, where you cause another being or animal to get sick, and then you then become the victim because you have to support that sick person. It's called Munchausen by proxy, and I suspect that Peter is doing things to his animals to hurt them so that he can turn around and claim that he's some kind of victim. I have a strong suspicion that that's what he's doing. Or that the cat was never sick and he just needed money because he blew it all on this stupid film. I do not believe for 1 second that the cat was sick. I don't believe that he spent all $3,200 or whatever he raised on that cat. I don't believe that for 1 second. Not 1 second, and neither should anyone else.
You tagged me in that tweet, correct? You used my Twitter handle?
I think I wanted to show people who you were, yes.
Okay, Mr. Burdick. You stated in the video that I did not spend all the money on my cat, so how much did my vet bills cost, Mr. Burdick?
I said I had.
That is not what you stated, sir. In the video you stated, I did not spend that. You said it in a definitive manner, sir. Okay, then how much did I spend on the vet bill, sir?
I just questioned why care. I believe that you should have prepared for that.
Did you know that I drained my savings account, my checking account, and maxed all of my credit cards by the end of the second of 5 days of emergency vet care? Yes or no, please?
No, and I don't care.
Do you believe that it would or would not have caused me a great deal of emotional distress if you succeeded in getting GoFundMe to take the donations back?
Well, it may have, but again, I don't care. I shouldn't.
Do you believe?
I've 10 years of my life being psychologically tortured by you, I don't care.
Do you believe that was an act of journalism or activism to contact GoFundMe?
Yes, I had a valid suspicion that you were scamming, and I did in fact contact them because I believe that you have the ability to, you could have sold your cameras, a number of your gear like I had to, and you could have not ran a GoFundMe and then contacted my friends and asked them to donate to you as well, which he did. You contacted my best friend and got him to give you $20 for your damn cat.
I never actually asked him to donate. He did that on his own.
Well,
Regardless, let's move on, please.
And he felt
let's move on, please.
Okay, next question.
You have on occasion mentioned that you've worked with an Emmy winner, is that correct?
She turned out to not be. She was a staff writer, correct, Jacqueline?
Do you think an Emmy award would be,
She told me she was an Emmy winner, and then it turned out later she was not being honest, and she was a staff writer, and so she didn't really win an Emmy, but she wrote for Modern Family, and that won an Emmy, and so she was working on an Emmy-winning show, yes.
and you think an Emmy award would be important to a filmmaker or television producer? Yes or no?
And say that again?
Winning an Emmy or being nominated for an Emmy would be important to a filmmaker or a TV producer or writer, correct?
Primetime Emmy, yes, like she was working on not a local Emmy, and maybe in Los Angeles you have a local Emmy, you get laughed at. I just want to point that out. Local Emmys are worthless in LA.
Did you ever email I believe you mentioned this already, but you said you had contacted the Ohio Valley Emmy Committee about me and my nominations for regional Emmy Awards, is that correct?
That and other matters unrelated to you, yes.
Okay, I'm going to play Exhibit 85. It's another Twitter Live
I
video.
never made threats towards the Emmy committee. No one even knows if they actually hired security. Peter didn't even show up for the event. Like I wrote, second of all, when I wrote to the Emmy committee, I was also writing to them about the fucking methane issue that was going on in Ashland, Kentucky. Like the reason that I picked them, the Emmy committee, to write to is because most of the voting members for the Ohio Valley Emmy Committee are journalists who cover that particular part of the country and would talk about the methane plume.
So in that video, you stated that you contacted the Emmy Committee about the methane issue in Ashland, Kentucky. Does that sound right?
Yeah, loosely, that's kind of what I did.
So you personally wrote to the Emmy Committee, not so much about me, but more about the Ashland, Kentucky methane issue. Is that what you're stating?
No, I wrote to them about you. I was angry that you poisoned the whole town full of babies. But at the same time, I contacted members of the Emmy Committee individually about the methane spill in Ashland, Kentucky.
Okay.
Because a lot of I contacted, like, I would look at the different voting members and I would see, oh, that's a journalist in Louisville, I'm going to contact them. So I contacted various voting members of the Emmy Committee to encourage them to write about the methane spill in Ashland, Kentucky, where my daughter was born.
Okay. Well, you stated in the video that you sent that to the Emmy Committee, correct? To the Emmys themselves. You talked about Ashland, Kentucky, and you also talked to them about me allegedly killing babies. Was that correct?
It was paraphrasing, I believe. I do that a lot in my videos because I'm not making statements in court when I make those videos. I'm just talking for therapeutic reasons. You're nitpicking at things that I say for, maybe I might not fully express myself in a video because I'm just talking, because I use that as a form of therapy for myself. I talk through what I'm going through. I would have a therapist, but somebody threatened him and I don't have one anymore. So I use Twitter videos to sort of talk out and again, I don't have any Twitter followers and nobody's listening to them but you anyway, so why does it matter?
I'm going to bring up Exhibit 18, and we're going to go start with page 23.
Your Honor, we're presenting a case here, and we're not asking questions. And
No,
I have to bring it up to be able to ask you the question,
he's
sir.
cross-examining you.
On July 23rd, 2015, sent to Sherry Housley with the Ohio Valley Emmys from Matthew Burdick, matthew.a.burdick@gmail. It says, okay then, apparently I need to publicly disrupt your entire award ceremony and hold each member of the Emmy Committee publicly and personally responsible for nominating a cyber predator for an Emmy and intentionally and directly ignoring what is happening, which make your staff a part of the ongoing cycle of abuse. Did you send that email, sir?
I don't remember. This is what year?
That was from 2015. But more recently, in 2017.
8 years, you're asking about 8 years ago.
Okay. Also, it states here from 2017, it says, we will be running public education campaigns and filing formal requests to hold a protest outside of the 2017 Emmys. Did you send that email, sir?
I recall telling them that I was going to hold a protest within my First Amendment rights. I remember that, yes.
It also says here, if Peter does happen to win an Emmy, we have a public education campaign plan using targeted social media campaigns directed at every member of the Emmy committee in the country. Did you send that email, sir?
Yeah, I do recall telling that. That is how I fight. In particular, that's how I engage in my constitutionally protected activity.
Okay. There's one other really important one in here that I wanted to make sure I talked about.
It seemed like you would not want to hurt babies and I wouldn't have anything to say, right? It almost seems like to me that you keep doing things and getting consequences and you don't acknowledge what you're doing.
You stated in the video, sir, that you don't know if I attended the event. Is that correct?
I remember you writing something stating that you didn't go. That's all I remember. It was your words.
Okay. And you also stated that you didn't even know if they hired additional security?
No, I didn't know that, and they never confirmed that. And
Here is an email on
my adult swim show that we can't really trust anything you say.
Here on July 30th, 2015 is the email received from Sherry Housley stating, this is the email that prompted us to add a full security detail to our event. We considered it more of a direct threat, as did the police department and Keeneland Security. And also, you do realize that the reason I did not attend the Emmys that one year was specifically because you threatened to be there. Do you understand that, sir?
I have a right to protest an Emmy, and if you're too afraid to show up at your own protest, that's not really my problem.
Also, all of the emails you've just acknowledged.
You gain some courage and stop fighting on the internet with people who show up. You know what I mean? Like, I've never hurt you, I've never harmed you in any way, and so why?
Objection, Your Honor.
I was dangerous and was convicted of assault.
Fine.
That IN article and scammed them into believing they were in danger. That wasn't me, that was you.
Okay.
You're not showing your
All right.
dedication
You've
to them.
answered his question. Next question.
So, Mr. Burdick, you do realize that you have just acknowledged that almost all of the emails you sent were actually sent by a user account calling themselves Ron Ronson and claimed not to be Matthew Burdick. Are you stating now on the record that you are Ron Ronson?
No, I'm not stating that. I don't even know what I can't.
Those emails were in the packet you downloaded on June 1st, sir. It's Exhibit 18. You have had them for
I
weeks.
don't even know. I mean, arguably, you could have just copied my email and created that email address and sent them. Like, I don't know what you're looking at.
That's fine. I'm going to state under oath that these are legitimate emails.
No way. Ron Ronson, Your Honor, wasn't everybody that. I use code names for different people that work for me so Peter won't harass them. The cameraman, his nickname was Ron Ronson. And of course, there is an account of harassing me called Ron Ronson, which I will submit into evidence. I've got 42,000 emails from Ron Ronson harassing
Thank
me
you.
as well.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Burdick. Next question.
Have you ever emailed any film festivals regarding myself personally or the documentary Social Media Monster? Yes or no, please.
Yes, I've contacted film festivals about the racism scandal. Yes.
I'll bring up Exhibit 17B. You've also stated publicly that with film festivals, you only send one polite, non-confrontational email. Is that what you've stated publicly, sir?
Yes, to most of them. In particular, I know that there's one that are your friends who were you who attempted a setup, yes, I'm aware of that too. I don't contact them at all now because I realize that they're all fake festivals anyway, and there's no point in contacting them.
That gets to my next question. So, do you consider any of the festivals that have been submitted to be legitimate festivals? Yes or no?
There's two of
I'm sorry, you have to repeat that. You were breaking up pretty bad.
the rest, I believe, are just online scams.
Okay, which two festivals did you say were legitimate?
I believe that two, I have evidence that many of the other ones are. What's that?
Which two festivals? You were breaking up. We didn't hear a lot of that. I apologize. Which two festivals did you say? Did you say that two were legitimate? Or could you just restate that, your answer, please?
Oh, there's a couple that I believe that are people that are credible. I believe that the rest, according to Hollywood Reporter, are pseudo festivals, and there's a big article about that. And I believe that I have emails from Sundance which state that one of them's fake completely, and you continue to use their laurels after you learned it was fake. And so, again, these are all online accounts. I don't know,
Okay. So you mentioned the Hollywood
articles from Hollywood Report.
Okay, so you mentioned the article from Hollywood Reporter. How many festivals that were named in that article has the film been submitted to?
I don't know. There's 13,000 film festivals on Film Freeway.
Okay, but they didn't mention.
All of them were fraudulent.
How many of the 8 that were mentioned in the article has the film been submitted to?
I don't recall.
0. The answer is 0.
But that doesn't really mean anything because they were writing about the concept of pseudo festivals in general, and they named several, which is what a journalist would do. They would give a couple examples, but they wouldn't provide an entire list of every fake film festival. That's unreasonable.
Do you believe that any of the awards the film has won have been legitimate?
No. I think you scammed everybody, and I think that you don't deserve any awards whatsoever, and that you are not being honest in your film.
If these are pseudo festivals, as you state, and not legitimate, does it make sense why you're contacting them to ask that they remove the fake awards?
I didn't know in the beginning that they were pseudo festivals until I discovered the concept of pseudo festivals, and then I stopped contacting them because I realized you're just a scammer. And there was no point. I was wasting my time. Even when you had your awards revoked, you continue to use the laurels anyway. So why does it matter? You don't care that you made a movie saying I'm faking being a member of the LGBT community. Neither do they. Great.
Have you told any film festivals that I am personally a racist?
You are a racist, yeah.
I'm going to play Exhibit 17A.
I didn't say yes, I told them that.
Hi, my name is Matthew Bird.
Well, then I'll ask that again, sir. Have you told a single film festival that I am a racist, personally? Not the film, me personally.
I have told anybody who would listen on the face of the planet that you and the film are both racist. Yes.
I am the subject of the Peter John Ross film, Social Media Monster. I just learned that was the name of the film last night. He's hiding the name of the film. It's submitting it to film festivals, but also hiding the name of the festival so that I don't have any chance to submit any evidence or speak to anybody associated with these festivals. And so this is incredibly deceptive behavior. I don't care if he's your brand. So if you can give me a call, my number is 424-202-0477. Not like he says, I'm not threatening anybody. I'm not threatening lawsuits. I just am trying to reach out to somebody and get to the bottom of what just went on last night. Thank you. Bye. Hi, this is Matthew Burdick again. I believe absolutely 100% that you have participated in this atrocious act against me, and I believe that you did it willfully and knowingly. I believe that you knew this documentary was false. I believe that you knew that it was funded by police. I believe that you know absolutely 100% that Brian Myers, the councilman that appears in, was the subject of a national blackface scandal, and that the film is attacking my organization, which is trying to help African Americans. It's already been exposed on ProPublica as a political smear campaign. And so I think it's absolutely atrocious that you would purport to be a member of the entertainment industry and you would support this racist film. So while you may believe that I don't have any credibility or reputability, and since you've decided to not act like a reasonable person and just talk to me about this, I'm going to go ahead and use my resources here in Los Angeles. I'm going to reach out to the Tellys. I'm going to reach out to the Emmy Committee. I'm going to reach out to everybody that's within the authority of the Ohio Valley filmmaking system, and I'm going to make sure that you answer for what you've done. You may think that you're not going to answer. You may think I'm nobody. You could be fooled by this film and thinking I'm a troll, but not everybody falls for it. And so I am absolutely going to make sure that you're held accountable for this. This is ridiculous. This is about the lives of African Americans. This is about my organization trying to educate them about the 500 toxic waste sites that are within 1 mile of public housing. This is about Peter John Ross attacking those efforts for years, and there being evidence of him destroying environmental causes all over the country. There's another side to this story. And so I'm going to make sure that it gets out. And I believe that you should be held publicly accountable for this. If you are not going to act in a reputable or credible manner and you're going to look the other way, I think that public outcry, I think that letting all these award committees know what you're up to and what you've participated in is the only thing that's going to force you to re-examine what you've done and how you're supporting and enabling this man who is an absolute 100% racist. I don't care how well you know him. I have evidence that would open your eyes. That's why you won't call me. You don't want to see facts. You don't want to see what really happened and what this man's really doing. And I assure you, at every other film festival that's featured this unvetted, biased, racist, police-funded attack against me, I'm going to make sure the world hears this story. This is absurd. And you should be ashamed of yourself.
Yes. Your Honor, these are all matters that involve LLC. So I'm curious as to why the LLC business matters are being addressed in this case. I thought this was not.
Did you state during that you could prove to them that I was a racist and that you stated that I factually was a racist personally? Is that what you, okay. That's why it's brought up and less about the film. Have you continued to contact that particular film festival with additional voicemails and texts?
I'm sure you know. Proof that a black friend to show why you're not next. Which is why you have the recordings, and eventually I realized that you set me up because you were creating content for a film, and so I just do you, and it doesn't matter, it's pointless to fight. You are surrounded by scummy people in Ohio, that's all I can say, man.
Do you think that losing a job would cause a person to feel emotional distress?
I would hope that it would cause you to feel emotional will stress very specific. And you would realize that you need to stop attacking environmental causes or we wouldn't have this fight.
Exhibit 19. Did you write this review of Groove U?
I am beyond the point of caring.
I present to you, this is a review. Did you write this review of Groove U? Have you ever been a student or a parent of a student that attended the school Groove U?
Your Honor, why is reviewing a film for Social Media Monster LLC relevant to this?
This is not about that. This is a review.
Mr. Ross representing an LLC right now in court.
We're talking about.
I do think it's intertwined a little bit, so I'll give him some leeway. I gave you a lot of leeway.
We've moved on from the film, sir. We're talking about this review. This is Exhibit 19. Did you write this 1-star review of Groove U?
Did I write a 1-star review
Of Groove U.
film read?
No, we're not.
That's faking being gay.
No, we're not.
I believe I did it. I don't know if that's it or not.
No, we're not talking about the film.
Already didn't give it 5 stars, Peter. I'm sorry. I didn't like it. If you had done a better job, not a good film.
We weren't discussing the film, Mr. Burdick.
What is Groove U? I don't even know what we're talking about.
We'll get to that in a second. I'll address it here.
Okay.
Were you aware, Mr. Burdick, that I worked for a time for Groove U? No?
Happening here. I don't know. What year was this?
I believe it was 2018. It's Exhibit 19.
Remember you working for a company like that? I mean, we have been going at it back and forth for 10 years, and you're asking me if we've been going at it for 10 years, and yes, we have. That's correct.
Okay, I'm asking specifically, did you write a review?
You are contributing to this battle just as much as I have, and we are both responsible for this stupid argument, which you keep going for 10 years.
I'm asking.
Drop it and move on with your life. We wouldn't have a problem right now. Get therapy.
Mr. Burdick, did you write a 1-star review of Groove U?
I don't know.
Okay, he doesn't recall. That's his response. He doesn't
That's
know.
fine.
Okay.
Then we're going to move on.
Yep.
Have you ever sent texts posing as someone else other than yourself?
You've accused me of doing that.
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Burdick. Have you sent emails posing as someone else? Yes or no, please.
I don't know. I mean, if you're saying, did I use my other screen name and send an email? Yes, sure, I certainly did that.
I'm being
Did I use
specific.
code words for various compliance scientists? Let me answer the question. Did I use code words for various employees and scientists? Yes. I have used other names to protect everybody from you. Yes.
What are the names of your employees, sir?
I don't recall at this time. It's been 10 years and a lot of people.
Okay. My specific question this time was, have you sent texts posing as someone else?
I don't recall if I did that. I don't know.
Okay.
As far as I'm aware, I have not. I know that I received texts from somebody that was sending texts from you to me. Like, I don't know what text you're referring to. I know that
I will be very specific then.
I know that I received text about you talking about raping my 13-year-old daughter and had to report it to the Child Protective Services in West Virginia.
Mr. Burdick, that's not responsive to his question. Just answer
I'll
his
make it more
question.
specific. During the questioning of witness Daryl Moore, when I brought up these texts in Exhibit 16 on page 23, you denied that you sent these. Is that correct? From phone number 424-372-4810. You don't remember if you stated that in the testimony? Then I'll ask again. Did you send these texts to Daryl Moore?
I didn't confirm. I went to him, the Fifth Amendment, so I don't incriminate myself, since he stated that there's a police investigation.
All right.
Have I contacted people attempting to defend myself? Sure.
The question was, have you attempted to defend yourself by pretending to be someone other than yourself, Mr. Burdick? Yes or no?
No, I was not. I was not the other party that texted him. That's what you're asking, because he said that.
That's specifically what I'm asking.
Texted him, and I was not me.
Okay, that was specifically what I was asking about, was the second phone number.
I don't know who that was. So I would love to find it out.
Well, they seem to have intimate knowledge about your text conversation with Mr. Moore.
He said that a second phone number contacted him, and it was not me.
Yes, it's somebody claiming to be a Los Angeles filmmaker.
He was on the internet.
They claim that they got the screenshots from you.
I know.
Mr. Moore at the time had not sent these to anyone else, and this person is claiming that I was subject of a felony investigation in San Luis Obispo. They seem to have a lot of information that only you would have. So the question I have for you is, did you send any screenshots of your text conversation with Mr. Moore to anyone else?
Can I respond?
Yes.
I talked about the situation of Twitter, as you already put in the record. I'm aware that there are journalists involved and filmmakers, and not a lot of people agree with what you're doing. I don't know who the other would love to interview.
Who are the journalists that are observing that don't agree with me? Can you give me their names, please?
No.
What about any of the filmmakers that you just referenced? Can you give me any of their names?
One is with the San Luis Obispo Tribune. I know you're writing that down so you can angrily contact them when you get done. Because
I didn't.
With Dan Dow and Terry O'Farrell and the crime that he committed, there's a journalist in San Luis Obispo that's involved. ProPublica is another organization that I've been communicating with about this case, very specifically. I spoke with a Pulitzer Prize winning journalist who I submit leaks to frequently about all of this. I am aware that I've advertised for other filmmakers to become involved, and some have. There's another filmmaker in Cleveland, Ohio that's been closely monitoring this.
What are their names, sir?
Um,
Can you give me the name of the filmmaker in Cleveland?
I'm sorry, I can't give you his name. We only operate on a first name basis. I think it's Brian. We are trying to protect ourselves from you, so we only use certain names.
Okay.
We don't want anybody who tells the real story to end up your victim. I know you're writing everything down and you're going to go after everybody, but it doesn't matter. You have made a loud, powerful public film that has gone all over the world. You have to expect responses, and you can't attack everybody that responds and doesn't approve of what your film.
Okay. Who runs MBVR? And I believe MBVR stands for Matthew Burdick Victims Resources. Who runs that?
That is an anonymous party.
I would like to bring up Exhibit 36.
An interview with them. Mr. Ross,
It's not your turn to ask questions, Mr. Burdick. I'm bringing up Exhibit 36 is another Twitter video from October of 2021.
Jeff Epstein, not the guy who didn't kill himself, but a guy in New Jersey who claims to be a journalist. He sent texts to Austin Gocher. He sent them on Facebook. I'm Jeff Epstein. I could be killed for saying these things. I represent a group of people who are stalked by Matthew Burdick. And then later he's, of course, not disclosed as stating that he's the person running MBVR, and he's telling everybody he's going to be killed if somebody shares his name or says anything. Obviously, the guy's not dead, and so that's garbage. And that's really the crux of this entire thing. But Jeff Epstein himself, then he goes out and does interviews about me. He did these interviews just before I went to St. Joseph, Missouri.
So you stated in that video that you know that the person running MBVR that conducted the interviews was a journalist in New Jersey named Jeff Epstein. Is that correct?
I believe MBVR is run by multiple people, including you.
The question was, but in that Twitter video he just played, you said Jeff Epstein runs it, correct? Is that what you said?
Is that what you stated in the video, sir?
Of sorts, yeah.
You either did or you didn't say it, Mr. Burdick. Is that what you said in the video?
Well, yes, you can manipulate my statements and edit all you want. Yeah, you win. Note that the rest of that video has not been played, so.
Okay.
So with your Cartoon Network emails, I couldn't tell. What email address were you using at that time that's on those emails?
Oh, I don't know. It might have been Matt Allen.
Okay. I also want to bring up from your evidence.
Use that email address. I haven't used it for years.
All right. From your evidence is 5109.
Uh-huh.
You put this up as a press release.
Hey, right.
This is your press release about Superfund research and this the records downloader. Is that correct?
I can't see the screen. Remember, it's rainbows. Oh, yes.
Okay, and the phone number that you gave for that was 424-303-3913. Was that once your phone number?
Alex made that press release, by the way.
So is that Alex's phone number or your phone number?
That's my former phone number.
Former phone number, okay.
I changed it because I received thousands of harassing texts from you and your friends.
All right. Does the words con man, scammer, or fraud appear anywhere in any of the MBVR interviews?
I'm sorry, you broke up.
sorry, during any of the MBVR audio interviews that you played snippets from, does anyone use the words con man, fraud, or scammer to describe you, sir?
I can't remember. There's 3 hours of interviews.
Okay, that's fair.
I know that what I can say is that you stated that Adult Swim was mean to me, and those emails show that they weren't. That's all I can say about those interviews. You were dishonest.
Okay, in your testimony earlier, you described with Warren County, you said that I only read your articles and then sent emails to the press and people in the city. Is that correct?
That's the way I remember it.
Okay. I'm going to bring up from my evidence exhibit 27. And we're going to go to page
Again, we're going back. We're back
42
years here again. That's kind of the problem with this, is that let's talk about things from 5 years ago, and it's kind of hard to.
You brought it up, sir. Okay, the emails.
I presented a specific email that you sent. I don't remember the entire context of what occurred.
I don't believe it was the entire email, because I'm looking here. The email that I received was some from you, starting with, from the email letters, Front Royal Corruption Doc at Gmail, and the name was Royal Front. This was about February of 2017. Starting with
that Royal Front Films was not made until long after the scandal was exposed, and so that was not where that email originated, where you sent that to.
Oh, I was replying to your emails, sir, and they were the email that you entered into evidence.
So, Mr. Ross, if you were replying to my email, why were you talking to the elected officials and not me?
So the email address you were using at the time was Front Royal Corruption Doc at Gmail under the name Royal Front. Is that correct?
I don't think that that was the email address that was used where you sent that to the elected officials, no.
That is exactly the email as it is here, but we can look at that later. So you also stated that...
Here, I mean, it's like 6 o'clock at night, Peter.
You stated that the local media...
What is the question?
The local media did articles... You also stated that the local part of it was that I contacted local media and then they wrote articles about you. Is that correct?
Yes, you were investigated by the police for that as well, and I'll submit that to the judge because it's a crime in Virginia to lie to the media specifically.
Okay.
I'll send the judge that additional added to that investigation.
That's fine. The emails that you submitted were from February 14th, 2017, but the articles written about you were from January of 2017. So they were done before I'd had contact with anybody in Front Royal. Does that sound right to you?
No.
The articles are posted in January of 2017, and my emails are from February. You can look that up then.
I don't know the timing, but I have noticed that specifically that those articles have been edited since then, and things have been removed, the dates have been changed. Remember, Roger was later questioned in that scandal and aided Jennifer McDonald in that crime, and so he's got some liability in that matter. That journalist did.
That's fine.
So
For your testimony earlier about Des Moines, in your testimony earlier about Des Moines, I'm going to bring that up. You had brought up screenshots. First you had this screenshot of statistics, but there's nothing listing what the context is, correct? Not saying which article it was from, what page it was from.
I don't know if that's I have a file folder with various shots of my web analytics, and I was in a hurry, and so I can present more detailed analytics that go with that article. I can submit them to the judge.
That's fine. But more importantly, you posted a screenshot from me with your mugshot. Is that correct?
Larry Smithson was contacted again, just like every other city, by a party who leaked the information which you have used in your own case against me in this case.
Okay, but the screenshot you have of my posting with your mugshot, that's from 2020, is that correct?
I might have grabbed the wrong piece of evidence when I was uploading. You have invaded so many cities, it's hard to know which city to post from.
And then all of these other things from Des Moines were from 2018, is that correct? Or does that sound correct to you?
Des Moines was 2018. I may have a piece of evidence, that may be a mistake.
Okay.
Like I said, there's 700,000 pieces of evidence. I tried to do my best to put that together.
Okay. You submitted, I can't see it off the top of my head, but you submitted a PDF of a Gmail called Total Confession. Which email was that? What email address was that sent to?
That was sent to one of my only because I was in a hurry and I was digging and I found it in a CC from my own email because I sent it to the prosecutor's office.
Okay, because
I don't remember. I have to dig and find it from the original email.
I found it here. This was sent to Burdick Matthew, no period, at Gmail. And that was forwarded to burdick.matthew.a@gmail.com. Are those both your email addresses, sir?
Yeah, those are my email address.
And who sent this email to you?
MBVR? You did an interview with them, maybe you could ask them.
You stated that Brian Myers confirmed all of these emails, but that's not what he said, though, is it?
He said he witnessed that I was being harassed by anonymous emails.
I believe he said some or just partial, not all of them. Is that correct?
Well, you posted copies of these emails on your own fan page. I can submit those to the judge when we're done, if you'd like. I mean, unfortunately, what happened here is that there's a lot of years of evidence, and I only grabbed certain things, and
That's fine. I'm going to wrap this up pretty quick here. Do you have a daughter named?
Your Honor, can I object to this? My daughter is 13 years old, and Mr. Ross has fixated on her for many years. I would like to, I had to report him to West Virginia Child Protective Services over her, and I would like him to not talk about my 13-year-old daughter in this case.
Okay.
She's a minor.
It's relevant.
Mr. Burdick, you did at times start lashing out and accused him
Without evidence.
of engaging in certain conduct that affected your daughter, okay? But I am sensitive. If we're talking about a 13-year-old child, I don't like dragging a 13-year-old child into this mess. So let's be cognizant of that, Mr. Ross.
I will be very cognizant of it. Do you have a daughter? Do you have a daughter named Delaney?
You have a 13-year-old daughter. We don't have to name her.
Okay.
You have a 13-year-old daughter, correct?
Yeah, Peter named a minor. We just watched that. Go ahead, Peter, ask your questions and leave my daughter alone.
Were you contacted on Twitter by someone claiming to be your daughter a few weeks ago?
Yes, I was.
Did you accuse this person of being Peter John Ross and email those tweets to this court?
I know that wasn't my daughter that contacted me, and I do believe it was someone you or someone associated with you that sent those emails.
Did you report them to the FBI on the internet crime site?
I sent copies of them to the same people at West Virginia Child Protective Services, yes.
Did you also forward this to the FBI?
do in fact communicate with the FBI from time to time. I'm waiting for this case to end so I can send this video to them. So no, I have not yet contacted them, but this video for this case is being submitted to the FBI.
Did you attempt to contact Delaney's mother on Facebook?
I did try to contact Kelly because I'm concerned about my daughter.
Okay. Exhibit 81 are tweets you made.
Talking to my daughter's mother? Oh my God.
So here is a tweet you made on April 1st with the Twitter account, Twitter safety, impersonating your daughter. You stated that you filed a report with the FBI, but you're now stating you didn't file a report with the FBI. Is that correct?
I said something to an FBI agent about it, but I have not. I decided to wait because this case is relevant and you do what you have to do.
And you posted screenshots from that Twitter account and the messages you received. Is that correct?
Yes, this was a pretty traumatic incident for me, and it's my minor daughter. Somebody sent me photos from her bedroom, and it's very scary because somebody has photos from inside my daughter's bedroom, and that's would scare any parent.
And
I'm worried that someone's going to hurt her, and based on your continued obsession with her, I'm worried about her.
And you're currently using a Facebook account under the name Matthew Boehm. Is that correct?
I'm not going to confirm or deny the use of any current past or present online accounts.
But this Matthew Boehm account is the only one claiming to be you that contacted your daughter's mother. Is that correct?
I'm curious about. I would like to see the email from my daughter's mother, which informed you of this.
Would it surprise you to know that that was really your daughter reaching out to her father for the first time in her life?
You broke up. I can't hear you.
Would it surprise you to know that that was really your daughter reaching out to her father for the first time in her life?
It would terrify me if you were the one telling me that.
Mr. Burdick, are you obsessed with me?
No, but I'm gonna, Your Honor, can we take a brief recess? Because this man just revealed something about my daughter and speaking with her mother and where the photos came from, and I'm very upset and I need to calm down. So can we take a break, please?
I only have 2 more questions.
Okay, he only has.
I don't care. I'm so angry right now, Peter, you sick human being.
All right, we're going to take 10 minutes.
Sick human being.
We're going to take 10 minutes. We'll reconvene in 10 minutes. It's 6:16.
You sick human being. You sick monster. You sick human being. Your Honor, since the question was presented, I want to state that I responded to those emails and stated that since my daughter is a minor and I don't have custody established of her, that it would be inappropriate for me to communicate with her, and that if she wanted to speak to me, she needed to speak to her mother, and those two could then work out communication between us.
Okay.
I did not communicate with a minor child. Even if there was a chance it was my own daughter, I took every step to state, you need to speak with your mother and don't. And she had a friend contact me as well, and I told her friend as well, I'm sorry, but I am in a position where I don't have an established custody agreement, which now with Mr. Ross's video, I can guarantee you I'm going to have one pretty soon. And I stated that until Delaney is 18 or the court or her mother facilitates communication with me, that I would communicate. And I'm just, Mr. Ross has been accused, and my daughter's mother, Mr. Ross, has been accused of communicating for many years. that I've had to report Mr. Ross for making rape comments about my daughter, and he's communicating with her mother. I would say that my daughter's mother may be at risk of losing her child very soon.
Okay, I don't want to turn this into a mini custody hearing.
Oh, it is now.
Okay.
It sure is now. We've been waiting for that revelation for 10 years, Your Honor.
Okay, well, Mr. Burdick, I was taking a break to give you time, but if you want to engage, then
expect to be in court in West Virginia.
I hear you. Okay.
And now that I can't express how angry I am right now, I'm trying to remain calm, but the fact that this monster is connected to my daughter is the most disturbing thing that I have ever heard in my life. I cannot believe what he just stated in an open court. I cannot believe he just said that.
Well, I don't know how he even knows. I don't know that he didn't, there's no foundation, there's no context. I'm at a loss as to really what's going on. My relevancy to the petition, listen to me, the relevancy to the petition is he was showing evidence that you were accusing him of impersonating your daughter. So he was showing the evidence where you were accusing him of impersonating your daughter, reaching out or something, I don't know. And then he snuck in there that, would it surprise you to know that it really was your daughter? And
it surprises me to know that Peter's talking to my daughter's mother.
Okay, so that's new information for everybody. I had taken a break to give you asked for a break to compose yourself, but you chose to re-engage, so let's just move on. Mr. Ross, you said you had a couple more questions, right?
Yes.
All right, let's just get the cross-examination over with, please.
For the record, if this court grants a civil stalking protection order against you, are you willing to accept service by email in lieu of personal service?
I don't care what the court grants, because I'm coming back to Columbus and we're going to fight a very loud, powerful war, so I'll do whatever you want. I assure you that the city of Columbus and the county of Franklin is going to be held accountable for all these atrocities that have been committed against me. The court can rule in any way that it wants. I will Columbus, Ohio, and nobody can stop me. The same one that I brought to every other town. But the city and the county need to learn to stop messing with me. That's what.
Will you accept service? Will you accept service by email, sir?
No, I will not. Thank you.
But you've accepted service for everything by email up to this point? Is that correct?
No, I didn't actually.
Then how did you know to appear here today by Zoom?
Accept any service. I didn't accept any service in the states, and I continually protested the fact that the court claims an absurd. I have not accepted service from anybody.
I'm done asking questions, Sheriff.
Okay. He said he's completed his cross-examination. Okay, great. All right, is your witness still available? Mr. Burdick?
No. I'm trying. Oh, he's messaging me.
Okay, great. See if he can log in.
Oh, I see. I just have a few questions for Mr. Pepley.
Okay.
I just want to point out that, as Peter stated, that Ron and I have gone back and forth over the years, and we disagree. Ron is very conservative, I'm very liberal. We are two very different people, and we have butted heads over the years, but Ron has a good sense of humor, and so do I. And so Mr. Pepley's going to come in, and I'm going to ask him a few questions.
Okay.
We're going to act like adults.
Great.
We're going to try to. Ron is, he's trying, I think.
Okay.
I've never met Ron, by the way. I want to point out this is the first time I'm ever getting to talk to him face to face.
Okay, this is a great way to meet somebody when you summons them as a witness.
Well, while we're waiting for Ron, Your Honor, I'd like to tell you that my son had a baby 6 months ago named Vincent.
Aw.
And I became a grandfather, and then all of a sudden my son contacted me 4 days ago, and he's got another baby on the way. So
Oh,
I'm gonna be a
wow.
grandfather again.
Oh, wow. They're gonna be-
two grandbabies, and you know, it's funny. It's funny because I said, "Do you want another kid?" And he said, "Well, I wasn't really planning it, you know. That's fine." And I said, "Well, you know."
Yeah, it was meant to be.
I thought I was a young man until 6 months ago, and now I guess I'm not.
I know this. You don't really look like a grandfather, so
No,
keep
I
you
don't,
young.
but I feel like it all. Ron, you're there?
Well, we can hear.
Can we get you a video, Ron?
Did he link into the Zoom?
Can you turn your video on?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay. Oh, he might have been there the whole time. This is what we've been waiting for.
Can you? I'm trying, hold on.
Okay.
Okay.
The video?
You were for a minute there when you first appeared, but you're not now.
Yeah, I don't know what.
There's a button somewhere on there.
It probably looks like a little camcorder.
Oh, man.
Here we go.
There you are. There you are, sir. Welcome. Thank you for your patience.
Hi.
Okay, sir.
I can hear you.
Yes, can you hear me? I'm Magistrate Griffin. You've been called as a witness by Mr. Burdick, okay? So before you testify, can you hear me?
I can't understand you, no. I can hear you, but.
Yeah, she breaks up a little bit when she talks. Their connection is real dicey, so.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you just fine.
Okay, sir, I need to swear.
All right, well, I'm gonna go ahead.
I need to
have a couple questions.
Let me swear him in, though, Mr. Burdick. Tell him I need to swear him in. Sir, can you raise your right hand? I'm gonna go.
Mr. Heffley, can you raise your right hand, please?
Right hand? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony I'm about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Beautiful. Go ahead, Mr. Burdick. And wait, can you ask him to state his first and last name for the record?
Ron, can you state your first and last name for the record, please?
Ron, can you state your first and last name for the record, please?
Well, my name is Ron Hafley.
Hafley.
Hey, Fleet. Okay. Okay, go ahead with your questioning, Mr. Burdick.
I've been saying it wrong for 6 years. I apologize. People do that to me. Well, Ron, you and I have butted heads in the past, haven't we?
Yeah.
And we, yeah, it's an understatement. And we have very differing politics, don't we?
I guess you could say that.
Yeah, we're just different, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, we're very different.
But we're the same in certain ways because we both have causes that we care about, correct?
Absolutely.
And one of those causes is clean water at Barstow, correct?
Correct? Yes.
And so you and I have settled our differences, I'd like to think we have, and we would both like to work together to help fix the water issue in Barstow, right?
Right.
And would you say again?
I'm sorry, go ahead. I said, when it became apparent to me that there actually was a problem, I had nothing else to say. Because the last thing in the world I want to do is stand in the way of a legitimate problem being addressed and resolved in my hometown.
And so just for the courts, Mr. Heffley, can I state a few things about you, about who you are, just as like your history a little bit, and just you can confirm?
Go ahead.
You are from the town of Hinckley, correct? From the film Aaron Brockovich?
Yes.
And you are one of the family members. Did your family receive settlement money from the Aaron Brockovich suit?
Yes.
And so it would suffice it to say that you essentially are representatives in that movie, at least loosely, correct?
Yep.
So you're basically part of which I respect, you're part of a legendary cause that essentially started us all out, right?
Yeah, I was involved in the water cause before the PG thing even happened in English.
And you were talking about uranium, correct?
Yes, the uranium is what we found when we were investigating the chromium. You know about it?
And so essentially when they were investigating the chromium, they found high levels of uranium in the groundwater.
That's right.
And of course, you and myself, I agree with you on this. You believe that the uranium was also responsible for a lot of the health issues, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that you believe that maybe potentially the chromium-6 may have interfered with the ability to educate the public about uranium.
Well, sure. No one wanted to ever hear about uranium when, the biggest contact and settlement in history for environmental damage or injury. No one wanted to hear about uranium.
When I first came to town, this was was it 2016? Do you remember what year?
No, not exactly, but that's about right.
Or 2015 potentially, I don't remember the exact year. When I was there, I had lived there for a little while before I had made anybody known that I was there, correct?
That's what you say, I don't know that.
Okay, yeah, I'm saying I lived there for a couple months before I said anything to anybody really, because I was trying to relax, but, and so, have you ever been contacted by anybody from a group called MDVR?
Contacted by them? I've spoken with people that were associated with them, but I don't know if I've ever been contacted by them. I don't exactly remember if they contacted me the first time or what. But I honestly don't remember. But yeah, I spoke to some people that were affiliated with MDVR.
Interesting. And so MBBR in Barstow, when I was, whatever causes I was talking about, that they were communicating with you during that time.
think MDDR might have heard about me from the blogs that were on WordPress. There were a lot of blogs out there going, I mean, nonstop. I know you remember that.
Oh yeah, I'm aware. There was 90,000 posts over 2.5 years.
Objection, he's testifying.
Mr. Burdick, you need to ask questions.
And so, do you remember what the context? Do you remember what they said to you when you talked to them?
The first time I remember talking to them, I actually was told them that I had had some interaction with you.
Right. We had a agreement about something. I don't know what. And so, all I'm trying to establish is that when I was in Barstow, California, the members of this MBVR group were interacting with people in the community for some reason.
Is that a question?
I think it might have been after you left. I'm pretty sure.
So it was after I left then, because you're aware I continued to run causes there, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
And one of those causes was attempting to pass out vitamin C packets to people that were being negatively affected by the chlorine in the water, correct?
Okay, I remember the vitamin C, but I thought you were trying to sell it to people. That was my impression, but I could be wrong.
You handed to the community for free.
Can you repeat that question, Mr. Burdick?
So do you recall that around that time Mr. Ross filed a civil stalking protection order against me?
No, I don't know about anything about that. I don't know him, I never met him, and I don't know what he's done or hasn't done.
And so the other day, you removed the social media monster film from your Hinkley Uranium Contamination Fan Club group, right?
That's right.
And so did you invite the film production to your group?
No, and that's why I removed it.
And so obviously, you and I are going to attempt to work together, and so that would be disruptive to the mission that we have, correct?
Yeah, the targeting is very questionable.
I agree. And so obviously, would you state that movie would have the effect of damaging an environmental cause if I was trying to run one?
I've only seen the trailer, but yeah, I think it would pretty much damage anything you're going to try and do.
So that's really all I wanted to hear from you, and it's nice to meet you, but I want to ask you one more question. And I don't know if I'm repeating myself or not, but I really care about how this cause environment. So are you willing to work with me to make sure that we can get some answers?
Yes. Yes.
Do you think it's important that we realize that there's a bigger thing going on here?
Objection, relevance.
Absolutely. It's very important. There's nothing more important to me.
Okay,
This is what
overruled. I understand his point.
So,
Okay. Mr.
Ron, I want to thank you.
Okay, wait.
I want to thank you, and I'm sure Mr. Ross would like to ask some questions now, so you have fun with that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burdick. Stay on the line, Mr. Ethley. Go ahead, Mr.
I have no
Ross.
questions, Your Honor.
Actually, Mr. Ross just said he has no cross-examination questions. So, Mr. Heffley, I don't know if you can hear me, but thank you very much for your patience today and for logging in and participating as a witness, okay? You may be excused, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Burdick, Mr. Effley, you can log off now, please. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Burdick, I understand that was your only witness you had?
Yes, that's it. I just, I wanted to establish, Mr. Hinckley in the narrative.
Okay, thank you. All right. So then you would rest your case subject to the admission of exhibits, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a few things to submit to show you just because I wasn't aware of certain evidence and whatnot.
Okay, all right. So,
Ready for closings?
wait, did it handle exhibits first, technically before closings? So with the exhibits, there were multiple exhibits referenced by both parties during the proceedings. As to some of the exhibits, there were some sort of objections made as to whether it was the complete exhibit, who was the sender, whatnot. I made extensive notes noting those objections. So what I would like to do is admit all exhibits that everybody referenced. And then when I'm reviewing this case, then I'll note your objections in terms of the weight I would give the exhibits and the relevancy, okay?
I'm fine with whatever you want to do.
Okay, so all exhibits that have been referenced will be admitted, and I understand there was some new, both parties produced evidence today that both of them only saw today. Mr. Burdick said there was a couple of emails that he wanted to submit to respond. I'll keep the record open until Friday at 5, and any party can email me any additional exhibits. Just email them to me, and then I will forward them on to the opposing party, okay? If there's any additional exhibits you'd like to submit. Okay, so we've dealt with exhibits. All right, let's move on to closing arguments. Again, Mr. Ross, we're back to you because you have the burden of proof, so you go first. So go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. This case is very complex, and I want to apologize because both myself and Mr. Burdick can be very, very long-winded. I think myself more than him. I do want to make sure I state that that line of questioning was not meant to be fun about his daughter. The point I was trying to make was to demonstrate that I think his obsession with me is so extreme that he didn't see it, and I don't think he can see it now. He's still blaming me for it. This is not a case of two people having an online fight and one of them crossed the line in the heat of the moment. No, the chronology of events is actually clear when you see it with the dates and the times. I ceased all communication with Mr. Burdick over 8 or 9 months ago. I certainly didn't create like the bingo game or anything like that. I am not running MBVR. I'm not a moderator. I have nothing to do with that. So I would say the court is probably wondering two things, most importantly. Number one, why did I wait so long to file for this civil stalking protection order? The answer is that after I previously tried in 2015 and 2016, that was not a great experience. This past January, when he revealed his Matthew Boehm account on Facebook, I felt I had a strong chance of getting him served, and I filed again. Mr. Burdick blames me for everyone who harasses him, taking no responsibility for his own words and actions. For some time now, I have been clear in public and in private, I don't want people to harass Mr. Burdick. I learned the hard way. It doesn't help, and it only makes everything worse. And now anyone who so much as disagrees with him on the internet is somehow associated with me, or I am at fault for how strangers react to his behavior. Our situation has become some kind of felony conspiracy in his mind. A lot of Mr. Burdick's emails and videos, they're a mystery to me because he's referencing what other people are saying and doing to him that I don't know anything about. I've somehow become entirely responsible for what other people say and do. When he says the other half of his communications were not included, in many of the cases, especially from 2020 to today, there is no other half from me. There's nothing from me there. I can't tell if he genuinely believes it was me, or if he's trying to intimidate me into finding out who it was that was harassing him, which is something he's tried many, many times with other people as well. I filed for the civil stalking protection order because Matthew Burdick began stating that I'm responsible for murdering millions of people. His obsession with me is intensified to terrifying levels. Truthfully, I could not determine if it was performative or genuine mental illness in the beginning, for years. I think I have my answer over the last year. I believe he is severely mentally ill at this point. The second question you've got to be asking is, why would I make a documentary about a person who terrifies me? It's an obvious question. But the truth is, I tried everything I could think of. I mean, I openly admit, in the beginning, I was very mean to him. That didn't work. I tried ignoring him. Emails and texts still kept coming in. I attempted the CSPO and that went nowhere. I filed police reports. I even have current criminal charges filed against him, and all that did was make him worse. The system has failed me. Mr. Burdick has publicly and loudly accused me of being a predator, a pedophile, and a murderer. Normally that would entail a defamation lawsuit, but what good is it against someone who has nothing to lose? For every civil litigator I spoke to, they said I should pursue this criminally. Every law enforcement agency recommended I pursue it in civil court. My only defense against defamation was to make a documentary in the hopes that it can mitigate the damage that he does to me. I found some solace in telling my story and sharing the story of other victims. Mr. Burdick is trying to silence my voice and stop me from telling the truth by bullying me and everyone around me, which he openly admits to in some of the videos, specifically Exhibit 8. I documented a series of events and a larger series of events where Matthew Burdick harassed and abused people and got away with it in Missouri. I think that's wrong. The documentary is the story of Matthew Burdick's victims, not about him. It's not about himself. It's about a hole in society where someone can use the internet with such malice and have zero consequences legally. That's fascinating to me and made the foundation of not only this documentary, but it's a documentary series that goes way beyond just him. Never has the intent of the documentary, Social Media Monster, been to harass or harm Matthew Burdick. Making the documentary put me in a mindset where I was far more empathetic to Mr. Burdick. I've removed people from the production team that did not share my point of view over the last 2 years. To clarify my previous testimony, there is no separate legal entity, Social Media Monster LLC, at this time. The copyright in the film is owned by me individually. As all of my witnesses testified, I explicitly asked everyone involved in the film to not, whether they were involved with the film or not, to leave Mr. Burdick alone. Anyone I know who may have harassed Mr. Burdick did so against my express wishes, and I'm not responsible for their actions. I do not condone anyone threatening or harassing people online, even when done to Mr. Burdick. I even report anyone I see being abusive towards him, whether I know them or not. He's admitted to allegedly having PTSD and psychotic breaks from reality. Whether due to mental illness or not, he needs to stop expressing his intent to physically hurt me and ruin my reputability to exact revenge for harming or killing millions of people, which is obviously delusional. Falsely stating to film festivals and professional peers that I'm a racist affects my credibility, and he does so with malicious intent. Mr. Burdick may hate the documentary I made, but there's no justification for making violent threats or for unwanted contact to continue. Matthew Burdick has every civil remedy available to him that would not entail him contacting me or my personal or professional associates. Matthew Burdick has caused me intense stress and affected personal and professional relationships because of his stalking. Currently, Matthew Burdick claims to live in his car and is extremely mobile. He often brags of his 2,800 cities of travel. He stated in his questioning of witnesses that he'd been through Ohio several times, and on June 17th last week, he stated on video his intention to move back to Ohio. If true, he could be near me at any moment. That thought is in my head every time I leave my house. Matthew Burdick also has protective orders in effect against him, and others have filed they were unable to serve him. So this is not anomalous behavior, although his fixation on me seems to be far more intense. I have never threatened him. I am not stalking him. I'm sorry that I made the burning babies of Barstow video 3 to 4 years ago. I regret it, and I now believe Matthew is severely mentally ill, and I didn't realize it at the time. Making a funny video as a way to release tension seemed innocuous in comparison to death threats and endless emails and texts. In 2020 and 2021, I tried to engage Matthew a few times, usually through Twitter, through his live videos and messaging, or on Facebook at the time. It ended poorly every time. I had promised myself when I adhered to it that I wouldn't threaten or harass or even respond to his harassment. It didn't change anything, but after that video to cut into my skull with a drywall knife, everything changed in my view. Whether due to mental illness or not, that does not absolve him of responsibility. He's spoken often about his difficulties with mental illness, yet he also acknowledges he does nothing to treat it. For myself, I've experienced a catharsis by talking to victims of narcissistic abuse in general, while also having the stress and anxiety and fear of what he may or may not be capable of. I cannot promote projects I worked on with people out of fear of his abuse to anyone who dares publicly interact with me. I never post photos of my family because I do not want him to harass either of my sister's children. In his own videos, he outlines that it's about paying me back for perceived slights, or worse, to extort me into not releasing the documentary. I should not have to censor everything I say because it might be misinterpreted by Matthew Burdick, nor should I be bullied off social media to avoid his harassment. Matthew Burdick has made it abundantly clear that his intent is to harm myself and everyone around me, both physically and emotionally. That is not activism, and that is not journalism. Mr. Burdick's First Amendment rights have limits when they infringe upon my rights to privacy and safety. I'm here today because, even with our extensive history, I have the right to end contact with another person, and he just persists in contacting me and seems to have no respect for boundaries. Do I fear for my safety? I have a gun in my house singularly because of Matthew Burdick after a profoundly anti-gun stance my entire life. After playing the video in Exhibit 5, where Matthew went from repeated juvenile insults over and over to an unprompted threat to cut into my skull, stating clearly he's not afraid of me, how did he react in this court? After hearing his own words, did he show any remorse? No. He stated again that he would put a knife in my skull. After our preliminary hearing in April, this court made it clear we were not to contact each other. He sent me 21 emails, 4 of them after a court order that was very specific about no contact. Each contact is a violation of telecommunications harassment, which he already has 3 criminal charges and a warrant for his arrest. Ohio Revised Code 2917.12, Section C2, makes these emails a felony after the first offense for the subsequent offenses. Nonetheless, I believe that to be criminal contempt of court. In Mr. Burdick's own words, he intends to continue to harass me and try to prevent me from being employed, and he does not care if the court orders him to stop. I do not want any further contact from Mr. Burdick, and I do not want him contacting anyone associated with me, including employers, clients, friends, family, or other personal and professional contacts that I hope would include journalists or film festivals that I engage with, at least in relation to me personally. Being wary of Ohio Supreme Court ruling with Bay versus Rossaware, case number 2020 Ohio 3301, the respondent does have First Amendment rights. The difference between that case and this situation is that there are already criminal charges filed against Mr. Burdick directly relating to his online harassment. I'm requesting limitations to prevent respondents' future social media postings or any available limitations as to him mentioning me as this honorable court sees fit. I also request that any video currently online that falsely accuses me of being a murderer or obsessed with pedophilia be removed. If not voluntarily, then by court order. He knowingly causes me to believe he intends to do me physical harm and goes out of his way to cause emotional distress by texting me at all hours of the day and night, threatening me by email, social media posts, and on video. According to Ohio Revised Code 2903.211, that is stalking by menacing. And I'm asking this court to grant me a civil stalking protection order.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Burdick, would you like to give a closing statement?
Yes, I would.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
I was a homeless person when Peter found me on the internet. I had never had success. I was living in a gutter. I was working as a prostitute in Portland, Oregon, and I was trying to survive a winter, which was a very rough winter in Portland, and I was suffering, and I was what I thought was at the end of my life when Mr. Ross entered my life. And I never could have predicted that over the following 10 years that I would get a TV show pitch, or that I would become an activist, or that I would make millions of dollars, or that I would have success. And obviously, when Mr. Ross found me on the internet, and he began doing what he was doing to me, which he's doing to this very day, I was vulnerable, and I was alone, and I didn't have anybody to turn to. I only had my mom. And of course, unlike Mr. Ross's mother and his family members, mine have been contacted, including my daughter's mother, apparently. And I was just out there fighting for my life. And I had a moment where somebody discovered me and gave me an opportunity of a lifetime. Somebody uncovered what I was doing, which was trying to help homeless people and trying to expose toxic waste. They were inspired by my survival, my sheer ability to survive what I had gone through and everything else in my life. And they decided to give me $500,000. And over the following so many years, Mr. Ross, by a war of attrition, drained me of that money until I ended up homeless again in 2019. I lost everything in August of 2019 after Mr. Ross began contacting my business partner's father and sending emails to him saying I was scamming him, even though I didn't know my business partner's father. This resulted in the rug being pulled out from underneath of me, and I ended up homeless in the streets of Los Angeles. And while I was homeless, on Christmas night, a friend that I had met was nice enough to give me a ticket to go see Star Wars, and the Star Wars movie ended. I was contacted and said, look at this movie trailer that's being made about you. On Christmas night, Mr. Ross's movie trailer was sent to me. And I remained homeless after that for an extended period of time, and I developed severe lung infections. I continued to stay in that state. I stayed with my son for a period of time until we got into an argument. Mr. Ross had heard that I was suicidal due to his continued attacks, and he contacted and sent the police to my son's house, which started a big fight. He placed a welfare call. Mr. Ross stated he had to find out if I was scamming about that, so he sent the police to my child's home. I left my son's house. I went back to California. I survived by hand rolling cigarettes and selling them to heroin addicts and homeless people in downtown Los Angeles. And I stayed there until Black Lives Matter protests erupted, and I was shot by rubber bullets by the police just because I happened to be homeless in downtown Los Angeles. I had already survived being homeless during COVID. Eventually, my health issues caused me to become sick. And on late July of 2021, I believe was the year, I believed that I was going to die. And I made one recording where I stated that I believed I was dying, and I really believed I was dying. And I remember specifically that I closed my eyes. And in that last moment of my life, what I thought was the last moment of my life, I realized something. And I want the court to remember this. None of this matters. My career didn't matter. The money I made didn't matter. Peter's film, all of the things I had gone through, all of the homelessness, all of the illness, all of the mental health issues, the suicide attempts, the drug addiction, the abuse from my father. Nothing mattered in that moment, and I only felt like I was at peace and that I was ready for whatever afterlife was going to bring me, and I closed my eyes. A day or two later, I opened my eyes to my surprise, and I realized that I was still alive. And I saw that the whole time this was happening, Mr. Ross was saying that I was faking homelessness and faking my death, and he was pumping out to all his fans that I was what had happened to me didn't happen. I woke up, and all I can remember on that day when I woke up inside of a tree in Martinez, California, with burns all over my skin because I'd been laying in the sun and it caused blisters, and my teeth, you can see my teeth are broken as a result, which causes people to treat me poorly. I've been left with, all kinds of physical health issues, and as a result of that, when I woke up, all I remember is that I started crying because I wasn't dead. And I realized, though, at that moment that I wasn't going to die, and I had to get back up. And I didn't have a choice, and that it wasn't going to end, and I had to rebuild. And so I did. My first act in life was to beat a disability. I beat disability a second time with all the mental health issues and drug. I beat addiction. I beat child abuse. I am a strong person. I try to be. And so in spite of that, I stood up. I got a car. My mom loaned me some money, and I got a car, and I took some of the money I earned selling cigarettes. I got myself a car. I got DoorDash. And for the following year of my life, I lived in my car, and I delivered DoorDash and Instacart and groceries, and I worked. And I lived in my vehicle. I would deliver people's groceries all day long, and I would keep the money in my account. And I would then just save the money until I bought myself a new car, and I bought some tools and things like that. I bought a drill, and I decided I was going to start a handyman business because I realized that I could make more money. And I slowly rebuilt my websites, which were all deleted by copyright complaints from Mr. Ross. He filed hundreds of copyright complaints against me and took down all my websites, trying to silence my responses to his movie. At that time, I did not want to be alive, but I was stuck being alive. Obviously, I tried to kill myself like 6 times, and I've come to the point where I realized that I might be like invincible or something, that I can't die, that I'm like endless Bill Murray Groundhog Day, that no matter what I do, I could throw myself in front of a train, and the train would derail just before it hit me, and I would wake up. And so I essentially, up until about 6 months ago, I wanted to not be alive. Because of Mr. Ross, because of his movie, because of what he's done to me for 10 years. And then my son sent me the photo of a baby. And that baby was my grandchild. He did not tell me they had a baby on the way. As a matter of fact, it was the birth of my grandson that reconnected me to my son. And it made him realize, I want my dad in my life. And suddenly I had a reason to be alive again. And I realized that at this point in my life, I have had this massive career, and I have been a lot of things, and I have done all these things, and those things are being erased by Mr. Ross's film. He's erasing my legacy. He's erasing everything I've ever done. He's lying to people. He's claiming I'm not an activist. I'm not a filmmaker. I'm not a journalist. I'm not even allowed. I just want to point out the control that's happening in my life from Rossland, as he refers to it. I'm not allowed to be a member of the LGBT community. He says I'm not. I'm not allowed to be a filmmaker. He says I'm not. I'm not allowed to be an activist. He says I'm not. I'm not allowed to be a journalist. Even if I buy a building and hire an editor and set up desks and make a whole newspaper and it runs publicly and does investigative journalism, I'm not allowed to be a journalist. If I say that I have PTSD, I'm not allowed to be mentally ill unless it benefits Mr. Ross, and then suddenly I become mentally ill. And his narrative changes. But the problem for me right now is that, and I want to express this very deeply, I just want to go home. I haven't seen my family in 14 years. I want to go. I want to be a grandpa. I want to sit in a rocking chair and I want to give my grandson candy and cookies. And I want to just be an old man, and I want to live with a couple things that I have to live with. One of those things I have to live with is that I fought for the health and safety of millions of people around the country. I can show you these people. I can introduce you to these people. I can show you 1,300 toxic waste sites in this country and millions of innocent people that are exposed to toxic waste. All I wanted was for those people to be aware that they were exposed to toxic waste like I was. I picked a fight that I couldn't win with the US government. I lost that battle. I did not have the success I thought. I did not reform the EPA. I did not, a couple battles I did win. I stopped economic development deals. I exposed cancer clusters. I saved a few lives along the way. I did some very positive things in this country. Matter of fact, a lot of people call me a Boy Scout in spite of Mr. Ross. I was in Cub Scouts my whole life. I have my Arrow of Light, the highest achievement a person can earn in Cub Scouting. I help people to my own detriment. I, on numerous occasions, attempted to help women that were being beat up by men only to have it backfire. To now Social Media Monster, the documentary about how Matthew Burdick is a monster who tried to save the woman. Every time in the United States that I've done something, gone above and beyond to try to help somebody, Mr. Ross has destroyed that. Now, I want to disagree with the statement in his closing statement. I want to say this, and I really mean this. Mr. Ross has First Amendment right to free speech. I have never at any time stated that I wanted his movie removed or not aired or not played, or I wanted it to not exist, or that he's not allowed to have free speech. Mr. Ross, much like me, has the First Amendment right to tell his story. However, what I have stated is that I believe that his movie is dishonest. I believe that he owes the public an explanation for all the missing content. I believe that he owes the public the explanation that I am an activist, that I am a journalist, that I am a filmmaker, rather than the explanation presented in the film. Does he believe he's an activist? Does he believe he's a journalist? Does he believe he's a filmmaker? I do believe I am, and I believe that I have First Amendment rights, and I'm gonna, I want to apologize for something to everybody that may not understand something about me. When a person becomes a fighter, and this is invariably going to happen to a lot of activists, and many activists have gotten in trouble for this, we are very passionate about our causes. We are very protective of the people we're trying to fight for, and we can sometimes become militant as activists. The Weather Underground, those activists went to the extent of blowing things up because they cared so much about their cause. And I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form that what they did was okay, but if you talk to them, they will tell you that they were fighting for a cause. And so, unfortunately, as this situation has risen around the country, as more and more lives have been negatively affected by Ross, it's left me in a position where I don't know what to do. I want to educate the public about these toxic waste sites. Like, I would like to write a book. I would like to make a movie. I would like to do something. I would like to, of all the $900,000 investment into my career, which was destroyed by Mr. Ross, every penny that I had to my name invested into this, leaving me today, living in my car. I am a former millionaire who is living in my car. I don't, poor former millionaire. But, you know, I have never gone near to this man. I had enough money where I could have done whatever I wanted to the guy, and I probably would have got away with it, to be straight up, and I didn't. I have continually gone into Ohio. I just want this man to get the hell out of my life, pardon my language, but I'm tired of going into a town and making friends and becoming liked and doing all these great things, and everybody likes me, and suddenly they Google my name and they learn, oh my God, a con man, fraud, scammer. And Mr. Ross doesn't want to acknowledge the negative effects of what he's doing and the continual effects on me emotionally. Yes, he has discovered in the last year that he believes I'm really mentally ill. Well, he's right. Causing it. Now, I believe that what happened here in this case is what happened in communities all over the country and what every person goes through when they're introduced into my life. They meet me, and then they meet Peter John Ross and his big narrative about me. And then I am left constantly to answer to this big narrative about me. To every human being that I meet, people Google my name, and they go, oh, I want to know about him. And they find this stuff. And every day of my life, I have to answer to what this man is doing to me. And if I state this, if I say, Peter, every day of my life, I experience consequences as a result of what you're doing to me, he said that's not true. He says that he's not inciting people. He's not doing anything wrong. He's a victim. And I don't think he's a victim. And I could tell you this, I could go the rest of my life without ever thinking about the guy ever again. I could go home to Ohio, I could be a grandpa. This guy could do whatever he wants, and I don't even care about him. Well, I just want to point something out, just the contrast in this case. He states that his film production is coming to San Francisco. I've stated that when he contacts me, it triggers me, it threatens my life. I tell him very clearly, if you come near me, we're going to have a problem. So if in fact Mr. Ross is not going to come near me, then there is no threat to him. And then second of all, ironically, he's sitting at home clutching a gun, waiting to put a bullet in me. So it's odd that I'm not allowed to feel threatened by him, yet he's allowed to sit there with a firearm ready to put a bullet in a guy that he's making a movie about. What is happening in this case is Peter is a stalker, and he likes stalking me. He has fun doing this. He gets rewards, he makes money, he gets treated like a hero, he gets film awards, he gets professional accolades, he benefits from doing all of this. Of the two of us currently, he's the only one profiting from my name. I don't make a penny from my name. And in that way, I am left in this precarious situation where even though he makes movies about me, he runs fan pages about me, he does interviews about me, he spends 24 hours a day traveling the country, filming people, talking about me, doing everything he can, Matt. Yet somehow my obsession with him is growing. That's kind of bizarre. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Because what I want is for this guy to get therapy. And so, in that way, I think it's obvious that this isn't a battle that we fed off each other for many years. You can see that I'm willing to accept that we have both engaged in behavior that's probably inappropriate towards each other. It's been a battle. And I'm willing to admit that I have made some probably poor decisions throughout all this. And I'm going to state that Peter made poor decisions as well. And as with Mr. Heffley, we also had a similar relationship, and yet we have resolved our issues. We're going to act like adults and we're going to fight for something real together. One last pause for me, with the exception of coming back to Columbus, Ohio. As to the request that Peter made for the removal of my content, I have a First Amendment right to engage in activism. If Mr. Ross has thrust himself out into public to make statements about me, I have a right to respond publicly to his public allegations. If he was not making public statements about me, I wouldn't say anything about the guy. If my entire Google results weren't filled with his madness, I wouldn't think about the guy. If, he wasn't talking to my daughter's mother, I wouldn't be terrified for the safety of my daughter, and then realizing that my daughter's mother is a complete psycho like I always thought she was. And so I just want the court to understand that one, if I had died that day, you never would have heard this story. I would have been found a corpse in a tree in Martinez, California. I would have been another homeless person that died in the street, one of the 1,000 bodies that are found on the sidewalks of California every year that are homeless. He would have brushed off his hands. He would have released the movie Social Media Monster. Matthew Burdick would have became the most famous internet troll on the planet. Nobody would have known that I was the founder of ToxicWasteSites.org. Nobody would have known about my environmental causes. Nobody would have known that I stood up and helped these women. Nobody would have known anything about me but Mr. Ross's narrative. He would. My daughter, when she grew up and said, I would like to know about my dad, would have gone to Google, would have found no websites about me, would have just found my dad was a crazy internet troll, and she would have been sad. My grandson would have grown up and said, who was my grandfather? And would have found social media monitors. He'd say, I never got to meet my grandfather because, or he'd say, I never got to meet my grandfather because he died in a tree, homeless. My great-grandfather, Francis Burdick, in the movie Daddy Had a Bad Boy, was a notorious director from the Czech Republic. He was, he married 6 different women around the country, in the country with my last name as a result of this man. After his years of traveling the country, much like me, he died, and he is in a potter's field in San Diego with an unmarked grave. The only legacy of my great-grandfather is the book about him, and we don't even know if that book is true. And Mr. Ross, as far as I'm aware, doesn't have any children. He doesn't know what it's like to worry every night that your daughter and your granddaughter and your son are going to spend the rest of their lives living with the legacy of their social media monster grandfather, who actually traveled the country trying to save lives. Currently, I'm fighting for several million people in Canada that are eating uranium. It's a big cause. I would say the Canadian Nuclear Regulatory Agency is pretty angry at me right now. Right now, I'm fighting in Barstow. These women have come forward. They want to not get blisters and rashes. That's important. The way I see it, I'm at the end of my career no matter what. And so I want to point out in closing, because we've been going through this long enough, I said this in a video Peter admitted into evidence. For the last several years, Peter has used the court records to his own favor. Even when the case was dismissed, he told people that I had to be served. So no matter what the court does or says, if you grant or not grant this order, these court records will be used against me for the rest of my life. And so when I receive an email from someone connected to Peter that says they're going to slit my throat, or they send me images of slit throats, or they say they're going to kill me and eat my body, which I'll submit. When I go to the police, like I did in San Luis Obispo, they Googled my name. Terry O'Farrell, who is the lead investigator for San Luis Obispo, didn't want to investigate the matter because he didn't want to prosecute a police officer, Ernest Haugen. And so then he contacted Mr. Ross, as Mr. Ross stated, looking for dirt on Matthew Burdick so that Dan Dow, the prosecutor, who also charged Tatiana Rada in the Black Lives Matter, he's the prosecutor that charged a black woman for holding a protest, and he's become noted as a national white supremacist, KKK racist, turned around and used the information that Mr. Ross sent to O'Farrell, sent it to Dan Dow. Dan Dow sent that information to the grand jury to taint my name as the grand jury was considering opening an investigation into Dan Dow's association with a group called MBVR. And in that way, I need to reinforce this. I keep going to the police over these anonymous death threats and threats to kill me and eat my body and images of, I'm sorry when you see these images, they are very disturbing. I go to the police, I try to get an investigation into the anonymous party, which is all I want. Mr. Ross shows up and his friends, and they kill the investigation. I would assume that if Mr. Ross is tired of being accused of being this anonymous predator, that he would join with me to obtain an investigation into the identity of the anonymous accounts. Mr. Ross benefits from an investigation into the identity of the accounts. According to him, it's not him, it's not anybody connected to him, it's an anonymous party that's not Peter John Ross. So in theory, if Mr. Ross and I joined together like Mr. Heffley and I did, and we said, let's get an investigation into these anonymous accounts, Mr. Ross would be exonerated and he would be freed from any allegations. Yet, instead, in every city, Peter John Ross, Brian Myers, these people contact the police, they disrupt the investigation, they stop it, and the anonymous harassment continues. What I'm saying is that I am the victim of a felony conspiracy. I am subjecting those allegations to investigators. I'm stating that this is an alleged felony conspiracy. I am stating that the FBI needs to get to the bottom of this felony because they need to investigate. They need to look behind the scenes and see what's really going on. Everybody does. The police have the ability to peer behind the curtain and see what the Wizard of Oz is really doing. And what I'm doing is I'm stating that I believe I'm the victim of a felony conspiracy and I believe it needs to be investigated. And I don't believe it's fair to claim that I'm delusional when it's not been investigated. And I don't believe it's fair for Mr. Ross to claim that he's not a part of it when his name is so vastly featured in all of the content over and over again. All I'm asking the court is to remember that it doesn't matter what you say or do in the end of this case. These records will be used against me. I will be held responsible for this for the rest of my life, whether I'm guilty or not. If you state anything in your ruling that's even remotely against me, as Mr. Ross showed, he will cut it out. Use that one singular sentence and say, the judge said. And so in that way, I've just had my whole entire career hijacked by this case. We've just dumped out my entire story. We have just dumped my mental health status, and Mr. Ross can now circulate all my statements about my mental health committals. He can send the videos to all the elected officials that he wants to work with, to engage with, so they can send them around the community and say, look, this guy's crazy. So if in fact they're embezzling $21 million and they're engaged in crimes and I uncover it, they have an out. They have the content of Peter John Ross and the contents of this case to remind them that he's crazy. The thing about that, I am who I say I am. And what Mr. Ross doesn't realize and what Columbus doesn't realize and what Franklin County doesn't realize about me is that just because Mr. Ross says I'm not who I say I am doesn't mean that's true. And that just because there's a giant public campaign saying I'm crazy doesn't mean that that relates to my activism work in any way. And so if I do have the ability to run these campaigns and cause all this controversy, that can totally happen at the same time as me being crazy. I could be chewing on my elbow and I could be locked in a mental institution and all my causes would be completely legitimate. There would be nothing about my activism career that would be a delusion. There would be nothing about my allegations that weren't real. To suggest that just because a person experiences mental health issues, then all of their activism causes are legitimate is, 50% of the country experiences mental health issues. The magistrate herself may have struggled with mental health issues. Magistrate may have PTSD. I don't know anything about the magistrate's personal life or what she's been through. And so if the magistrate has ever struggled with any form of depression or hardship or loss or anything like that, Mr. Ross would tell you that the magistrate's ruling is not legitimate because obviously the magistrate is crazy. I asked the court to compensate me for the loss of $50,000 because of these repeated cases. I have asked the court to ask Mr. Ross to get therapy. I've not asked the court to suppress or silence Mr. Ross's narrative in any way. I've not asked the court to violate the First Amendment rights of this man. I'm a big boy. Unfortunately, what I did, and I have to live with this, I made myself a famous guy. And then, which was great during the years when I had money and I was riding high on the train of success and I was hanging out in the Hollywood mansions and I was the famous guy. Everybody was honored to meet me and I was eating at Ruth's Chris and the chef was coming out to ask me about it. I lived my dreams, but unfortunately being a famous guy when it's all over and when you're broke and you're living in your car, let me tell you. Oh, let me tell you what it's like to stand there and just have people look at you like, what in the hell are you? Like, what is this? How is this happening in your life? And so, like I said, Mr. Ross could put his movie out and he could tour the country. And what I'm confident of is Mr. Ross, in my mind, is an internet terrorist and he is flying an airplane and there is an end of this story and it's the Twin Towers. And I believe that he is going to continue to push and push and push until he crashes that airplane into the Twin Towers. Unfortunately, like many sociopaths, Mr. Ross has dragged about 1,000 people into this thing.
Okay.
So unfortunately, Mr. Ross goes down, Zach Klein goes down, Emmy committee goes down for joining with him. Everybody burns. Everybody burns.
Okay.
Everybody has consequences. Everybody. We expose what is the most abjectly bizarre and deranged conspiracy theory to ever happen probably in the history, except for this is just like Tiger King, if you haven't figured that out yet.
All right, sir.
I'm sorry if I'm talking too much. It's just the freedom of my ability to help millions of Americans all over the country at stake.
I'll give you a few more minutes. Do you have anything else you'd like to say?
I would like to apologize to everybody because I'm out of my mind right now. I am living in hell. I don't want to be alive. I don't care really about a lot of things anymore. I don't want to be here. It doesn't matter if I try to kill myself, I'll wake up. I think in all of this, the only thing I could point out is the only person I've threatened to hurt, and really the only person that's really in danger in all of this is me. Mr. Ross certainly isn't in danger, and he can polish that gun all he wants. He's never going to get the opportunity to use it. I promise you that. And that's, as far as I'm, I have been through more than anybody can possibly imagine, and I don't know what else can be possibly done to me. So do what you have to do.
Okay.
Do what everybody has to do. I'm throwing up my hands right now, and I'm saying everybody wins.
All right. Thank you.
That's my case.
Thank you, sir. Okay. I mean, both of you are highly intelligent. I mean, you didn't even really prepare a closing, I don't think, and you were able just to speak from your heart. That's impressive. So I appreciate both of you. Your patience with my lack of technology skills today. We got through it. What happens next is I have to take the matter under advisement. Again, I'm leaving the record open until Friday at 5. Both of you can submit any additional evidence, email it to me, and then I will forward it to the other party. After that, I'll review all the testimony I've heard, all the witness testimony, all the exhibits. I make a recommendation. Your case is actually assigned to Judge Page. She'll review my findings. She can reject them, modify them, or accept them. Whatever she decides is actually the final decision of the court. That review process will probably take a couple of weeks given the amount of evidence and testimony I have to review, okay? I'd like to say you'd get the decision in the mail, but I understand, Mr. Burdick, that you don't have an address, so we'll cross that bridge when we come to it with regards to service of the court's decision. We'll have to figure that out. So I'm going to close the record now. And thank you both.